Good morning and welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning at the National Press Club. I'm Daryl Kimball, Executive Director of the Arms Control Association. We're a little behind schedule by a couple of minutes, but I'm informed that our starting keynote speaker, Jake Sullivan, is walking on his way, leisurely walk this late spring morning. So he should be here shortly. And I'm going to offer some introductory remarks today before I turn things over to our esteemed board chair, Tom Countryman, who will introduce Jake Sullivan. I want to thank everybody for coming. This is a great crowd coming together at a very important time for this version of the Arms Control Association's annual meeting, Reducing Nuclear Threats in a Time of Peril. And as many of you know, over the 5-decade lifespan of our organization, just last year here in this room, we celebrated our 50th anniversary. The Arms Control Association is very proud to have played a part in milestone efforts to end nuclear testing, prevent proliferation, secure nuclear materials, slow the arms race, reduce deadly nuclear arsenals, and lower the risk of nuclear Armageddon. But as I'm sure you'll agree, this is not a time to be complacent. It's not a time to rest. It's a time for action because today the nuclear threat is higher than at any time since the depths of the Cold War. In 2022, last year, Russian President Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, threats of nuclear weapons use reminded us all and people around the world who'd never thought of this issue before that the threat of nuclear war has not disappeared. Earlier this year, the Kremlin suspended implementation of the last remaining bilateral nuclear arms control agreement between the United States and Russia, New START. And for now, there's no bilateral regular dialogue on nuclear risk reduction or talks on a new nuclear arms control framework to replace New START, which is going to expire on February 5, 2026. And at the same time, tensions between the United States and China continue to mount. And of course, leaders in Beijing, Washington, Moscow continue to move forward with expensive and in many cases unnecessary nuclear modernization efforts. And in China's case, a nuclear weapons expansion program. And it's quite clear to many of us working in this field at this moment that without serious new arms control restraints, we're looking at a three-way nuclear arms competition for several years ahead in the future. So this is a crucial moment. And if that wasn't enough, we have other challenges, which we'll talk about during today's program. In the wake of the calamitous 2018 decision by President Trump to pull out of the successful Iran nuclear deal, we've got renewed concerns about the course of Tehran's nuclear weapons program and its potential to become something worse. And in the absence of effective diplomatic engagement with North Korea, our friend Kim Jong-un, who I've not been exchanging love letters with, by the way, he's been diversifying his country's nuclear arsenal, creating proliferation pressures amongst allies, particularly in South Korea. Now, another challenge we have is that in Congress, some members are responding with the wrong response. They and others in the nuclear weapons establishment are calling for the United States to abandon nuclear arms control and non-proliferation diplomacy, a bilateral effort that has been decades in the making, and they're calling for the United States to prepare to increase the size of its nuclear arsenal for the first time in decades, and to develop new types of nuclear weapons designed for nuclear warfighting scenarios. So I think we're going to hear about some of this from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan today and how the administration sees these issues and how the president seeks to address the dangers of renewed nuclear arms competition, proliferation, and how to jumpstart nuclear arms control and disarmament diplomacy. Now, our organization and many others believe this is not the time to build up or to redouble efforts to build up nuclear weapons, but it's a time to redouble our efforts to engage in pragmatic nuclear arms control. and disarmament diplomacy to rally the world against threats of nuclear weapons use, which is something that our lunchtime keynote speaker, Ambassador Alexander Komet, I think will be addressing. And we need to find ideas and put forward pragmatic solutions and engage others in this cause. I think everybody here at this particular meeting is involved in some way in one or another or several non-governmental organizations, institutions, members of the media who are here have a role in providing information to the public about the dangers, and we need to be active in the weeks and months ahead. And so I hope today's panel discussions and keynote presentations are going to be illuminating, inspiring. Yes, they're going to be a bit troubling, but I hope it's going to stimulate more conversation, not just in this room, but beyond with our audience online and across the country. And that's because the American people, who have always supported common sense, arms control, disarmament measures between the United States and other nuclear-armed countries, they're looking for responsible national leadership to address these growing dangers. There was a very recent YouTube national poll asking Americans what they thought the major causes of the potential end of life on Earth might be. What was the highest ranking topic? It was nuclear weapons and nuclear war. Amongst Democrats, independents, Republicans, people on the younger age range, middle age range, older age range. So this is something that the American public is ready to looking for solutions for, and our organizations, the experts in the room, are people who can provide some of those answers. The other thing I want to point out is that we're going to need more bipartisan support from Congress for solutions to deal with all these different challenges. Nuclear arms control has historically been a bipartisan effort. Yes, there have been critics against arms control through the years, but success has been achieved by Republican presidents and Democratic presidents, and support and ideas from Congress have been critical. And we're going to need more of that in the coming weeks and months and years. And I'm very happy that we do have some leaders in Congress who are looking for effective solutions, who are working with their colleagues to educate them about the risks and to circulate and socialize ideas about how these problems can be addressed. And I'm very happy that we have with us Congressman Don Beyer, who's one of the founding co-chairs of the Nuclear Weapons and Arms Control Working Group, which was established in 2021. Don, thank you for being here. Don, of course, is one of our local representatives, being from the District of Columbia. Without voting representation, I count you as one of my representatives in Congress, so thank you very much. Now, American presidents cannot, of course, by themselves solve major global challenges all by themselves. But history shows over time, if we look back on the history of the nuclear age, that there's no substitute for effective American presidential leadership in reducing nuclear dangers. And that's one reason why we've invited President Biden's National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, to speak here today. He should be arriving very shortly. I don't have any updates from my team yet, but he's walking from the White House, as I said at the beginning. And in just a moment, I will ask him and our board chairman, Tom Countryman, to come up to the podium. But in the meantime, we're going to take a very short break until we know that he is in the building. So please take a moment, stay in your seats, and we will resume in just a second. As I promised, I like to keep my promises. We will resume in just a moment as our special keynote speaker comes in. And I want to welcome National Security Advisor to President Biden, Jake Sullivan, and the Arms Control Association's board chairman, Tom Countryman, up to the stage. Tom will introduce Jake, and we will have some time after Mr. Sullivan's address for questions. We'll start with reporters, and then we'll go to the audience. Tom will provide further instructions. Tom, over to you.
Thanks. Thank you, Daryl. Welcome. We will be brief in the introduction because you didn't come to hear me. You came for the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. Let me just note that after his remarks, we will take a couple of questions from the press pool here, and then a couple of questions from the audience. If you would like to ask a question, jot it down on the pads by your chair and hold it up, and our staff will collect it. What brings us together as an association is our belief that America's national security and global security depend upon prudent restraint in nuclear policy and upon an active effort led by the United States to constantly reduce the risks of nuclear war and to fulfill our legal obligations shared by other nations to negotiate in good faith the reduction and eventual elimination of nuclear weapons. To our meeting last year, President Biden wrote that perhaps more than any other time since the Cold War, we must work to reduce the risk of an arms race or nuclear escalation. Arms control and non-proliferation diplomacy continues to be an essential part of safeguarding global security. I think it's a good thing that we've never had before a president with such long and intense experience in nuclear policy as our current president. I think that President Biden is fortunate to have Jake Sullivan advising him on these issues, and we are both fortunate and honored to have him here today. Please give him a good welcome. Jake. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, for that very important set of introductory comments and for the kind words. And I also want to thank Daryl for bringing us all together today. And most importantly, I want to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to just say a few words here this morning. 60 years ago next month, in grainy black and white video, President Kennedy addressed the nation. He was sitting behind the same resolute desk that President Biden sits behind now nearly every day, and that I sit across from him nearly every day. My fellow citizens, he said, I speak to you tonight in a spirit of hope. Negotiations were concluded in Moscow on a treaty to ban all nuclear tests. After years of nonstop negotiations, or stop and start negotiations to be more precise, years of dialogue, years of commitment and courage, establishing the nuclear test ban treaty was a huge moment, not only for our own national security, but for the security and stability of the world. And as this group knows well, it was one of the first steps that would slowly usher in an era of responsible arms control and nuclear deterrence measures. An era where nations could compartmentalize the issues of strategic stability, even if they couldn't cooperate on much anything else. An era where adversaries could disagree and debate across basically every domain, but could find ways to work together to limit nuclear risk. An era where world leaders chose transparency even during times of tension, especially during times of tension, because what was at stake was too important, too vital to our shared future. That is the foundation of nuclear stability and security that we've depended on for decades. And it's the foundation that the Arms Control Association has helped to uphold across generations. But over the last few years, that foundation has begun to erode. And today, we now stand at what our president would call an inflection point in our nuclear stability and security, a point that demands new strategies for achieving the same goal we've held since the Cold War: reduce the risk of nuclear conflict. So today, I'd like to lay out what we're endeavoring to do in pursuit of this. I'll start with the cracks in the foundation that we see, the new threats that are challenging the post-Cold War nuclear order, and then I'll walk through how we are trying to adapt both our nuclear deterrence and our arms control strategies to meet this moment. As we've all seen recently, some of the major cracks in our nuclear foundation have come from Russia. Last year, Russian forces recklessly attacked and seized the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine, the largest operational nuclear plant in Europe, with little concern for the potential catastrophic consequences of a nuclear incident. Earlier this year, President Putin unlawfully suspended Russia's implementation of the New START treaty that places limits on the most destructive weapons in our arsenals, the kinds that could destroy the world many times over. Only a month later, President Putin began to take steps to station tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus. And, as we all saw just a few days ago, Putin formally announced that he will withdraw from the Treaty on Conventional Forces in Europe, putting the final nail in the coffin of an agreement that once served as a cornerstone of European security, which Moscow began violating years ago. But even prior to Russia's brutal assault on Ukraine, Putin has been destabilizing the nuclear foundation our forebears laid. For years, he's advanced the development of dangerous new nuclear capabilities, like radiation-spewing nuclear-powered cruise missiles, all while modernizing and stockpiling old capabilities that aren't regulated by arms control agreements, like theater range missiles and torpedoes. Russia's actions have been dealing body blows to the post-Cold War nuclear arms control framework. But it's not just Russia that we have to look to consider the full scope of the context we find ourselves in today with respect to nuclear security and stability. We've also seen a change in approach from the People's Republic of China. By 2035, the PRC is on track to have as many as 1,500 nuclear warheads, one of the largest peacetime nuclear buildups in history. But unlike Russia, who is threatening to walk away from the negotiating table, from the arms control agreements our countries have relied upon for years, the PRC has thus far opted not to come to the table for substantive dialogue on arms control. It has declined to share the size and scope of its nuclear forces or to provide launch notifications. And it has not shown much interest in discussions regarding the changes it is making to its nuclear forces. Simply put, we have not yet seen a willingness from the PRC to compartmentalize strategic stability from broader issues in the relationship. And that compartmentalization, as I noted before, has been the bedrock of nuclear security, indeed strategic stability, for decades. Finally, we're seeing increasing nuclear threats from the DPRK and Iran. In the last year alone, Kim Jong-un declared that he aimed to have, quote, the world's most powerful nuclear arsenal, announcing plans to ramp up the development of everything from tactical nukes to ICBMs to unmanned underwater nuclear weapons. He announced a sweeping new nuclear forces policy law that would permit Pyongyang to use nuclear weapons first against non-nuclear states in direct violation of the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, the NPT. And he has tested more ballistic missiles than any other period in the DPRK's history. On Iran, after the previous administration's departure from a deal that put strict limits on Tehran's nuclear development and prevented it from obtaining a nuclear weapon, Iran's nuclear program was left unconstrained. As a result, Iran is now operating more advanced centrifuges. It has enriched more uranium, including at levels closer to weapons grade, and it has done so with less international monitoring of its program than when it was under the strict constraints of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Taken together, the cracks in our post-Cold War nuclear foundation are substantial and they are deep. And today, we're entering a new era, one that demands new strategies and solutions to achieve the goals we've always had. Prevent an arms race, reduce the risk of misperception and escalation, and most importantly, ensure the safety and security of our people and people around the world from nuclear threats. Same goals, new strategy. That's the core of our approach to strategic stability, one that can be boiled down to two main lines of effort. First, update our deterrence capabilities and plans, and second, advance new arms control and risk reduction measures. These are two sides of the same proverbial nuclear coin. Responsibly enhancing our deterrent capabilities allows us to negotiate arms control from a position of strength and confidence, and new arms control helps limit and shape our adversaries' decisions on nuclear capabilities. And so today I'd like to spend a little time discussing each of these sides of the nuclear coin. I'll start with the deterrent side of the coin, where we're taking a two-pronged approach. First, we're modernizing our nuclear program here at home. In practice, that means replacing each leg of our nuclear triad, land-based ICBMs, ballistic missile submarines, and nuclear-capable bombers. It means updating our nuclear command, control, and communications architecture by replacing aging capabilities with next-generation systems. And it means investing in our nuclear complex and defense industry to help ensure that we have a responsive nuclear enterprise and a resilient base for long-term competition. And I want to be clear here. The United States does not need to increase our nuclear forces to outnumber the combined total of our competitors in order to successfully deter them. We've been there. We've learned that lesson. Nor does the United States need to deploy ever more dangerous nuclear weapons to maintain deterrence. Rather, effective deterrence means that we have a better approach, not a more approach. It means ensuring that we have the capacity and capabilities necessary to deter, and if necessary, defeat major aggression against our country, our allies, and our partners. So to enhance that effectiveness, we're investing in cutting-edge, non-nuclear capabilities that will help sustain our military advantage for decades to come. Capabilities like conventionally armed hypersonic missiles that can reach heavily defended high-value targets, in contrast to the nuclear-capable missiles of similar kind that Russia and China are developing. And capabilities like new space and cyberspace tools that will help the United States retain its advantage across every domain. Together, these modernization efforts will ensure our deterrent capabilities remain secure and strong as we head into the 2030s, when the United States will need to deter two near-peer nuclear powers for the first time in its history. But we can't go at it alone, which leads me to the second prong of our deterrence strategy, investing in and strengthening our alliances abroad. That has been President Biden's overriding priority, indeed, in many ways, his strategic North Star since his very first day as President of the United States. And as we've worked to further deepen our alliances, we've always remembered that one of our greatest non-proliferation accomplishments of the nuclear age has been U.S. extended deterrence, which has reassured so many of our partners that they do not need to develop nuclear weapons of their own. For example, in April, the President reaffirmed our ironclad mutual defense treaty with the Republic of Korea, including our extended deterrence commitment. And together with President Yoon, he signed the Washington Declaration, a step that created more mechanisms for cooperation between our two countries, including during a potential nuclear crisis, and showed a recommitment to our shared non-proliferation objectives. Together with our NATO allies, we've been laser-focused on modernizing the alliance's nuclear capabilities, from ensuring broad participation in the alliance's nuclear deterrent mission to certifying our F-35 aircraft to be able to deliver modern nuclear gravity bombs. All of these new steps, from revitalizing our nuclear program here at home to reinvigorating our alliances abroad, and all of the elements that fall in those two categories are necessary in their own right. But taken together, they've helped achieve the same strategic stability goals we've always had. They'll show our adversaries and competitors that in an arms race with the United States, that any arms race with the United States is counterproductive at best and destructive at worst. and they'll help the United States negotiate arms control agreements from that position of strength and confidence I described. Those arms control agreements are the other side of the nuclear coin, which is what I'd like to turn to next. Nearly 20 years ago, when then Senator Biden addressed the Arms Control Association, and Tom talked about President Biden's very longstanding commitment to non-proliferation objectives and his long experience in being a leader in this space. He said, quote, "We must invent new approaches and foster new international cooperation to meet changing threats." Those words only ring more true today. And under the President's leadership, we're advancing 3 new approaches to strengthen arms control and decrease nuclear risks in this changing nuclear age. First, we have stated our willingness to engage in bilateral arms control discussions with Russia and with China without preconditions. And before I jump into this, let me just step back and say that without preconditions does not mean without accountability. We'll still hold nuclear powers accountable for reckless behavior, and we'll still hold our adversaries and competitors responsible for upholding nuclear agreements. For example, the United States will continue to notify Russia in advance of ballistic missile launches and major strategic exercises in line with pre-existing nuclear agreements. But yesterday, we adopted lawful, proportionate, and reversible countermeasures in response to Russia's violations of New START, including suspending our day-to-day notifications to Russia that are a part of the treaty. These steps will help guarantee that Russia does not receive benefits from a treaty they refuse to abide by, and that the principle of reciprocity, a key tenet of strategic arms control, is upheld. It will also demonstrate to Russia the benefits of returning to full compliance, including, once again, receiving detailed information regarding our nuclear forces, a conversation we continue to press for directly with Russian officials. But while claiming to suspend New START, Russia has also publicly committed to adhere to the treaty's central limits, indicating a potential willingness to continue limiting strategic nuclear forces through 2026. We agree. It is in neither of our countries' interest to embark on an open-ended competition in strategic nuclear forces, and we're prepared to stick to the central limits as long as Russia does. And rather than waiting to resolve all of our bilateral differences, the United States is ready to engage Russia now to manage nuclear risks and develop a post-2026 arms control framework. We are prepared to enter into those discussions. Now, the type of limits the United States can agree to after the treaty expires will, of course, be impacted by the size and scale of China's nuclear buildup. That's why we're also ready to engage China without preconditions, helping ensure that competition is managed and that competition does not veer into conflict. It's our hope that among the topics on the table for diplomatic discussion, Beijing will be willing to include substantive engagement on strategic nuclear issues, which would benefit the security of both of our countries and the security of the entire world. Next, the United States is willing to engage in new multilateral arms control efforts, including through the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, the P5, the United States, Russia, China, the United Kingdom, and France. We're under no illusions that reaching risk reduction and arms control measures in that setting will be easy, but we do believe it is possible. And as you all know, 4 of the 5 nuclear powers are, with some exceptions that I just mentioned, already de facto committed to some transparency and restraint in their nuclear policies and postures. The US, the UK, and France have also all demonstrated their commitments repeatedly to responsible behavior. And some of the P5 have nuclear agreements with each other. For example, the US and Russia have a ballistic missile launch notification agreement with each other, which I mentioned before. So do Russia and China. But these existing agreements are limited and piecemeal. We can do more. The P5 provides an opportunity to manage nuclear risk and arms race pressures through a mix of dialogue, transparency, and agreements. For example, formalizing a missile launch notification regime across the P5 is a straightforward measure that is simply common sense. It's a small step that would help reduce the risk of misperception and miscalculation in times of crisis, and one that could potentially build more momentum towards further measures to manage nuclear risks and arms racing. From maintaining a human in the loop for command, control, and employment of nuclear weapons, to establishing crisis communications channels among the P5 capitals, to committing to transparency on nuclear policy, doctrine, and budgeting, to setting up guardrails for managing the interplay between non-nuclear strategic capabilities and nuclear deterrence. These are all areas where we could take further steps in a multilateral context working among the P5. This leads to my third and final point. The United States will step up to help set the norms and shore up the values of the new nuclear era. We're already making some progress, including across every major multilateral body that seeks to limit nuclear or WMD risks. The Non-Proliferation Treaty Review Conference, the Conference on Disarmament, the Chemical Weapons Convention, the Biological Weapons Convention. Across all of these forums, we're leading results-based discussions, and we're ensuring that our frameworks are fit for the threats we face today and tomorrow. For example, the fielding of weapons based on emerging technologies will create new, interconnected, and unpredictable escalation pathways. So we're working to establish new guardrails, especially in space and cyberspace. And of course, with the advent of artificial intelligence, this entire picture only becomes more complex and challenging and requires the new kinds of approaches that I've been describing throughout the speech. The approach that we are looking at takes into account technologies and tools that could complicate a potential nuclear conflict, like hypersonic weapons, like AI-enabled systems. And as the president often says, we're making sure that we're leading not just by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. That's why we've committed to not conduct destructive, direct descent anti-satellite missile testing. And we're encouraging our allies, partners, and competitors to do the same. And it's why we put forth principles for responsible behavior in space and principles for the use of AI in the military domain, both of which we are actively promoting in international fora. Let me close with this. 60 years ago, President Kennedy spoke to our nation in the spirit of hope. That's how he put it, the spirit of hope. Hope that we could safely manage strategic competition, that we would one day build a world free of nuclear weapons, that we could forge a future of greater peace, greater stability, and greater security, not just for Americans, but for everyone. Today, as we face new threats, and as we face those cracks in our post-Cold War nuclear foundation, I not only believe that we can find this hope again, I believe that we must. Because when it comes to nuclear risks, what is at stake for our people and for our world is too important, too consequential for our shared futures not to. We are under no illusions about the task at hand, of the hard work and likely the long work needed to help lay a new, stronger foundation for this era. But through new deterrence and arms control measures, one fit for this age, we can turn this moment of peril into a moment of possibility. And I look forward to working with all of you to do just that. And I'm looking forward to the conversation this morning. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Jake. Appreciate it. Is this mic on already? Okay. I'm certainly heartened to hear that the U.S. remains not just open, but committed to activist search for solutions. I think you covered so many topics. There's going to be a lot of questions, and we're going to start, I think, with a couple from the press. Let's go with Michael Gordon.
Michael Gordon, Wall Street Journal. Jake, when the New START treaty was agreed, it was assumed that 1,550 START-accountable strategic nuclear warheads would be sufficient to deter a like-size Russian strategic force. You've taken note of the Chinese buildup, and a growing number of experts are concluding that if 1,550 was necessary in the past, surely something larger is required to deter both China and Russia, especially since there's a degree of military cooperation between these two powers. My question to you is, do you think the U.S. might need to increase its arsenal beyond 1550 in order to deter China and Russia and give China an incentive to negotiate? And what would be required in terms of arms control with Russia, changes in nuclear strategy, and dialogue with China to make it possible to stay at the current level of 1550 and perhaps go lower?
Well, first, as I said in my speech, we are prepared to abide by the central limits of the New START treaty, and the Russians have indicated they are willing to as well. I said in my speech, we agree with that. We agree with the Russian position. Second, I think it's important to recognize that when it comes to the issue of the growing nuclear capacity of both Russia and China, that deterrence has to be comprehensive. And that means modernizing our nuclear arsenal, as I described before. It means investing in extended deterrence in our alliances, as I described in the speech. And it means increasing our non-nuclear conventional strategic capacity in ways that help enhance our overall deterrence too. And we think putting all of those pieces together, we believe in the current context, we have the number and type of capabilities today that we need. I can't speak to every context and contingency way out into the future, but as things stand today, we believe that we have what we need. In terms of the question on China and what it will take, look, the very first thing that is necessary is for us to get this conversation going in a real way. And I believe that the PRC could make the bold decision to engage directly with the United States in discussions of strategic stability and nuclear risk, and that it would be the responsible thing to do for the benefit of our two countries and, as I said before, for the benefit of the wider world. Once in that conversation, the question of each side's leverage, incentives, carrots, sticks, and so forth can be defined, but we have to pass that first threshold first, and we have not, as of yet, seen the PRC be willing to engage in that conversation.
Okay, we'll have time for one or two questions from the audience if we keep questions brief. Let's stick with the media. Jonathan Landay.
Thank you. Jonathan Landay with Reuters. Given Russia's recent actions, its invasion of Ukraine, its rhetoric, its nuclear saber-rattling rhetoric, the suspension of New START, why do you think Vladimir Putin would be even interested now in discussing nuclear risk management and a follow-on to New START?
Well, first I would point out, as I did in the speech, that throughout the Cold War, our Soviet adversaries engaged in all kinds of military aggression, adventurism, destructive and brutal practices, and engaged in arms control discussions and strategic stability discussions with the United States of America. The Soviet Union and subsequently Russia were able to compartmentalize the issue of strategic stability and nuclear risk as it related to the two largest nuclear powers from other policies that they were pursuing and other issues in the relationship between the United States and Russia and previously the Soviet Union. So I can't predict exactly what Vladimir Putin will do, but there is a track record of our two countries being capable of engaging in these kinds of discussions in a way that serves our respective national interests and the broader common interest. That's what the United States is saying we're available to have. We're available with clear eyes, as I laid out the litany of steps that Russia has taken to put cracks into that post-Cold War nuclear order, and the difficulty of reaching any kind of meaningful, enforceable, verifiable understanding. I said it would be hard work and long work, but the notion of Russia being prepared to at least engage in the conversation is rooted in the historical experience of our two countries.
And Teresa Hitchens, please.
Hi, I'm Teresa Hitchens with Breaking Defense. Just yesterday, Defense Secretary Austin bemoaned the fact that China has been unwilling to engage in military-to-military communications across the board, from activities in the South China Sea all the way to space. And you just mentioned their unwillingness in the nuclear arena. Do you have any insights into how, or can you share any insights into how the administration hopes to be able to break that impasse? Because right now you have silence on the other end.
Look, ultimately, China's a sovereign country. It's going to have to make its decisions about whether to engage in the kind of responsible military-to-military dialogue that is necessary to manage competition responsibly and reduce the risk of conflict. We can only do what is right and responsible and rooted in our national interest, and that is to say, we're available for that kind of dialogue. We're available for building those military-to-military mechanisms. We're available for crisis communication, and we're available for strategic discussions about everything from space to cyberspace to nuclear stability. That's something we say not to come out and demand something from China or to, get down and beg for them to come talk to us. We just say, we're ready to talk when you're ready to talk. And frankly, the rest of the world should look at this question and say, what does it mean to be a responsible, significant power in the world? Doesn't it mean actually being prepared to engage in military-to-military communications, particularly where our militaries are operating in close proximity and where these strategic issues have deep and fundamental stakes for the entire world? I think most countries would answer that yes. I had the opportunity to spend 2 days in Vienna with Wang Yi, the Politburo lead for foreign affairs in the PRC system. And without going into the details of that conversation, which I think both he and I are respecting the discretion of, this was a topic I broached with him. I thought that we had a candid discussion on it, and we will continue to indicate our willingness to participate in these discussions on a going forward basis, and we'll see what the PRC chooses to do.
Thank you. We've received several questions from the audience, more than we can share, but I'll give them to you for as much time as you can give us, and you've been generous already. First, you've seen Senator Cotton's bill to pull out of New START and significantly hamper future arms control efforts. As we approach the National Defense Authorization Act, what is your message to Congress on why efforts such as this are counterproductive?
Well, first I will send them a copy of the speech so that maybe they can all read it. I'm not going to comment on any particular piece of legislation that's been put forward, only to say that we believe that remaining in the posture where we are prepared to pursue meaningful arms control agreements has had a long bipartisan history in this country. President Biden knows that better than anyone, having worked with Republicans on many of these. And when New START was passed, of course, it was passed on a substantial bipartisan basis, including with the stewardship of one of the then champions of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Lugar of Indiana. And so, we would make an argument for a continued bipartisan commitment to this core tenet of America's national security strategy, which is the willingness of the U.S. to engage in reciprocal, verifiable arms control arrangements. And we will continue to make the case that anything that would inhibit that or block that would not be in the American national interest.
Okay. Thank you. What happened, the second question, what happened to candidate Biden's advocacy of a sole purpose nuclear doctrine? That is, the sole purpose of U.S. nuclear weapons should be to deter or respond to nuclear threats against the U.S. or its allies.
Well, as you all know, when President Biden came into office, he immediately directed his relevant national security cabinet agencies to engage in a nuclear posture review, which is the responsibility of a new president when they came in. And that requires looking at both the context in the world and taking a hard look at our own capabilities and posture at home. And when he took a look at that, and he sat down with Secretary Austin, Secretary Blinken, Chairman Milley, and other key players in the nuclear security enterprise, he reached the conclusion that the declaratory policy as set out in the nuclear posture review was right and fit for purpose for this moment. And we believe that it indicates continued commitment from the president's perspective to try to, on the one hand, ensure a credible deterrent, and on the other hand, work to reduce the role and risk of nuclear weapons in the United States on in the world on a going forward basis.
Okay. Finally, I wanted to note that we have with us as our lunchtime speaker, Austrian Ambassador Alexander Kement, one of the driving forces behind the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which, as you know, is a new element in the global nuclear risk reduction equation. Does the Biden White House welcome this treaty's contribution to reducing nuclear threats?
Hi, Ambassador. How are you? So, President Biden was recently in Hiroshima, Japan, and he wrote an inscription at the Peace Memorial where he wrote about a future that we can all one day work towards, of a world without nuclear weapons. That is something that he supported as vice president and long before that, and continues to look to that future. So the basic principle, the basic thrust of efforts to work in that direction are not inconsistent with the Biden administration's approach to these issues, but the particular instrument, of course, is quite different from what I just described in my speech. And so we have our policy that we are pursuing. Others are putting forward different ways of trying to ultimately get to that long-term objective. We believe that we do need to deal with the challenges and threats that we face and confront in the national security landscape today, and that requires these two elements, as I laid out in my speech, a nuclear deterrence element and an arms control element. And so I'll leave people to judge for themselves rather than try to get into a debate here as to how that kind of relates to these other efforts like the treaty that you described.
Okay. I want to thank you. There are no doubt about 150 people in this room who would like to debate things with you.
Sure there are.
We appreciate your time. We instead will pressure, debate, and Hector, Cara, and Pranay, and their colleagues at the White House and at the State Department and Defense Department. As I think all of us appreciate, there's so many countries that have made a contribution to keeping the world safer, to building an arms control and non-proliferation architecture that, as you note, is under threat. It's my personal belief that we have only succeeded in putting together those pieces when the U.S. is determined to show a leadership, not only an openness, but an activist approach. So we welcome your comments today. I want to ask everybody here to stay in their seats and to allow Mr. Sullivan to leave and get back to a normally busy day.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank all of you very much.
Thank you, Jake. It's terrific. Okay. Let me add a personal note also to thank Representative Beyer for being with us today. Both when I was in government and now outside of government, I have always worked hard to increase the attention that members of Congress and their staff pay to nuclear issues. Sadly, I see that attention level decreasing in recent years. And to have you here today, sir, and to know about your leadership of the bicameral working group is very important to us and part of what I hope everybody sees as their mission to continue to reach out to and to educate members of Congress, to get them to share your interest in the existential questions that we deal with. Now, we are a little bit ahead of schedule. What I would like to do, unless Daryl tells me different, is to give you a coffee break, to ask Kathy to ring a very loud bell at about 10:23 and to ask you to be back in your seats by 10:25. We will start the next panel at 10:30 sharp. Any questions? Good. All right, thank you. Begin with our next panel. We have three outstanding analysts in the field, and so I hope you'll give them your full attention. We've just heard the National Security Advisor describe how we hope to move ahead in reducing nuclear risk, and I hope he provided some optimism to all of us that the U.S. does not intend to engage in a three-way arms race. But I will ask each of our panelists specifically if they have additional optimism on that point. The topic of this panel is preventing a three-way arms race. For many years, of course, the focus of nuclear arms control has been on the bilateral competition between the United States and the Soviet Union, later Russia, with apparent Chinese intentions to build up its own nuclear arsenal. Are we in a position to avoid that kind of arms race, both in the short term, the medium term, and the longer term? And so to discuss this with us today, we have three great experts, Lynn Ruston with the Nuclear Threat Initiative, John Wolfstall with Global Zero and the Center for a New American Security, and Tong Zhao, who's on the Program on Science and Global Security at Princeton University. You can find their full biographies in your program guide. What I'd like to do is get us started by asking each of them a question, letting them respond as they wish for a few minutes, and possibly a second round of questions, and then we will look for good questions from the audience. So you feel free to jot down your questions as we go, and when we get there, I'll ask you to raise some hands, and I'll pick some people who look like they're ready to ask the most perplexing questions. So let's start with John. And again, the primary question for each of you is, how do you take what Mr. Sullivan said this morning? Does it increase in any way your confidence that we will be able to avoid a nuclear arms race that will be far more expensive and, in my opinion, much more dangerous than the arms race we engaged in the 1960s and 70s? Is the approach that we've just heard outlined the appropriate one at this stage?
Well, thank you, Tom, and let me say thanks to Darrell and to the Arms Control Association. I always get sentimental when I come here because I came to the annual meeting in 1990, and they announced that they were going to have the first ever position to focus on nonproliferation. I immediately went up to Spurgeon Keeney and told him I wanted to apply, and he said, are you cheap? And I said, yes. And so I got the job, and it was the best break I've ever had. So I'm thrilled to be able to come here. Still cheap, but appreciate the chance to come back and give something back. Let me start by saying I'm very sympathetic to the position that Jake and behind the scenes Pranay and Kara were in trying to write a speech for the Arms Control Association in what is an extraordinarily difficult period for the United States and for the world generally. They are putting fire after fire out. They have done a remarkable job in holding the NATO alliance together in a unified way, and something that hasn't been done in over a generation in response to a generational threat due to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So, I will call Pranay this week and tell him that, when I wrote speeches for senior leadership, they were much better received for the arms control community than when he wrote them. I appreciate what he is trying to do, and I appreciate that what the president, where his heart is and where his interests are in. But I think there are two critical elements missing from my point of view on China. I mean, they're trying clearly to get people to calm down. You heard the president's off-the-record remark about the balloon nonsense, and we saw this town hyperventilate over a balloon over Montana. I'm sure they're still scarred over the experience. I mean, we shouldn't take invasions of American airspace lightly, but we are the strongest, richest country in the world, and I think we have to act in a way that shows that we are confident, that matches our capabilities. And I think that should be true on nuclear as well. I read a recent report that talked about how we need to accept that China is a near-peer competitor today on nuclear weapons. We have 4,000 nuclear weapons in our arsenal. China maybe has 400, all right? We're still at a 10-to-1 advantage. Are they building up? It looks that way. Do we know why? Not really. And so I just think we have to keep things in context. The other piece that I thought was important, and unfortunately I think missing from Advisor Sullivan's speech, is it's fine and well to talk about risk reduction and management of these dangers, and that's his job and their responsibility, and they are difficult jobs. But we still have to have a vision for what it is we're trying to do. What are we seeking in the long run? When we tell China and Russia we want to engage them on arms control and risk reduction, to what end? And the United States, I still think, does much better, both with our allies and with the rest of the countries in the world who, let's face it, are not rushing to help Ukraine, right? I mean, we're still leading the alliance, but we still have trouble with, call it what you want, the Global South, the former non-allied movement, who basically, well, we don't want to get involved. We still have to have a vision. And the fact that he didn't talk about a world without nuclear weapons, didn't talk about nuclear reductions, right? We still have way too many, more than we need for our security. That we weren't talking about our commitments to general and complete disarmament, as has been longstanding policy dating back to the NPT in 1970, I think is a missing element here. And I understand why. The political trends in Washington are difficult. He's fighting against people that want to break out of New START and match Russia and China one for one. So I recognize politically that's difficult, but I still think we have to be strong with our vision. Even if it's going to take a lot of work and a long time to get there, we shouldn't give up on that. And so I would have been a bit more optimistic if they had broadened the frame just a little bit more.
Thank you. Let me first note that Lynn Rustum was one of the inspirations for including this panel. You all, of course, read Arms Control Today cover to cover every month, and her cover story in March on the three-competitor future, together with Mark Melamed, helps to frame the thinking on this topic. Lynn, the same general question, whether you're more optimistic on the chances of avoiding this three-way race, and also, how do you think, or do you think, that Russia can be brought back into a bilateral dialogue? Are there on-ramps? Are there, clearly the US is not going to meet Moscow's conditions, cease support for Ukraine before discussions can begin, but are there other gestures, steps, or in the terminology, on-ramps that the US may be able to take?
Well, thanks, Tom, for having me here today. And I'll note that my co-author, Mark, is somewhere in the audience. I can't see because of the lights, but he's here. I think what we heard from Jake was basically, well, it was useful to have that speech because there hasn't been a comprehensive statement of the U.S. Policy and positions on arms control and nuclear policy since the nuclear posture review came out, and developments continue to proceed. So I think it was useful for them to lay out their thinking. And basically what I heard was a work plan for the end of the first Biden term. I mean, it didn't. So to get to John's point, it really didn't have a long-term vision. It didn't even, it kind of had a lot of question marks at what happens after 2026, although there was a willingness to, engage in a dialogue with Russia if Russia will will do so. And I think the administration actually's positions are probably more fully developed in terms of what it would do in a negotiation with Russia than they are with China. I thought it was significant that Jake said that there would be no preconditions for talks with Russia on nuclear arms control, because that hasn't been clear to me in the past at all. I think it's been a debate in the administration. I don't know if this means that's settled or not, in terms of everything from, the war being over, you can't negotiate with Putin, understandable why people would feel that way, or even that Russia needed to come back into full compliance with New START. And it seems that they're saying now that the door is open to a discussion about not only hopefully returning to compliance with New START, but more realistically talking about what comes after New START. I think, so that's, so that partly answers your question of, they've just lowered the barrier to entry to a dialogue with Russia. I don't think Russia's ready, based on Putin's behavior, including under New START, to have that dialogue now. But I just believe, as we stated in our article, that, it will be in Russia's interest to continue to keep the United States constrained in terms of its strategic nuclear forces, and I think that's going to be just as true at the end of this war, if not more so, than it is now. I mean, there's a reason why Russia didn't announce it was exceeding the New START limits, although it's a little bit playing with fire by deciding to suspend participation in other elements of the treaty. So I think there's just a strategic logic that will get us there, and I can't tell you whether it's going to be, during Biden's first term, after that, but we will find ourselves back at the table with Russia. It will be a much harder negotiation because it won't be limited just to the systems that are currently controlled under New START, and that's where the challenge will come in. The United States will continue to want to consider all nuclear warheads, including non-strategic, non-deployed. Russia's will continue to be interested in capturing the prompt global strike, concerns about missile defense. And then there's the kind of the new technologies and challenges that Jake mentioned today that are not as conducive to including in any kind of formal arms control, but still will be kind of part of a mix of things that will need to be discussed. And my guess is that some of this will have to be discussed, in parallel at different paces in different channels. But the question is, how do we actually get to that point? And I do think the time will come. I don't know if it's when the fighting, the hot war stops in Ukraine, but I do think it will come because it's in the mutual interest of both countries.
Thank you, Lynn. Tong, I'd like to ask you about 11 questions. I constantly recommend your writings on the Carnegie website to audiences and to individuals who are interested in how Beijing views U.S. moves. I'd be happy to ask you about optimism or pessimism after this speech. If you'd like to say a few words about Beijing's motivations for increasing the nuclear arsenal, about the prospects for Beijing accepting the rather open-ended offer that Mr. Sullivan made, but also how might Beijing interpret his words about the U.S. Retaining strength in every domain, nuclear, conventional space, cyberspace, et cetera, how that is likely to be read in China. I have 7 more questions, but I'll let you pick which of those first 4 you'd like to talk about.
Well, thank you so much. It's such a privilege to be here. I'm certainly encouraged by Mr. Sullivan's expressed interest and commitment to engaging with China on arms control, strategic stability. But I still wonder if the US policy community as a whole has a good understanding of Chinese thinking that is driving the Chinese build-up. I think we have to look at China's nuclear policy change, which is taking place apparently, looking at the number, the efforts to diversify the forces, the growing interest in posture change, such as a potential shift towards launch under attack posture, the growing interest in developing capabilities to manage nuclear escalation, the opacity in China, the persistent opacity, or even increasing opacity about, the logic, the rationale behind Chinese measures, and the end goal of this current campaign of modernization. We have to understand this change of nuclear policy against the context of China as a country that is changing. Right? China as a country has changed dramatically in recent years. I don't think the U.S. policy community has put enough effort to under that broader context, and then how that affects China's nuclear policy thinking. In this regard, I do think we have to understand that both fear and ambition are driving China's nuclear buildup. And in fact, the two things are closely interconnected. The current Chinese political leadership appears to have convinced itself that the US has adopted a much more aggressive and hostile strategic approach and intention towards China. And they don't think this can be resolved through reasoning and persuasion. And they think only by building up and demonstrating a much greater strategic capability, that will change American understanding of the balance of power and make the United States treat China more equally and respectfully. Right? So this ambition to increasingly challenge American predominance, to erode American influence in Asia Pacific, but also in other parts of the world, that ambition is driven by this perceived necessity to challenge US at the capability level, because there's no way to change American thinking through reasoning. So that contributes to the power-centric mindset. So the fear and the ambition are two sides of the same coin. But I don't think the US community has understands accurately about the fear part that is actually more important. Then in this regard, the US debate about whether you need a bigger arsenal to deter China and Russia simultaneously, I think takes the assumption that you have to include the new Chinese nuclear weapons as aim points, as additional aim points in your nuclear targeting strategy. But you didn't really explain why. And that discussion in the United States is fueling the Chinese belief that the US is insisting on a nuclear preemptive strike doctrine. That means the US is driven by intent to maintain nuclear hegemonism. And you have to explain to China in the way that China can understand. If you say you need a damage limitation capability, you need to explain to China why China shouldn't also pursue a damage limitation capability, right? China is now so confident, so ambitious. Whatever capability policy US thinks necessary for American security interests, China would want to know why China shouldn't pursue similar capabilities. So that's, I think, internal thinking the US needs to do. And there's lack of understanding about China's internal decision-making dynamics, the leadership, the policy elites, the general public. They work in an increasingly closed environment that generates a very strong internal feedback loop, where the more assertive interest of the top leadership encourages the policy elites and general public to amplify the same policy that then appear to the top leadership as if he has a popular mandate to pursue more assertive foreign security policy. And it's under that dynamics. We see the military, the rocket force, coming up with slogans like, winning strategic victory with strategic nuclear weapons. That's very new. But why is it driving that? It's perhaps more about the pressure on the military, on the rocket force to appear politically loyal to the leadership. It doesn't necessarily mean the rocket force has thought through the implications of that new slogans. But the lessons, I think, for this community here is we shouldn't assume the Chinese nuclear policy is inherently cohesive, coherent, because it is responding to a top-level political pressure. And we shouldn't assume that the US has a long-term strategic thinking on nuclear weapons. The more recent evidence shows that China is actually taking a step-by-step approach, building some nuclear weapons more, then reevaluate the strategic environment, then make a next decision, which means the US actually has opportunities to exert influence and shape Chinese next decision. So I hope we can jointly look more deeply into the Chinese internal dynamics. I still think there are opportunities to build a more cooperative nuclear relationship.
Thank you. That's fascinating. And more than once, one of your sentences made me think of a mirror image in Washington about motivations and rationale. And that ought to lead to the possibility of a productive conversation, even if it starts at a much lower base than what we have built up with Moscow over the years. John, let me go back to you. Our very good audience gave Mr. Sullivan a tough question about politics, and that is the legislation sponsored by Senator Cotton and others to require the US to pull out of New START, and that, at least in my opinion, sets conditions that would make any future arms control agreement impossible. How would, I'm interested in how you assess whether that will go somewhere in the Congress, and if it does, perhaps as a piece of the National Defense Authorization Act, how that affects the potential to move forward with either Russia or China.
I got yelled at once by Vice President Biden when I offered him my political opinion. He said, you may be really smart, but you don't really know that much about politics, so let me handle that part. But now that I'm liberated, I can, whether it's a Democratic president or Republican president, there generally is very little desire to see Congress legislate foreign policy and treaty moves. So, I don't think it has any prospect of going anywhere. And it's one of those things that you could easily, I know Lynn will nod her head, we would immediately start to draft the statement of administration policy. Would we veto a bill if it included limits on the president's authority to conduct foreign policy or military policy as commander-in-chief? I also don't think that Senator Cotton has as much resonance in the Congress as he might have had a few years ago. I think his behavior in response to the Black Lives Matter protest, his interest in calling out the 101st Airborne to quell peaceful dissent in the United States, I think has limited his credibility. But I think it does represent what has been a long-standing traditional view among the extreme conservatives of being opposed to any form of arms control in the United States and any sort of mutual constraint or limiting American policy. You could have easily seen a bill like this come from Jesse Helms, as well as from Senator Cotton. So I don't think it has much prospect. But I think it does represent what President Biden and others, and we should be worried about, which is this sense that if arms control breaks down, some will welcome that as a good thing. That the United States should pour more money into its nuclear and defense industry, even though we're approaching $1 trillion defense budget, because there's still this sense that that's how we won the Cold War. We outspent the Soviet Union and crushed them under the wheels of our military might, when in fact it was a deliberate decision by sensible people recognizing the danger that nuclear weapons posed to get out of that cycle. They understood that nuclear weapons were unusable. And I think the big message in the bill and in the sentiment that's expressed by those who say, well, we should build up to match China and Russia 1 for 1, is the sense somehow that this is a test of our manhood, that we have to show them that we are not going to be second to anyone. Presidents generally understand that these weapons are unusable. That, the idea that a nuclear war cannot be won and therefore should never be fought is a reasonable sentiment to most people outside of the nuclear field, because they recognize that nuclear weapons are different. So I think we'll continue to battle these threads of political thinking that all we need is a few more nukes here and a few more nukes there, and then the Russians and Chinese will know that we mean business. And I think we would be better off listening to the sort of sentiments that Tong just expressed, which is we need to understand what our adversaries are thinking and why they're acting the way they're acting. And instead of mirror imaging, thinking if we were in their shoes, how would we behave? And what would be the main things they would want to focus on? And I think Lynn has put her finger and mark on exactly the right issue, which is if we're going to get serious about arms control and engagement, which requires us to actually talk, right? I mean, that's the American way to sort of handle this. Let's talk it out. We're going to need to get smarter about, and the terminology, I can use it here because the terminology is okay, asymmetric arms control, right? How do we assess a world where we're prepared to limit certain things in exchange for Russia or China agreeing to limits on other types of things? And we haven't done that in a long time in the United States. We're not very good at it. The Congress is not very deep in its understanding of why these things matter. And we have a lot of work to do to try to improve the dialogue on just those things, let alone whether the president should be constrained from doing what he thinks is right or wrong.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to Tong. First, we can't avoid the fact that at the moment Russia is an adversary. I would hope that Washington is not locked into the mindset of treating China as an adversary. Certainly a rival, perhaps a potential adversary. But I see more hope for a reasonable dialogue with China today than with Russia. And with that in mind, Tong, Mr. Sullivan's remarks about working within the P5 as well as working bilaterally with China make sense to me. As I mentioned, I think it'd be very hard to get to the level of arms control connection and vocabulary that we have with Moscow to get there quickly with Beijing, but perhaps smaller measures on risk reduction, on crisis communication, on notifications back and forth, rules of the road in space. Which of these have the potential to begin a U.S.-China conversation on any level, and how can the U.S. best package these in order to draw Beijing's interest?
Again, I really appreciate the Biden administration's efforts to find whatever way possible to engage China on nuclear weapon and arms control issues. A multilateral approach certainly has a greater chance of success. But I think perhaps more importantly, the U.S. needs to take a broader approach. China, like Russia, sees the problem on strategic security issues, nuclear weapons, as a technical problem. They think a much more important, much broader problem is the political problem of the bilateral relationship. That's why, like Russia, China is basically holding dialogues on nuclear weapons, arms control hostage to a change in the bilateral political relationship. In other words, I think the current American approach still focuses a little bit too much on technical level solutions only. And on technical level, there are two extreme ends, or two ends of the spectrum. On the one hand, you have proponents of arms control measures, who advocate, very different types of arms control models, bilateral, trilateral, multilateral, different contents of engagement, arms control, notification measures, risk reduction measures, crisis communication. But we see, China's lack of interest to engage, basically even on, most low-hanging fruit measures of risk reduction. I think we need to understand the limits of that. Pursuing that measure alone, because of lack of senior level political will, Chinese officials at the operational level, they would need to take a lot of effort, even personal level risk, to propose those proposals. But they are still hard to get blessing from the senior leadership. So much is determined by influencing the thinking of the senior Chinese leadership. On the other hand of the spectrum is, efforts focusing on building military countermeasures, strengthening deterrence, et cetera, et cetera. It makes sense. I think, a credible deterrence makes war less likely to happen. But the risk is some of the measures can feed into the Chinese fear I just discussed and further reinforce the Chinese paranoia. The US goal is just to maintain military hegemonism. And that strengthens Chinese interest to invest more in its own military, including nuclear capability. So that alone also doesn't help. I tend to think that we probably need technical level measures as part of a broader whole of government or even whole of society approach in engaging China. It requires a much broader strategy in the US and the international community that would help address the underlying challenge in the relationship, which is the serious information asymmetry and the subsequent, or consequently, the serious perception gap at the societal level between the two sides. That's the fundamental source of threat perception and interest in nuclear investment. And we need to engage, or the arms control nuclear policy community needs to engage with the Chinese counterparts as part of that whole of society effort. And here, in the nuclear area, there are many things I think we can work on. There are so many misunderstandings about each other's policy and thinking and the interest. On the most dangerous issue of Taiwan, the two sides genuinely disagree about who wants to initiate a military conflict. They also genuinely disagree about who wants to escalate a potential conflict to the nuclear level. And that's, the concrete things I think the communities here can start talking about and reduce the dangers. And lastly, I think a key source of risk is, the increasing secrecy and closed door type of decision making in China. The military, the defense industry, they are given a longer leash to pursue more assertive capabilities and postures, whereas the traditional arms controllers, the experts who support arms control and cooperative security, their voices are more marginalized. So it's a lack of internal accountability and checks and balances, I think is a key problem. And I think the US community can help mitigate that issue. You have congressional organizations, you have NGOs, think tank communities, civil society organizations. You can launch a broader engagement effort with China and use that to encourage internal Chinese nuclear policy debate. It's a lack of internal policy debate that is contributing to a not necessarily coherent Chinese nuclear policy. And I think that's one way the US can make an effort.
Fascinating, thank you. Lynn, I'll give you a good open-ended question to talk about anything you'd like. And after that, after Lynn's answer, we'll open the floor, so have your questions ready. You've written in the article I mentioned in Arms Control today that the U.S. has to recommit to efforts to constrain the nuclear arsenals of competitors, but this will require elements of continuity and new approaches. Could you share with this audience what you mean by the new approaches?
Sure. Well, some of it relates to your question about congressional sentiment, because I think we have to be open to other forms of agreement besides legally binding arms control treaties, although those are still desirable in many cases. And certainly, I would like to see that continue, that 50-year tradition of agreements with Russia continue, and probably ultimately we'll get there again with them. But there is also a space for other kinds of agreements, and be it parallel political commitments, executive agreements, just some of the new technologies and challenges that we're talking about are more prone to norms and rules of the road. Things like understanding that it's not in each other's interest to probe into nuclear command and control systems and that kind of thing, and maybe having an agreement on that, which can't be verified, but it can be important to raise understanding about why it's important to exercise restraint. I think there's other areas of restraint that can be very important, and one would be how we respond to concerns about China's buildup. I mean, I heard Jake Sullivan say that we will live within New START limits as long as Russia does through 2026, and then a future, if we can get into a negotiation with Russia about a future agreement, the numerical limits we can live with will be affected by China's force. I mean, John just reminded us that right now we have nearly 4,000 and Russia has over 4,000 nuclear warheads. China has 400. So there's a temporal element to this, which is that China's 10 or 15 years away from having what's currently the worst case projected amount of forces. And so it's not at all clear that we will ever need more than the 1550 we have now to deter China and Russia. And it seems to me a priority really needs to be keeping Russia constrained as we start to have a dialogue with China. And as Tong has pointed out, our actions will have some influence, presumably, on how China develops its forces and the threats that it sees in the world. So anyway, coming around, I think there's different forms of agreement. There's unilateral actions and self-restraint, and there's different technologies, as Jake talked about, that we're not concerned about, that aren't conducive anyway to counting and verifying and visually inspecting. And so we have to be open to new ways to address the threats that we see and how to mitigate them.
Thank you. Let me ask if you have jotted down a question on a pad. If you'll hold it up a little bit, our team will collect them and funnel them to me. I see at least 3 or 4, so I hope we'll get them up here rapidly. Thank you for that, Lynn. There is indisputably a need for new mechanisms of negotiation and new forms of agreement, both with the People's Republic and with the Russian Federation.
I'm going to buy you time to read your questions,
Go
Tom,
ahead.
and I'm going to. What Tong pointed out was fascinating to me, and I read your stuff regularly, but it helps to see you in person and pull these things out. This mismatch of approaches is not unusual, right? The United States wants to build up some understanding and make some momentum through technical talks and build the way up. And it sounds as if you're saying what China's really looking for is a broader landscape, and then if that is easier, then you can. And it really gets to the point Jake was making, which is about compartmentalization or non-compartmentalization. And we're going to need, if, I'll assume for a second, everybody in the room thinks it's better to talk than not to talk, we're going to need to find some way to change that language, because it sounds like it's not really about compartmentalization as much as contextualization, right? If the United States and China can agree that we're better off in a non-adversarial relationship and have some top cover, then it seems like things are possible. But it's harder to get to a non-adversarial relationship unless we're talking. And it seems like that's where the conundrum is for me. I don't know whether, Lynn, you have the same view, or did that buy enough time?
Yeah,
Tom
and
to
it
read?
leads into one of the first questions. First, I absolutely agree that we've got to talk as governments. I think there's a great need for both Americans and Chinese to, I don't mean to say educate Congress, but to help Congress to tone down its own rhetoric. China has become just too easy a target. We have to be clear-eyed about where there is competition, where there is danger, without exaggerating it. And on that, the first question I have here is, what can the administration do to reduce China's fear of an increasingly hostile and threatening United States? And that's for all of you. But
Well, I can start. I think clearly, like Russia, China thinks we need a political level dialogue that somehow settle or define the overall bilateral relationship first. But however, I don't think China knows how to do it. Instead, China is equally, if not more, disillusioned about the prospect of dialogue and persuasion to change the nature of the bilateral relationship. And therefore, that disillusionment contributes to even greater power-centric mindset, thinking that power build-up is the ultimate, if not only, solution to change the U.S. and Western perception. So perhaps the U.S. will have to bear the greater responsibility to come up with initiatives. What I think is lacking here in this town is a serious research into what a broader strategy to address, again, the information asymmetry and the perception gap at the societal level that affects all aspects of the relationship, including nuclear relationship, and how the nuclear policy community can work as part of that broader conversation. But I think there are specific issues this administration can start considering in order to show that it is willing to listen to China and engage with China in a way that is acceptable to China. And here, it appears that China is unwilling to discuss most of the issues related to nuclear weapons and arms control, except a very small number of Chinese favored topics like no first use. And perhaps it's time for U.S. to do something to avoid an increasingly internally hardened position around building up deterrent, but think of ways that U.S. can show a greater willingness to engage China on those China-favored topics. No first use is, of course, not going to fly here. There's too much obstacle. But there may be ways to, readjust the topic. For example, consider a Taiwan-specific U.S.-China bilateral no first use agreement that wouldn't involve American allies, wouldn't undermine U.S. security commitment to other U.S. allies, that would help China clarify one of the most widely concerned loopholes in China's no first use policy, which is whether it applies to China's own territory, including Taiwan. It would make China less likely to threaten nuclear use directly or indirectly in a future conventional war over Taiwan if China can agree to an explicit Taiwan-specific U.S.-China bilateral no first use agreement. So I think, making a gesture of wanting and willing to engage on issues like that without having to change American policy, I think that would, have some hope of starting a nuclear discussion.
Please.
I want to give Lynn an opportunity to dive in, but I've got, yeah.
I mean, first of all, obviously Russia and China are such different countries. Our nuclear relationship with each of them is extremely different, and how we engage them needs to be really different. And whereas I think in the case of Russia, compartmentalization is what has worked for many years and probably should and will again work. In other words, the ability to talk about and manage nuclear weapons and risks, even despite lots of other tensions and problems in the relationship. It's clear with China that at least for the foreseeable future, it's exactly the opposite. And I do worry a lot about the environment we have now, which, and I think this administration has leaned very heavily into China as the pacing military, competitor. All the DoD strategy documents are focused on China. We seem to be trying to decouple somewhat economically from China, which again is so different from Russia. I mean, China's economy is going to be a significant part of the world economy, and I don't think it's possible to actually, you can reduce some dependencies, but there's going to be a lot of interdependence, and that's probably a positive thing for stability and reduction of conflict. And so it's clear that the Chinese have made clear that the broader relationship has to have more elements of, cooperation as well as competition. And that broader, for the broader parameters have to be kind of set before we're going to be able to get into the kind of nuclear dialogue that we hope to have. And so I don't know when that happens. Maybe it doesn't happen until after the next presidential cycle, if at all. But it seems to me the mood of the entire country is, focused very much on the adversarial piece and maybe insufficiently on where are the opportunities and necessity for cooperation to manage, conflict and China's, rise in the Asia Pacific, which is unavoidable.
I'll try to be brief here. If I was in government and I was asked, how can you think about trying to find a better context and work on something that might give them room? I'm not arguing we should do this easily, but one of the things we've never done is say to China, we are in a mutually deterred relationship, right? Mutual assured deterrence works. You have 400 nuclear weapons. They can destroy major U.S. nuclear cities. They can hold U.S. allies at risk. That is something we know you have. We have an even greater capability. So let's figure out how to manage that deterrent relationship. You would run into a number of challenges immediately. How do you work with your allies? Are they going to be comfortable if we say, yes, we're mutually deterred at the nuclear level? Are we doing enough at the conventional level to make sure that China doesn't view that statement as somehow advantageous or giving them? So, I mean, I'm not saying that's easy by any means, but one thing we do hear and have heard for many years is China saying, you've never even said those simple things. The U.S. view generally tends to be, if we say it, China will pocket it, and our allies will get nervous, and we get nothing for it. And one advantage of President Biden is that he generally is willing to say, yeah, I've heard that for 40 years, I get it, we're going to do this anyway. And so I think there is some value in trying to work through that. I don't know whether that's enough. I mean, quite frankly, I don't think anybody knows what will be enough to get the Chinese prepared to engage in a conversation. We've tried direct, we've tried P5, we've tried broader, we've tried UN. It's increasingly frustrating, but our job is to keep trying, especially when we're simply acknowledging what many people consider to be reality.
And which we have acknowledged vis-a-vis Russia.
Right.
Let me change the subject a little bit. There's an argument by Matthew Koenig and others that a trilateral arms race is unlikely because historically, since the Cold War, the US, Russia, and China have all made their nuclear decisions driven internally by political and technical developments and not so much in response to each other's arsenals and strategies. Does that make sense to you, or Lynn?
First of all, I mean, that seems completely untrue in the U.S.-Soviet, U.S.-Russia
Yeah, but
nuclear
especially,
relationship.
Particularly since the Cold War, to be fair to his argument. So,
Oh. So he's saying since the Cold War. Well, I mean, I just.
okay.
Go ahead. I
You
just
don't
can't
agree.
even-
Anybody, any other comment?
I don't agree, and I'll tell you why. Even if you think that nuclear weapons decision-making on numbers, investment is driven by internal factors, politics are part of that internal factor. Russia and the Soviet Union have wanted to be seen as nuclear peers of the United States. Even in good times and bad times, they've wanted to maintain some, what we call near relative parity, right? So the United States has been unwilling to be second, has wanted to be second to none, and already you see the pressures where the United States will feel it has to, in order to deter, which we can do at a much lower level, but in order to reassure or to do damage limitation, we will need to increasingly factor China as well as Russia into it. So if Russia and China keep building up as they're going, or we will need to build up. Russia will then need to build up. China will then feel that they're vulnerable, so they'll need to build up. And that cycle is what we saw before. We saw it in a bilateral sense, and that's why everybody refers to the three-body problem without having read the book, which talks about the instability and the inability to predict how three celestial bodies operate each other in a gravitational realm. We are all in a gravitational well with each other, and increasingly we're going to affect each other's trajectory, and it's going to be unpredictable. And oh, by the way, let's sprinkle 10,000 nuclear weapons. That doesn't strike me as being a pretty
Okay.
good situation.
Let me go to a little bit about what Ukraine has revealed. It has shown the weakness of Russia's conventional forces and arguably has increased Russia's dependence on nuclear weapons, particularly non-strategic nuclear weapons. Does this make it even harder for Moscow to agree to the kind of changes that would address U.S. concerns and the goals that Mr. Sullivan laid out? And what would the U.S. offer in return? And let me combine that with a similar question about Ukraine, which is, do we know that China has actively discouraged President Putin from use of tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine? And if so, how strongly has he said that? Two thinly connected questions, but I'll turn to any of you to give an answer. Tong, do you have a view on the second one?
Again, there is so much, so little publicly available information, and my personal speculation for what it is worth is the Chinese leadership perhaps voiced concern about nuclear escalation with his Russian counterpart. I just don't see Chinese senior leadership feeling comfortable putting direct and blunt pressure on Putin in a coercive way to change his thinking. And that partly is because China, in the first place, doesn't share the Western concern that Russia is serious about nuclear use. Right? China is largely and genuinely sympathetic that Russia is just making the most out of its small capability to deter, an aggressive NATO efforts to weaken Russia as a country. So Russia wants to make use of nuclear coercive leverage, and that's, to some extent understandable, and doesn't mean Russia is serious about initiating nuclear war.
Okay.
On-
Please, John.
On Ukraine, so, look, nobody knows how the war is going to end, and nobody knows whether Vladimir Putin is going to feel like he should just cut his losses or will continue to double down. I think there's probably pretty broad consensus in the non-proliferation arms control community that the best way to show Vladimir Putin that his nuclear weapons aren't that useful is for him to lose in Ukraine.
Okay.
Right? If you show that nuclear blackmail is not successful, it's not only important in terms of future Russia, but also in terms of China, North Korea, and elsewhere. So, my sense is there's fairly broad support. There are different levels of concern about Putin's willingness to escalate and actually go nuclear or not. But there is no question that with a decimated conventional military, it's going to be much harder to negotiate a deal on his sub-strategic nuclear weapons or non-strategic nuclear weapons without the United States thinking through whether we're in a better situation in this asymmetric arms control world. Are there things we're prepared to not do in terms of hyperglide or prompt strike or forward deployed capabilities if Russia agrees to reduce its stockpiles of non-strategic nuclear weapons? I totally understand if I were in government, I would be on board with, we should be supporting every NATO ally, showing our commitment, investing, deploying, doing what we need to do to make sure that deterrence by denial is credible. But once the war is over, thinking through what the future of Europe looks like and how we pull back, the idea that we need to have that defense posture, which was geared towards the pre-February Russian military, which turned out to be a shadow of what we thought anyway, and has now lost perhaps 20,000 pieces of equipment, right? And however many hundreds of thousands, right, is just nonsensical. We need to do that calculation anew, but we're not there yet. And I think the capability inside the US government, and quite frankly in our community to do that, has also atrophied over many decades.
Thanks. Let me give a final word to Lynn on this topic or anything else you'd like to say.
Sure. Well, first of all, I mean, the risk of nuclear use in this conflict is not negligible. I don't know how high it is, but it's still present, and we should be concerned about that. I think we already know that great damage is done just by the nuclear coercion and the, attacking a non-nuclear weapons state, with some degree of impunity partly because Putin has nuclear weapons. At the same time, at the strategic level, I think deterrence has worked mutually in that there's reasons why Putin hasn't, for instance, attacked NATO supply lines, and just as, the United States and NATO have been cautious in how they're appropriately cautious, I'd say, in how they have been supporting Ukraine to avoid escalation with Russia. But, we just have to hope that that maintains. So I don't know. I think how the war ends matters, because at the end of the day, how where nuclear weapons were a factor as a coercive tool, but did they have any? They really don't have military utility. And I think if, God forbid, he used a nuclear weapon, there might be an immediate tactical win, but I think the strategic loss and consequences would be immeasurable. And so I think the verdict is out, and we'll just see. After the Cuban Missile Crisis, as we were reminded at the beginning of Jake's speech today, it led to a fruitful period of arms control and constraints and reduction of nuclear threats. And maybe at the end of this war, there'll be some opportunity to reconstruct a security architecture that begins to bound these threats again.
Yes, we say in the
There's
Middle
the
East,
optimism.
from your lips to God's ears. I'm sorry we couldn't get to all of the questions. I will hand this back to Daryl, who will explain to us how to eat lunch. But join me in thanking our panelists today.
Thank you very much, Tom. Thanks to the panelists. That was a fabulous discussion. A very good job, especially in real time, just minutes after Jake Sullivan's address. So now we're going to take a break of about 15 minutes, stretch your legs, use the facilities, have even more coffee. Please be back in your seats at about 11:45 when your salads will be on your tables. Keep your lanyards with you, and so that be in your seats around that time so that we can begin the lunch service and stay on track to have our lunch and keynote speaker, Ambassador Alice Kement, begin at 12 o'clock. Thanks. Friends and colleagues, sorry to interrupt your vigorous conversations over lunch. I hope you're enjoying lunch. Fine selection, Kathy Crandall Robinson, and thank you to the National Press Club for their great service here today. Before I introduce our luncheon speaker, and as you finish up your dinner, let me just remind you of a bonus for all of you who are here today, our meeting attendees. You can watch the full version of the soon-to-be-released documentary film In Search of Resolution from director-producer Robert Fry and the Nuclear World Project. Robert is here. He and his team have generously made this, this great documentary available for all of you at the website link that's on, I think it's page 13 of your program, and that's available through the weekend. So, you know, if you're running short on your Netflix, if you can't find a good movie at the theaters, this is the thing to watch. You will see some of the people who are in this room featured in this film that reviews some of the key events in the nuclear weapons field through the course of beginning in early 2022 up until very recently. So now I'm very pleased to welcome our luncheon keynote speaker, who's been kind enough to travel all the way to Washington, D.C. from the European continent. I'm sorry that we don't have European weather for you today. It had been a beautiful month of May, but June has arrived, and we're back to Washington summer. But we're very pleased to have Ambassador Alexander Kement, who's the Director of Disarmament, Arms Control, Non-Proliferation at the Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Many of you probably know him as one of the key architects of the 2017 Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and as the president of the first, and I would add very successful, meeting with states parties to the TPNW that was held in Vienna exactly a year ago. And it produced a very powerful political statement that had particular resonance then and resonates even today, and I'm sure Alex is going to talk more about that. You'll remember that, many of you remember, not everyone, that Alex was also among the group of key diplomats from the disarmament delegations of Austria, Brazil, Ireland, Mexico, New Zealand, South Africa, and Costa Rica, who the Arms Control Association and many of our members and friends online voted as the 2017 Arms Control Persons of the Year for their efforts to secure the treaty. And Ambassador Kement also received the same honor in 2014 for his efforts to organize the third International Conference on the Humanitarian Impact of Nuclear Weapons in 2014, which provided a great deal of momentum for the TPNW negotiations. And you can read his account of all of this in the 2021 book on the TPNW, How It Was Achieved, Why It Matters. It is a very good diplomatic history that I would consider a must-read. And the treaty does matter. It has already reframed the global debate on nuclear weapons, and I would add has reinforced the taboos against nuclear weapons, particularly the taboo against nuclear threats at a very perilous time. But in addition to the TPNW, for which many of us know Alex, we have to remember he's been involved in virtually every aspect of multilateral arms control, non-proliferation, and disarmament for his government in Austria for many years, from the CTBT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the Cluster Munitions Convention, the Mine Ban Treaty, the Chemical Weapons Convention, export controls, the ongoing debate about lethal autonomous weapons at the CCW, just to name a few. So we've asked Alex here today to provide his perspectives and that of many in the non-nuclear weapon state majority about this moment of nuclear peril that the world finds itself in, what steps can be taken to walk back from the brink. So Alex, thank you for being here. Come up to the stage, and as we did this morning, we'll have time to take a few questions from the audience, actually more than a few, so thanks for being here.
Well, thank you, Daryl. I hope you can hear me. Thanks a lot for the invitation to be a speaker at the Arms Control Association meeting. It's a great honor. I really appreciate the opportunity as an Austrian diplomat to be able to speak to you on such a crucial global issue. I will speak in my personal capacity, so my remarks are not necessarily the position of Austria. But when I thought about this speech, I wanted to try to contribute to the discussion in DC, the perspective that I believe is widely shared among the non-nuclear majority of states. I think the much needed US leadership on these issues requires better understanding and more engagement with these perspectives. It's a perspective that goes beyond the 92 states that have signed or ratified the TPNW, or the 125 states that vote for it in the UN General Assembly. At the last NPT review conference, 150 states, non-nuclear states, joined again a humanitarian consequences statement. It's a perspective of concern that the nuclear sword of Damocles still hangs above humanity with existential nuclear risks imposed on the entire international community, concern about the apparent inability of nuclear armed states to extract themselves from a security paradigm based on the threat of mass destruction. It's also a perspective informed by significant new research and facts about humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons, as well as the risks associated with these weapons. This perspective is thus based on profound arguments and on legitimate security concerns. Nevertheless, it is mostly disregarded in the international security and nuclear weapons discourse that is, of course, dominated by geopolitics and strategic relations of the major military powers. But there is a whole world out there in the nuclear debate beyond US, Russia, and China. The result has been an increasing disenfranchisement and a deep sense of injustice about the nuclear treaty regime and the nuclear status quo. And the TPNW should be understood as the majority of non-nuclear weapon states wishing to democratize this discourse and claim agency on one of the gravest existential and civilizational risks to humanity. Nuclear risks were, of course, on the rise long before the Russian invasion in Ukraine and the subsequent implicit but unmistakable nuclear threats issued by President Putin and others. And Jake Sullivan went through the list this morning. But the already disconcerting state of affairs is, of course, dramatically compounded by Russia's irresponsible nuclear rhetoric and the potential for nuclear escalation in the war in Ukraine. We hear much talk about the use of tactical weapons as if this would be somehow not so bad. The use of nuclear weapons risks being normalized, and the taboo against the use of nuclear weapons looks increasingly fragile. And fittingly, the doomsday clock has now been set to 90 seconds before midnight, which is the closest it's been since 1947, when the clock was started. So this is a very dangerous situation. And the non-nuclear majority of states watches in disbelief how geopolitics slides the world back into a perilous phase of high risks of nuclear conflict. We now are at the fork in the road on this nuclear weapons issue, and either the conclusions that states will draw from this situation and the current crisis is an even stronger emphasis on nuclear weapons. And we've heard about this in the morning. This will likely take us down the path of more competition, of new nuclear arms races, more proliferation pressures, and further increasing global nuclear risks. The non-nuclear majority hopes that this moment of heightened nuclear dangers leads to an alternative conclusion, that it has brought into sharp focus the fragility of nuclear deterrence, that the situation in Ukraine is so much more dangerous because of nuclear weapons, that nuclear arms races must be avoided, and that this increases concerns about the sustainability of the nuclear weapons status quo, and that a paradigm shift is needed. And a paradigm shift would need two things: a critical reassessment of the veracity of the arguments that underpin nuclear deterrence, and a weighing of these arguments against the empirical evidence on the humanitarian consequences and risks of nuclear weapons. And this is what non-nuclear weapon states are demanding and what is now enshrined in the TPNW. Nuclear deterrence requires, of course you know this, the capability to impose unacceptable costs and the resolve to use these capabilities. Without the belief in this resolve, nuclear deterrence theory doesn't work. And of course the assumption is that the threat will suffice to deter and that escalation and conflict be avoided. In short, the more credible the threat of nuclear weapons use is, the more the non-use of nuclear weapons is assumed. This leads to what was called the crazy reality that nuclear deterrence is a scheme for making war less probable by making it more probable. Even the horrendous concept of mutually assured destruction is used in the abstract and is constructed as an argument of validation for nuclear deterrence and its assumed outcome, namely deterrent stability and the non-use of nuclear weapons. Deterrence is seen as the ultimate security guarantee, believed to have prevented nuclear conflict in the past, to do so in the current circumstances and in the foreseeable future. This is a deeply entrenched belief, and nothing must challenge it. But the problem is that in reality, we lack the hard empirical evidence. Nuclear deterrence is a theory. It assumes and projects actions, intentions, consequences, and expected outcomes. We can't prove that nuclear deterrence has worked in the past or will work in the future, just as much as we can't prove that it has not prevented conflict in the past and will not do so in the future. Even a clear deterrent success in a particular crisis would not prove that in the next different context it would work again. And like any belief system, nuclear deterrence depends on assumptions and carries within it the risk of overconfidence and a potential confirmation bias. And the frequently used assertion that nuclear deterrence works because of the consequences of nuclear weapons is in itself a perfect example of the assumption of non-use and the demonstration of a potential confirmation bias. By contrast, we do have a lot of empirical evidence and a growing body of research on the broad range of humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons and of the risks of accidents, miscalculations, and human or technical error. All the research and new modeling that I've seen concludes that the consequences of nuclear conflict are graver and more complex and likely global. The same goes about nuclear risks. All experts that I've heard are concerned about increasing nuclear risks, the difficulties of understanding and of controlling such risks. Would it not be prudent to base policy decisions regarding nuclear weapons primarily on these empirical facts rather than on assumptions that underpin deterrence and that are ultimately fraught with uncertainties? The effectiveness of nuclear deterrence is uncertain, but we know for sure that nuclear deterrence can fail. And if it fails, we do have the evidence that it likely fails catastrophically and with global impact. And the whole world carries the risks of nuclear deterrence failing. It brings high risks for the security of all other countries, whose populations could end up as collateral damage in much more severe ways than previously assumed. And this raises profound legal, ethical, legitimacy, as well as international and intergenerational justice questions. So what are we to do with irresponsible nuclear threats such as what we see currently from Russia? First, clearly, and John Wolfslow said this today, the unlawful aggression by a nuclear weapon state depository of the NPT and permanent member of the Security Council using nuclear blackmail to cover its actions must not end up being successful. Among the many other unacceptable results, it would profoundly damage any notion of nuclear restraint and create a massive proliferation incentive. The restraint as shown by NATO of not engaging with with Russia's strident nuclear rhetoric was laudable and crucial. Equally important are the focus on non-nuclear deterrence through the most comprehensive set of sanctions and efforts to rally the international community against Russia's actions and support of Ukraine. Nevertheless, the nuclear deterrence aspect does play a big role in NATO's response to Russia, as also confirmed this morning. And of course, it's understandable. It's an understandable reaction in the face of irresponsible and such aggressive behavior. But this response also compounds and perpetuates nuclear risks. This response is logically also based on the resolve to use nuclear weapons, with the risk of global consequences and gravest violations of international law. The fact that this position is grounded, as I highlighted before, in the assumption that nuclear weapons will not be used in the end does not change this. For the non-nuclear states, this goes to the core of the legitimacy deficit of nuclear deterrence practices. Are any nuclear threats responsible in the light of what we know today about the humanitarian consequences and risks of these weapons? What, in terms of humanitarian consequences, can be considered as acceptable, and especially for whom, and based on what legitimation? And what kind of security and security for whom are we talking about in such a context? An approach that is based on my nuclear threats is responsible while yours is irresponsible is not so convincing from this perspective. At this moment of very high nuclear risks and in the face of Russia's aggression, the international community should really strive to be united. United in one, reinforcing the taboo against the use or threat of use or nuclear blackmail. 2, united in taking all actions to reduce nuclear risks. And 3, united in recommitment to the nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation regime and to the goal of a world without nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, we see how the belief in nuclear deterrence creates an inherent tension and difficulty to do this in a credible way. On the taboo, states parties of the TPNW, Daryl alluded to this, have done their share to reinforce the taboo and express their clear condemnation about any use or threat of use. In their joint declaration adopted last year in Vienna, they stated, I quote, "We are alarmed and dismayed by threats to use nuclear weapons and increasingly strident nuclear rhetoric. We stress that any use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is a violation of international law, including the Charter of the UN. We condemn unequivocally any and all nuclear threats, whether they be explicit or implicit, and irrespective of the circumstances," end of quote. This is the clearest and most unequivocal internationally agreed statement on this issue to date to solidify the nuclear taboo. The G20 joint communique last September was also an important step. It stated, I quote, simply, "The use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible." It was obviously a compromise between those who wanted to be as unequivocal as the TPNW and those who wanted to condemn only the actions of Russia. The recent G7 statement, though, walks the condemnation of nuclear threats back somewhat compared to the G20 statement. Russia's actions, irresponsible actions and policies are rightly condemned, but overall, it is a joint statement in support of and conditioned by nuclear deterrence. So there is a tension between nuclear deterrence policies and the ability of the international community to categorically reject nuclear weapons as an instrument of policy and coercion. We see a similar tension on the issue of risk reduction. For non-nuclear states, the humanitarian consequences of nuclear explosions are the risks to which they are exposed to. They want to see risks reduced by taking nuclear weapons as far away from any use or accident as possible. In addition to the elimination of nuclear weapons, which is, of course, the risk reduction gold standard, it would mean measures such as de-alerting, de-targeting, taking weapons out of operational service, no first use commitments, among others. Nuclear weapon states, by contrast, give dominance to strategic risk reduction, understood as countering risks that could undermine nuclear deterrence relationships. Consequently, this focus is to make nuclear deterrence work less risky, rather than consider the risks of the practice of nuclear deterrence itself. This limits the range of risk reduction measures considerably. Measures that restrict the ability to use nuclear weapons, such as the one non-nuclear weapon states advocate for, are not supported. They are assessed as having a negative impact on the credibility of nuclear deterrence. Risk reduction measures are thus considered only insofar as they do not impact the nuclear deterrence calculus, leaving aside that nuclear deterrence itself is the origin of nuclear risk. On the third element, the non-proliferation and disarmament regime recommitment and to the goal of a world without nuclear weapons. Picking up on what I heard this morning, I appreciate Mr. Sullivan's comments on the importance of arms control and on the readiness of engaging with Russia and China without preconditions. But the future of arms control is, of course, similarly conditioned by nuclear deterrence. No surprises here, but I just want to point out that there is an NPT obligation on all the nuclear armed states to engage in negotiations, to end the arms race and achieve disarmament. And not following through on this is in contradiction to the NPT. The overarching conditionality was again obvious at the recent NPT review conference. Yes, Russia blocked the outcome document, but what was on the table for adoption was deeply disappointing for non-nuclear weapon states. Because nuclear weapon states are not ready to conceptualize nuclear disarmament in any other way than as an aspirational goal to be achieved maybe in a distant future, in a future security environment where nuclear weapons may not be needed. But there are no credible plans how to actually achieve this goal. And all steps that have been talked about in the NPT for many years are qualified by the need to maintain nuclear deterrence, which in practice has meant that no progress is being made at all. This is what undermines the NPT and will possibly ruin it in the long run. There are certainly differences among the nuclear weapon states, with some being more engaged and more transparent, and I acknowledge that the US under this administration is doing this. But the general approach in the NPT is to manage the status quo and prevent any measure that would actually demonstrate readiness to move away from reliance on nuclear weapons. So the urgency that non-nuclear weapon states see and would like to be translated into leadership is not there. Let me conclude by asking the question, how long can we continue to assume that nuclear deterrence will hold? We see Russian roulette being played at the moment. How can we be confident of this in the future, in tensions with China, with the DPRK, or between India and Pakistan, or in a potential Middle East proliferation context? Can it be considered as realist to continue to bet on deterrent stability, or is it maybe in reality wishful thinking based on rather flimsy evidence, many assumptions and uncertainties, and the risk of confirmation bias? Trying to find a normative and political way out of the security paradigm strikes me as urgent, but also as realist and prudent, a response to the evidence on the consequences, should the high-risk nuclear deterrence bet fail. The TPNW codifies the delegitimization of nuclear weapons because of their unacceptable humanitarian impact and risks. This is based on serious evidence and is a way to help the international community to conceptualize a change in perspective on these weapons. Because ultimately, no responsible state should ever find the use of this most indiscriminate and destructive weapon acceptable, and the same must go for the threat of use. The TPNW, of course, is not a silver bullet answer for future security challenges, but nuclear deterrence most definitely is no silver bullet either, and certainly not a sustainable one. In these extremely dangerous times, we need leadership and we need cooperation. The TPNW is a constructive and serious investment into international law and the common security of all. I appreciate Jake Sullivan's comments about the shared objective when he was asked this question today. But irrespective of the different legal views regarding nuclear weapons, all responsible states should engage constructively on the profound arguments and legitimate and global security concerns that are now expressed in the TPNW. The shared objective can only be achieved if together we find a way out of this precarious security paradigm. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. That's an extremely thought-provoking presentation. We have ample time for questions. As per our usual procedure, you have nice little notepads in front of you until such time as I have some of those before me to offer to Alex. I have a couple of questions I wanted to put to you that occur to me based on your remarks. You just mentioned National Security Advisor Sullivan's answer to the question that was put to him about the TPNW. And what I heard from him is that the approach represented by the TPNW and the approach laid out in his speech both are aimed at achieving the same goal, a world without nuclear weapons. In your view, I mean, what other commonalities are there in the approaches that are being presented, pursued by non-nuclear weapon states and the nuclear weapon states? And in particular, you know, how would you address the question of how the TPNW is or is not compatible with the Non-Proliferation Treaty?
Thanks. Easy question to start. I think the concern that many non-nuclear weapon states have is that we will not be able to get to a world without nuclear weapons with the concept of nuclear deterrence. And I think it's not implausible to answer to see it that way. As long as these weapons are considered as something that one must have as ultimate security guarantee, how can we make the argument to give it up? So the only way to be able to achieve this is to conceptualize it differently. And I'm personally convinced that the evidence on the consequences and risks makes this argument, makes it convincingly, so that if nuclear weapons are looked at through that prism rather than the ultimate security guarantee, it helps make this conceptual switch. So I don't doubt the objective, broadly shared objective of wanting a world without nuclear weapons. I don't see from nuclear weapon states, and one should not put all those together because there are there's a broad range of views among the five, and then of course among those that are outside the NPT. But I do not see the ability and also not the readiness to really take this step, take a directional step away from this security paradigm. And without that, I don't think we will be able to make progress. So the TPNW, I think, helps because it adds a political and legal dimension to the debate. And that's the plan, nudges the debate more into this direction. On the relationship between the TPNW and the NPT, arguments that have questioned that and have asserted a conflict or a contradiction, in my view, have been politically motivated and never backed up by real points. And TPNW states parties have gone out of their way to demonstrate that and make the argument convincingly, and I encourage everyone to also look at the documents that we have produced on this issue. It's very clear the TPNW is a contribution to nuclear disarmament, so it is an effective measure to Article 6, and the stigmatization of nuclear weapons because of their terrible humanitarian consequences is a powerful contribution to non-proliferation. So two of the core objectives of the NPT are clearly supported by the NPT, by the TPNW. So lastly, the performance of TPNW states parties at the NPT review conference, clearly working very hard to achieve an outcome and being ready to go along with a very subpar outcome document demonstrated the NPT has many problems, but the TPNW is not one of them.
All right, thank you very much. We've got some good questions here. One relates to what you said regarding how the Non-Proliferation Treaty could be ruined. I don't know if that's an exact quote, in the long run, if the current status quo prevails and we don't see movement towards the fulfillment of objectives. You also mentioned the fact that it's all 5 NPT states parties that have nuclear weapons and all NPT states parties that have Article 6 disarmament obligations. So, I mean, putting your disarmament ambassador hat on and looking forward at the next Non-Proliferation Treaty, PrepCom and beyond, I mean, what needs to be done in order to address the disarmament deficit that hasn't already been tried? And to the question that's here, I mean, what are the long-term risks if we don't see the 5 nuclear-armed NPT parties engaged in good faith negotiations to end the arms race?
If we see this doubling down on nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence, it means clearly and signals clearly to the NPT membership that the implementation of Article 6 is only sliding further into the distant future. And it is a fundamental credibility challenge to the NPT, and it is simply now a very long time since the decisions and commitments and obligations were agreed to in the NPT with very little progress. So I think the only positive outcome at the last DRAFCON was the support that non-nuclear weapon states still very clearly demonstrated for the NPT. But I don't think this can be taken for granted forever. And I think that's a big challenge and extremely worrying, particularly for countries like mine, whose security policy is to a large extent the building up of international law and multilateral structures. So that is deeply worrying. On the second question, what needs to be done? I think we have to have an honest discussion in the NPT. Part of the problem is that the differences that are clearly there, they are profound political differences. And they are being brushed over traditionally in creative diplomatic language, in outcome documents that are either walked away from on the next day, or that can be interpreted in entirely contradictory ways. For instance, one term in the NPT context is undiminished security for all. Yeah? It's a wonderful context. It's a wonderful expression. Who could disagree to it? It's become code for measures that are agreed on nuclear disarmament being conditioned by nuclear deterrence, which in reality then means that if not all 5 are ready to take them, none of them takes them. We have to have a discussion about what steps are possible and why they are not possible. And that comes probably at the expense of the illusion that we all share the same goal, because we might not actually share the same goal to the extent as is being presented. But I think for the NPT, it's much more damaging to continue with this kind of brushing over, and we have an agreement presenting this as a success. They never implement it because they don't actually mean the same thing to everybody.
And I would just add, as somebody who's observed NPT review conferences since 1995, I mean, as non-governmental organizations and analysts, the work that needs to be done to influence these conferences occurs in the months and years ahead of the conference. And the conference is really a representation of where the states are in that moment in history. So we need to be thinking ahead much further than we ordinarily do at these NPT review conferences. All right, some of these questions are going to be hard, some are going to be a little easier. I think the next one is going to be a little easier for you.
Okay.
So there are a couple questions about what progress has been made since the first MSP, that is Meeting of States Parties of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, to establish a competent authority to verify and monitor compliance with the TPNW. And if you can comment, I mean, we're at early stages. I mean, what, in your view, what kind of verification regime would be required to ensure there would be a world without nuclear weapons? And maybe you can comment on the development and progress of the other milestones and deliverables that came out of that first MSP in Vienna.
In my outreach before the first meeting of states parties, I engaged with a lot of skeptics, and it was really interesting to see how little they knew about what the TPNW was really about. The expectation was, I think, that this would be a kind of NGO party with lots of NATO bashing. It was then surprising for them, I think, to see that it was a very substantive meeting, and that we are embarking with all the resource limitations that the TPNW membership has on building gradually, slowly, a regime, a treaty regime. So we have taken significant decisions at the first meeting of states, but it's not just on the political level. There is, of course, the TPNW foresees 2 pathways for nuclear armed states to join. This is something that is obviously not happening in the very near future. We are realistic about that, but we need to be prepared for that. We have started a serious discussion on what verification in a TPNW framework would look like. Because verification from a nuclear armed state that joins the TPNW is a state that has recognized that nuclear weapons should be gotten rid of. That is a different approach to verification than is normally discussed. I think it will be over time, and we can't go as fast as many would because we have these resource limitations, but I think this will be a very interesting contribution to the broader debate on verification. Obviously, the TPNW is supportive of verification, but obviously the TPNW was not a comprehensive nuclear weapons convention that foresaw a comprehensive verification regime. It was a prohibition treaty, similar like the Biological Weapons Convention, for example. Yeah? That's a prohibition treaty, and we've been trying to do something on verification ever since it was adopted. The TPNW foresees verification, and of course will want to deal with that in future protocols and instruments. So that is a discussion that is ongoing in working groups. Very important focus of the TPNW is the humanitarian dimension. The treaty has positive obligations on victim assistance and environmental remediation. The injustice that has been done specifically to indigenous communities through nuclear testing is striking. And several of them are states parties to the TPNW. Kazakhstan, for example, or the Pacific Island states. This is an important, concrete contribution that the TPNW is doing, and we're embarking on how to operationalize this. Universalization, of course, is a big focus, but then also an innovative thing that we did is the establishment of a scientific advisory group with a very flexible mandate, which I hope will be an interesting contribution to the broader debate. It is not merely giving scientific advice to questions that states parties ask, but this group is tasked to engage proactively with stakeholders outside, certainly on the verification aspect, but also related to the other underpinning issues. What is out there in terms of research on humanitarian consequences and risks? And I think this could be, over time, a very important contribution to the debate. I think I've gone on for too long anyway.
That's great. No, we've got several good questions. These are great folks. Well, so you're here in Washington, D.C., the capital of one of the nuclear weapon states. The U.S. government has not been enthusiastic so far about the TPNW. And you and I have had this conversation many times over the last few years. You know, signing and ratifying a treaty is kind of the ultimate expression of support for a treaty. But as we all know, you know, we're involved in a all too gradual process. What kinds of measures, steps, forms of engagement would you welcome as an architect of the TPNW from the nuclear weapon states in engaging with the TPNW states parties, either in the meetings or in other ways to help build the bridges and form a common view about what needs to be done and how?
That's a very important question. I'm glad I'm being asked that. The opposition against the TPNW sort of coming into existence was really fierce. And the reason is worry about the challenge to nuclear deterrence, worry about creation of customary international law. So I think nuclear weapon states, to a different degree, were really adamant to demonstrate at every moment, at every turn, that they are persistent objectors to whatever comes out in the future. I think that point has been made clearly. The TPNW will only be legally binding for states that join it, and we're far away from any argument that can be made that this is customary international law. So also, the treaty has now come into existence, so the tactics of trying to prevent it has not worked. It is now part of international law. I think it is incumbent to democratic states, nuclear weapon states and non-nuclear weapon states, to engage constructively with new treaty communities that have come into existence through a due UN process, even if they do not join. There are many treaties that do not have universal membership. So to answer your question briefly, it is constructive engagement on the underlying issues. We can have different views on the legality, on the legal side, on the prohibition dimension. But there is a very profound set of arguments that underpins this treaty, which we actually have not had much engagement with, on the humanitarian consequences, on the fact that there is no credible response capability if something goes wrong. So this is not a naive request. These are legitimate security concerns of states who see their populations potentially being collateral damage to the nuclear weapons practices if something goes wrong. So it is necessary to engage. So I think part of the sort of difficult prehistory of the TPNW, okay, let's turn a page and let's have a constructive engagement. And we haven't really seen that thus far. We have seen, and I really want to acknowledge this very clearly, a different tone from the US administration, certainly compared to the previous one. There is no open criticism against the TPNW. Nevertheless, for example, there is still pressure being put on states not to ratify this treaty. There is still pressure put on international organizations not to engage with the TPNW. So all these things, I think, should stop and be part of a sort of moving to a more respectful, constructive engagement while disagreeing on the legal points.
All right. Thank you. All right, we have a couple of questions about the fact that the TPNW is one of the rare international treaties that is centered on the impact of the weapons system, in this case, the risks of nuclear weapons use, the effects of nuclear weapons testing through the decades, and has involved impacted communities, in the case of the TPNW, Habakasha. And, you know, given that you were the lead diplomat for 2 humanitarian conferences, I mean, if you could just describe how that facet may be important going forward, and in particular, how could that be useful in opening up the aperture for conversations in countries like China that are less open, like Russia that are less open, in India, which is democratic in theory, but has a very strong nuclear culture. How can this be helpful.
I absolutely acknowledge the difficulties of engaging on those issues with Russia, China, and DPRK is even yet another dimension because of the different culture of debate and of course involvement of civil society. Nevertheless, it's also clear that TPNW doesn't have the stranglehold or the exclusive rights to the discussion on humanitarian consequences and risks. And of course, we see lots of discussion on risk reductions, even though, as I pointed out, the focus is different. So there are, I think, plenty of entry points to have a conversation about those issues, about better understanding the humanitarian impact. And what is actually not yet fully understood, because nobody's dared to do it, is really look at the whole complexity of consequences, of impact through all sectors of life in all parts of the world. We have fascinating studies on the impact of food security, spin-off of the climate change debates, of course. There is now more work taking place on this, on the impact of oceans, on fisheries and all this. But this really systemic look or systems view of what would happen if nuclear deterrence fails, that hasn't happened yet. And I think obviously the US, for example, has knowledge and capabilities to do this kind of work that is unmatched by anybody else. So there is plenty of constructive engagement that can be done specifically, I would say, also on the issue of the positive obligations aspect, the issue of environment and the assistance to victims. So there is plenty that can be done, which doesn't implicate anyone in ratifying the TPNW. It's a conversation that is urgently needed. I'm firmly of the view that as the risks are getting worse, and that's what we're talking about, we need to have more conversation about this, because this is actually what brings us, what will bring the urgency that we try to do something against these risks as international community.
And just on the issue of humanitarian impacts, I would just note that Tong Zhao's colleagues at Princeton's Program on Science and Global Security just released a fascinating and horrifying study of the effects of a nuclear exchange in China on the Chinese population that is one of the first and is very much worth a look. So one thing there's one question here about the ongoing role of civil society in the TPNW, and I want to expand this to other aspects of the nuclear disarmament enterprise. As you know very well, NGOs played a different kind of role. There's growing recognition of the role of NGOs at the CWC. We just saw that a couple of weeks ago. Our Chemical Weapons Coalition, Chemical Weapons Convention Coalition was a big presence there. I mean, what do you think we need to do going forward? What do governments need to do? What do these treaty regimes need to do in order to better facilitate and incorporate a wider set of civil society views in the conversation based upon your experience with the negotiation of the TPNW?
I think this is clearly one of the things where democracies distinguish themselves from autocratic regimes, where all of us are usually open and encourage to have debate and expertise and input from other sources. And I think we have seen that when progress was possible in this field of work in the last 20, 30 years, it usually happened because of expertise that went beyond the government delegates. So I think that is extremely important. We now see, of course, some countries, Russia, Iran, trying to put the brakes on this and trying to stop it. I think we need to really work together to make sure that this open access, which is what should happen in the 21st century, that is not lost. Um, so yeah, maybe I'll leave it at that. I think it is extremely broadly shared recognition that this is only beneficial and enriching, and multi-stakeholder approaches. This is how we can tackle global issues, and nuclear weapons and other disarmament, non-proliferation issues are not different.
Great. And so one last question before we wrap up and go to break. I don't know if this is an easy or difficult question, but you know, coming out of the first meeting of states parties, you helped craft with the other states parties an ambitious program to move the treaty forward. The second meeting of states parties is coming up. What kinds of things need to be accomplished to keep the treaty on track? I mean, this young treaties face a lot of difficulties in the early stages. What are the 2, 3, 4 keys to success over the next year or two in your view as Austria works with Mexico and others on the next meeting?
It's actually an easy question. I think, no, I've lost my thread, so it's not an easy question. Yeah, the outcome of the first meeting of states parties was strong and ambitious. The treaty has a lot of resource limitations. There's not much financial resources there, and also the human resources available are limited. But that doesn't change the commitment. So the treaty will be gradually built and implemented, but maybe not as quickly as some of us want. But that's normal, and it's not diminishing the commitment of the states parties that are behind this treaty. That's the first thing. What needs to, what I wanted to say is that it is remarkable that it was possible to achieve this treaty given the significant opposition that we faced. So I think that is, a remarkable accomplishment. Going forward, I think we need to demonstrate progress, and that will sometimes be faster, sometimes slower. Progress on universalization, progress on implementing and talking about in these working groups that we have established on the verification aspect within the scientific advisory group, specifically on the aspects of victim assistance and environmental remediation. So that is progress. I think we are now getting into the probably slightly less fancy phase, into more the steady building up of support, of making this regime and this new treaty valid, continue to demonstrate its seriousness, and gradually building it up. I think that is progress. It's not probably going to be headline news, but this is progress. And of course, the really important aspect is that we need to keep this firmly grounded on the evidence around humanitarian consequences and risks of nuclear weapons, because this underlying rationale is the strength of the treaty that helps it gain legal traction, and it helps it build further political traction.
Thank you very much. Your efforts with the TPNW, it's a remarkable achievement. Your work through the years is, we at the Arms Control Association welcome it in all of the different areas that you've worked. We can relate to your experience, a small foreign ministry working on every issue under the sun. It's difficult, but you're obviously extremely skilled and dedicated, and we thank you for that and for your remarks today. Please join me. A brief 10-minute coffee break. Please be back in your seats at 2 p.m. for the next exciting panel on our day's agenda. Thank you. Again, for those of you tuning in, I'm Daryl Kimball with the Arms Control Association, and this is part 2, the second half of the 2023 Arms Control Association annual meeting. Our next panel is focused on a topic that we got into a little bit earlier this morning, the challenge of reducing nuclear risks and reinforcing the taboos against nuclear use and nuclear threats. Now, so far, the almost 78-year-old taboo against the use of nuclear weapons has held, but we, of course, cannot take that for granted. As we've discussed through the course of the day, Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, along with his threats of nuclear use in February, April, and September 2022, raised the specter of nuclear conflict in ways that we haven't seen in a long, long time. They undermine nuclear weapon states' negative security assurances to non-nuclear weapon states like Ukraine. You recall that President Biden warned of the grave risks back in October. He said, quite alarmingly, "I don't think there's any such thing as the ability to easily use a tactical nuclear weapon and not end up with Armageddon." That's true in part because of the security policies that our luncheon speaker, Alice Kement, just described, of all of the major nuclear armed states that involve the threat of nuclear weapons use under extreme circumstances, which we've been living with for now decades. Now, as Ambassador Kement also talked about, and as we'll get into a little bit more depth here in this discussion, civil society, non-nuclear weapon states, and other nuclear weapon states have sought to push back against Russia's nuclear threats in different ways, and perhaps with some limited success for now. And we see some of this expressed in last month's G7 Hiroshima Vision Statement on nuclear disarmament, which said that Russia's irresponsible nuclear rhetoric, undermining arms control regimes, et cetera, are dangerous and unacceptable. They recalled the Bali statement of G20 leaders, which included Russia, condemning nuclear weapons use and threats. And the G7 in Hiroshima said, "Our position is that threats by Russia of nuclear weapons use, let alone any use of nuclear weapons by Russia in the context of its aggression against Ukraine, are inadmissible." So for now, it appears, and maybe my panelists may disagree, Vladimir Putin seemed to have backed off, at least rhetorically, regarding nuclear threats, although there are other kinds of nuclear signaling going on. But as the war continues, and we still, of course, don't know how this horrific conflict is going to end, we are going to be living under the heightened state of nuclear war and nuclear threats. So we designed this panel to explore how we in civil society, how governments, including those with and without nuclear weapons, can best preserve and strengthen the consensus against nuclear weapons use and threats of use. And I think we've got 4 of the very best people to address this very challenging topic, and it is a challenging and complex topic. We have with us the one and only Mort Halperin. It's a pleasure to have Mort with us. He, of course, has served as a senior official in arms control and defense matters in the Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, and Clinton administrations. And it's just a remarkable record that Mort has, a remarkable set of experiences and insights. And of course, he wrote the book on nuclear arms control a couple of years before I was born, and we're still following some of its dictates. We also have Professor Rebecca Davis Gibbons with the University of Southern Maine, and co-chair of the Beyond Nuclear Deterrence Working Group at the Harvard Project on Managing the Atom. It's great to have you all the way down from New England, where I hope it's a little cooler outside than it is here in Washington. And we have the one and only Amy Wolf, who has been a resource for those of us inside government, especially in Congress, and outside government for many years on nuclear weapons, arms control, policy issues. She's now a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, and of course served for many years as a senior analyst at the Congressional Research Service. So their full bios within their program. I'm going to be asking each of them some questions to kick off the discussion. Feel free to add or veer from the the concepts that I put before you so we can have a conversation, and feel free to respond to one another. And I wanted to start with Mort, and I wanted to ask you, Mort, to just kind of ground us with your interpretation of what the purpose of Putin's threats that we saw last year, threats of nuclear weapons use, were all about. What was his intentions, and what makes those threats any different or similar to the nuclear weapons threats that we saw during the course of the Cold War between the U.S. and the Soviet Union.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate the invitation. Let me start with what was different. This was the first threat of the use of nuclear weapons made by a nuclear weapon state against a non-nuclear weapon state, which was party to the NPT. And the reaction to it, in my view, was extraordinary. Many countries that support Russia or remain neutral in the Ukraine overall conflict nevertheless condemn this, appropriately condemn this as dangerous, reckless, and ineffective. And I interpret the Biden statement, in contrast to, say, Kennedy's statement during the Cuban Missile Crisis, in which he threatened a massive nuclear strike, that he threatened a massive strike, but not necessarily, and I think intentionally, not necessarily nuclear, and began a discussion, which I think we need to continue, of recognizing that no second use is as essential as no first use, and no second use is as dangerous as no first use. And that, of course, goes to the whole question of nuclear deterrent. But I think what Putin was trying to do was to prevent the West, and NATO in particular, from intervening in the conflict. And I think he failed in that, and I think he understood he failed. If you go through the litany, he goes back and forth of whether he's threatening nuclear weapons anymore or not. But I think the fact is, nobody takes those threats seriously, and everybody understands that the world has deemed them reckless and inappropriate. So we still have to worry about it, but I think we also need to begin to focus on what use can we make of it to advance the goal of further stigmatizing and increasing the moratorium on the use of nuclear weapons. And I think the time has come. This is the moment to seize, to get something that's long been sought, which is a negative security assurance from the 5 nuclear weapon states in the NPT that's legally binding, that's uniform, and that's comprehensive. And I think the time can come for that. The Chinese are continuing to push even for more, for no first use in general. The French have said their nuclear weapons will not be used in the Ukraine conflict. And the United States has condemned the Russian use. I interpret the G7 summit language about in these circumstances to mean a threat by a nuclear weapon state against a non-nuclear weapon state. And the other point to keep in mind is that, well, as we were reminded this morning, the nuclear posture review, or the Biden nuclear posture review, walked back his statement about sole purpose. It did not walk back the statement that was in the Obama nuclear posture review that we would not threaten or use nuclear weapons against a non-nuclear weapon state in good standing in the NPT. And clearly, they looked carefully at what they could continue from Obama and what they could not. So I think, as Joe Stalin would have said, it was not an accident that that provision is left in. And nothing that NATO has said, nothing that the United States has said since then suggests that the United States could not support, without changing any aspect of its current policy, a global, legally binding negative security assurance. There are 2 ways of doing that. One is to amend the NPT to include a provision that puts this obligation on the nuclear weapon states. The other way to do it, which is faster and equally effective, is for the Security Council to adopt a resolution, as it did on nuclear testing, which says that it decides that any threat or use of nuclear weapons against a non-nuclear weapon state in good standing in the NPT is a threat to peace and security, and that makes it legally binding. Now, I would suggest that the United States begin this process by talking to the Chinese and hopefully come forward with a Chinese-American proposal which is consistent, doesn't go as far as the Chinese go, but is consistent with the nuclear policy statements of those two countries, and then try to build out from that. Now, I think there's some chance that the Russians will not veto it. But even if they do, we'll have made substantial progress. And then we can go to option 2, which is to make it an amendment to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which comes into effect when it's ratified. I think it's by 50% of the members, but in any case, does not require unanimity, as I understand it. But it's a way forward that I think, while not saying that threat from Putin is over, is to seize the threat, to move forward with another step that increases the stigma attached to nuclear weapons.
All right, great. I mean, there are going to be a number of strategies that we need to consider and deploy to push back on nuclear threats and use, and that's a really important contribution, Mort. I want to turn to Professor Rebecca Davis-Gibbons about, well, the taboo against nuclear weapons use is widely understood, but it's not widely understood. It's widely subscribed to, but there are variations in how it's subscribed to. I mean, first, I wanted you to just explain from your perspective, looking at this issue, what is the taboo, briefly, and then how have non-nuclear weapon states in the past year or so, and we heard a bit of this from Alex Comment, responded to the situation regarding Russia's threats against Ukraine, and what effect has that response from the TPNW states and others had on the situation in your analysis?
Great. Well, thank you, and thank you for having me. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be on this panel with you three. In terms of the taboo, you know, we all talk about that taboo. We see it talked about in the media. I prefer to think of it as a norm of non-use. It's a pattern of behavior. Some call it a tradition. But I would argue that there are many open questions about the nuclear taboo. One of them is, what is this taboo based upon? So there's some scholars, Nina Tannenwald, of course, is most associated with the concept of the nuclear taboo. She wrote the book about it. And for her, it is based on a moral revulsion for what nuclear weapons can do, right? But then there's other scholars who say this tradition, this pattern that we have, is actually based on more of a strategic logic, a logic of precedent. So I don't want to be the first to use nuclear weapons because I'm breaking that precedent, and then I worry kind of what that will open up. Scott Sagan has ascribed to this opinion and talks about a former U.S. general saying, we don't want to, like I said, we don't want to bring the genie out of the bottle, kind of the idea that if we do it, then someone else will do it. And I would argue those are two very different logics. And whether you have second use after a first use, in some ways, is based on whether there's moral revulsion towards use or whether this is more of a precedent and that you wouldn't want to be the first one to kind of start that precedent and then kind of open the box for other countries to feel more comfortable using nuclear weapons. So that's one question we have, the basis of the taboo. Another question is just how widespread it is. I would argue that there are certain countries where the taboo is very strong. I think a lot of the countries that are states parties in the TPNW, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, for them it is quite strong. When I think of a country where it's strong, I think of Mexico, who has long been against nuclear weapons. But then there's other states where I don't think the taboo is as strong. I'm guessing it's not as strong in South Korea, where you do get public opinion polls indicating that they would be open to an indigenous nuclear weapons program. So that's the second question. And then there's the question of where the taboo resides in the state. Is it in the minds of our president? Is it in the minds of the elite, the leaders, Congress, or is it in the minds of the people, and does that matter? There was some scholarship that came out a couple years ago that got a lot of attention where some American scholars were able to get the American public, to say they'd be willing to use nuclear weapons in certain contingencies. They looked at terrorist attacks, they looked at Iran, and by and large, you could get Americans to be in favor of nuclear use against non-nuclear entities if it were to save American lives. And so since then, there's been a whole lot of scholarship trying to undermine that original study. And what we see is that how you frame your question about nuclear weapons and nuclear use you get very different answers. So I would argue if the taboo is in the public, then it's very malleable depending on who's in power and how it's framed. And so maybe we say, oh, the taboo is amongst the elite, the decision makers. But again, how widespread is that? And so I think it's important in this discussion to really think about what the taboo means and how much constraining power it has and what it's actually based upon. I think the humanitarian consequences movement has been important in talking about kind of the moral ramifications, but there's more to the story than just that. And then the second part of the question in terms of responses to Russian rhetoric, Russian signaling about nuclear weapons. I mean, we did have in the UN General Assembly, we've had 5 emergency resolutions. The first one last March explicitly mentioned nuclear weapons. So it condemned the decision of the Russian Federation to increase the readiness of its nuclear forces. And 141 states voted in favor of that resolution. The 4 resolutions since, you have variation in support. I think what's interesting across these resolutions is that the number of states that are either abstaining or actually just leaving the room, leaving New York City, and deciding they don't want to be on the record in either direction, right? Maybe they don't want countries in the West, in the US, to be upset with their vote. They also don't want to be seen going against Russia. And so we see this a little bit, we saw this a little bit also in the first meeting of states parties for the TPNW, where the opening statements were allowed by any states that were present, so there were observer states that were there that are not members of the treaty, many from Europe. And all of the European members harshly criticized Russian actions, but few other states did. It was very noticeable. And this is a meeting for a treaty which in Article 1, it prohibits nuclear threats, right? And yet you had people unwilling. So I think we see that, and I think this was a little surprising to me, and maybe it's surprising to others, but how many friends that maybe Russia has in the world, and maybe we thought that kind of Western opinion or that other countries would go along with NATO and the United States and our alliance system in this, and that would be kind of a no-brainer. You know, one country attacked the territorial sovereignty or integrity of another, that they would come out and kind of be on the same page as the US, and yet we really don't see that. And so to me, the bottom line, and I'm sorry I'm going on, I'll wrap up. I'm an academic, so you know, it's hard, is that I see this as just part of the contest that we're in globally about the rules-based order and kind of what are the norms and standards of this order and who is going to play the middle. And there's a lot of reasons for the Global South or less powerful states to say I don't want to take sides because I want benefits from both, as countries did during the Cold War. But I think we're seeing that the fact that there is this divide when it comes to the war in Ukraine and who's willing to criticize Russia.
Yeah. All right, and I'm going to come back to Rebecca about how we bridge that divide and how we build consensus around reinforcing the taboo. But first, I wanted to go to Amy Wolf to give us your assessment of the particular situation that we've seen over the last year and how the Biden administration and NATO responded in 2022 and even up to today through diplomacy, the military assistance, their statements, their own nuclear posture to Russia's threats, and what explains that, and you know what realistically, and this is the hard question, and I want you to help bring us down to reality here, or you know,
on the record. On the record,
all right, and you don't no longer work for CRS, so you can say whatever the heck you want. What options does President Biden have realistically if Putin were to threaten nuclear weapons use again, or God help us, actually use nuclear weapons in Ukraine? Are there kinetic options that don't risk Armageddon, as Biden suggested back in October? So to you, the easy questions, Amy.
Well, thank you for that. I'm really happy to be here, one of my favorite annual meetings. I'm kind of stuck here between Mort Halpern, who I learned everything I know about nuclear weapons and arms control from, and Rebecca Gibbons, who I've known for years and is one of my role models in how to teach this stuff. So I'm going to try and bridge this gap here, but I'm going to start by saying I agree with Mort when he says that Russia's nuclear threats have been a means for Russia to try and limit NATO's and the U.S. engagement in the conflict. But I want to change the wording a little bit, because Russia hasn't actually issued nuclear threats. They haven't said, if you do X, we will or we even may use nuclear weapons. What Russia has done has reminded us that it has nuclear weapons that it could use in certain circumstances. And you may think I'm splitting hairs here, but if you think of Russia's statements as a reminder rather than a direct threat, it provides the United States, NATO, the international community with a broader range of response options, because you are not focused just on, oh my gosh, what do we do if that nuclear weapon explodes? I also want to point out that there have been in the response categories things that have happened behind the scenes, things that have happened in public, and things that have happened behind the scenes that have been reported in public. And I'm going to refer to these things, apologies to Ambassador Komet, as deterrence. But I don't mean deterrence through the threat of offensive nuclear retaliation. I mean deterrence as a reminder to Russia of what the consequences are of its pursuit of this. So I'll come back to that. But basically, in the initial round of Russian threats at the beginning in February and March, Russia's goal was to convince the United States and NATO to cease and desist, to back off and not get involved in the conflict. Now, we know that that was somewhat successful. There are not US or NATO boots on Russian ground, on Ukrainian ground. There are not NATO or US airplanes in the skies above Ukraine. There was no no-fly zone imposed. And there was a sense of caution in the response that we brought to the table in those early days. We had the reminder, we didn't need it, we knew Russia had nuclear weapons. It also wasn't solely about the nuclear reminder, it was also a fact that Ukraine's not in NATO, but NATO's and the US response was measured. Now, we did come on full bore, bringing nuclear, non-nuclear conventional support, military support, diplomatic support to Ukraine. But even in that, it's been somewhat measured over time, seeking to avoid escalation and not cross red lines, and we don't know where the red lines are. So Russia's initial reminder, although we didn't need it to be measured, actually did seem to have some effect. Now, with the behind-the-scenes military planning, there was reporting pretty early on that the administration set up what I guess the press was calling a tiger team, to look at what options the United States and NATO would have, and I know this has happened in NATO as well, if Russia were to employ a nuclear weapon, what the response would be. There was also very early reporting that they were only looking at conventional options. Now, I don't know how in-depth or accurate that reporting is. I would suspect they looked at all options and found that options that weren't conventional but were nuclear were either unnecessary or over the top, and maybe set those aside. But that kind of planning isn't designed to come up with a single answer, what do we do if Russia uses nuclear weapons? It's designed to recognize that we don't know what the circumstances would be, and we have a range of options, and we'd pick from the best option at the time. Now, that happened behind the scenes, but it was widely reported in the press, which is a message to Russia as a deterrent that we're ready. Something else that happened behind the scenes where there were political meetings, a political response. Jake Sullivan went and met with a Russian cohort. The head of the CIA went and met with a Russian cohort. And the reporting in the press was they were delivering the message that if you use nuclear weapons, the consequences will be unacceptable. Now, they didn't tell us in public what the consequences would be, but when asked, they said, no, we were specific and serious about these consequences. That is also a deterrence message to try and affect Russia's decision on whether or not to brandish its weapons again or even use one. The third layer of this deterrence was the international community, whether it's the UN resolutions, the statements of the G7 and the G20 at the TPNW, NATO statements. The international community has spoken with one voice pretty much 90% of the time about how inadmissible, unacceptable it would be for Russia to use nuclear weapons, and that there would be costs. So what are these costs that are being presented to Russia? There's the military costs of the military planning, there's economic costs, there's political costs, there's costs related to breaking the nuclear taboo. We don't know if those reminders to Putin had anything to do with his backing off the nuclear reminders to us, but they seem to coincide. Now, correlation isn't causation, but there was a deterrent effect of this political, military, and diplomatic wall that was put up in front of him to remind him of the costs. So on the question of whether this type of deterrent will succeed or what we would do if it failed, I have no idea. I mean, the realistic options range from do nothing, when he threatened Ukraine with nuclear use if they continued to fight the war against the recently annexed territories, Ukraine ignored them. So, maybe ignoring the threats, as Mort said, they've got no currency right now. You could do that, or at the end, you could punish nuclear use with nuclear use, but that's not US policy. US policy is to find a military tool that affects the military outcome and denies the military benefits of using the nuclear weapons. I'm not a military planner, so I don't know what those tools are, but as I said, they've considered a range of conventional options that they could use in response. Now, you asked if there's any kinetic response that could be used without risking nuclear Armageddon. And no, there's no there's no response that, everything brings risk, and it is about the risk. The goal of deterring Putin from threatening or using nuclear weapons is to affect his risk calculus, to say, you won't get away with it, you won't have benefits from the military use, you will have costs. But escalation is unpredictable, and any kinetic engagement between the United States, NATO, and Russia has the risk of escalating. And we don't know where Putin's red lines are. We don't know what would trigger an escalation on his side. So we, on our side, have to balance those risks against the risks of not being prepared and not being willing to employ some kind of kinetic action in response to use. It is a risk management, risk calculation, risk reduction opportunity.
Thank you for taking us through that difficult logic. I mean, let me just tease one thing out a little bit further, and more, you in particular might want to weigh in here because you've been in these wargaming scenarios through many administrations, I'm sure. I mean, but Amy, you say any kinetic, in response to the question asked about kinetic options, and is there any that doesn't risk nuclear Armageddon? Why? All right, and I'm just going to ask you to respond to some suggestions that have been made by pundits and some quasi-experts about what should be done if Russia were to use a handful of short-range nuclear weapons in Ukrainian territory to somehow turn the tide of the war, all right? Using nuclear weapons in that way, the United States should, some people say, blow up the Black Sea Fleet. They should, with conventional forces. The United States should use conventional force to hit back at the air bases from which the Russians fired these nuclear weapons. What's wrong with that? Why isn't that proportional? Why isn't that effective? And why does that risk Armageddon?
What's the next step? I mean, it may be quite proportional. It may be an effective message sender that you hit Zaporizhzhia with a nuclear weapon or whatever it is they want to hit, and we're going to use conventional force to take out the base that launched that weapon. Then what's Putin going to say? Oh, I give up, you're right. No, we don't know what Putin would do next. The Russian nuclear doctrine is pretty specific about the circumstances of Russian nuclear use being affected to the survival of the state, but we don't know how Putin defines that. He made it clear, or tried to make it clear, that the survival of the state included the territorial integrity of land he had stolen from Ukraine. Is it the survival of Putin equal to the survival of the state? We don't know how he would interpret that. That's the whole problem with risk-seeking behavior on his part and escalation after risk. We would be taking risks as well. We're not seeking them, but if you're trying to manipulate risk to deter your adversary from engaging, you're very likely to miscalculate, and we can't be sure. So when I say there's always a chance that it'll escalate to Armageddon, I don't mean step one is Ukraine is hit with a few nuclear weapons, step two is the United States takes out the Black Sea Fleet, and step three is Putin goes to Armageddon. There are many intervening steps. We just don't know what they are or how they'll unroll, and so there's always a risk.
Yeah. Which, going back to what Joe Biden said in October of 2022, he seems to understand the logic that you're describing. You know, I don't think there's any such thing as an ability to easily use a tactical nuclear weapon and not end up with Armageddon, which was a really mind-blowing statement the day that that came out.
But part of the problem was, again, getting to the press reporting, which I'm not particularly fond of, but that's a remnant of CRS-ness in me. It was reported almost as if Biden said, if Putin uses any nuclear weapon in any circumstance, we're going to blast him with all the nuclear weapons we have. We're going to go to Armageddon. Whereas what he was saying is, we don't know how this would unroll, and it could get there just through escalation.
And it's in contrast to what Kennedy said in the Cuban Missile Crisis, in which he said, if the Russians use if a single nuclear weapon is used from Cuba, we will fire all of our weapons. So he did say that we will produce Armageddon if there's a single weapon used.
Yeah, I mean, to build on your point more, I mean, Biden has been conspicuously restrained in his statements in response to what Putin said. He has not issued counter threats. There have been, as Amy said, these communications through channels about there will be consequences,
right,
but he has not publicly issued a counter threat.
These undermine the notion that we need a nuclear deterrent even to deter a nuclear threat. And we've done the same thing with the North Koreans. We had told the North Koreans and the South Koreans years ago that the response to a North Korean use of nuclear weapons would not necessarily be a nuclear one, and more likely to be a conventional threat in which we eliminated the North Korean regime. So we have been moving, I think, in a way that's not been noticed very much, away from the notion that deterrence requires a threat of nuclear weapons, whether it's conventional attack or a nuclear attack.
Yeah, deterrence comes in different forms, as you were saying, Amy. So let me come back to what you were speaking about, Mort, and I want to have Rebecca or Amy also engage in this question. But you brought up this, I think, very interesting idea of, you know, how can the United States and other nations, particularly non-nuclear weapon states, reinforce the negative security assurances by nuclear weapon states towards non-nuclear weapon states in light of everything that's happened in the context of Ukraine. You know, we also have, in this conversation, we've got Belarus now entering the conversation, accepting Russia's offer, or maybe it was Belarus' request for Russian nuclear weapons on its soil. But let's explore and consider how could this be affected, all right? I mean, I just want to push back on you a little bit. Amending the NPT is not an easy task. Security Council resolutions work when the Security Council is effective, but as of late, it's been difficult. I mean, how could support for such an initiative be built? I mean, what diplomatic strategy would you outline? And Amy or Rebecca, I mean, just going with this idea, I mean, what thoughts do you have about what would be needed to advance that if...
I would start, if I was the U.S. government, with the Chinese. We heard this morning that there's an interest in engaging the Chinese on nuclear issues. This one is much more ripe. As you know, the Chinese have said for years and have reiterated in the context of Ukraine that they are against the use of nuclear weapons in any circumstance against any state. And the Chinese, back when the NPT was renewed, they were the only one of the 5 nuclear weapon states who offered an assurance, were willing to offer an assurance that was binding, legally binding, comprehensive, and uniform. They were the only one. The other 4 did not. So I think this is a Chinese issue, and the United States should go to the Chinese because it will be much more likely to succeed if it comes to the Security Council as a Chinese-U.S. resolution, certainly Britain and France will not veto. The votes, I think, would be there for it. And then Russia would have to decide whether it was willing to take the pressure and emporium and impact on its security if it isolated itself by vetoing that kind of resolution. Hopefully the states that are parties to the Treaty Against Nuclear Weapons would all vigorously support this. I think many European countries that still accept a U.S. nuclear deterrent would nevertheless support this as different from that. And if it failed, you then build the case. You go to the General Assembly, you get an overwhelming resolution. You go to the NPT conference. If you can't do an amendment to the treaty, you do a concluding statement if the Russians veto it. Further isolates the Russians. And you keep at it until you get it. It's what we did on the test ban. Remember, Kennedy wanted a complete test ban. They couldn't get they were close to an agreement on how many inspections to require, and it failed. And instead of Kennedy walking away, which many people urged him to do, you either ban nuclear tests or you don't. He said, we'll take what we can get. And we took what we can get, and then we struggled for the rest. So I think we should take the negative security assurance for non-nuclear states if we can get it. And even if we can't get it, we should take building pressure on it so that there's pressure on the Russians regularly to not veto such a resolution.
Thank you. As you all reflect on that and maybe you want to weigh in, let me just remind folks, we will take questions from you all. My team can be collecting the questions and bringing them up. So my team, there are some hands up in the air, and we'll take those. But you got to write it down on a piece of paper, Alex. All right, Amy or Rebecca, any thoughts about this concept? You can take a pass or you can weigh in.
Are we talking about reinforcing the taboo?
Well, or Mort's idea or other ways to reinforce the taboo.
First, I'd like to point out that the United States has signed up to a legally binding negative security assurance in the protocol to the Treaty de Tlatelolco, the Latin American Nuclear Weapons-Free Zone. And there are similar protocols to other nuclear weapons-free zones, which unfortunately haven't made it through the Senate yet. But the concept of a legally binding promise not to threaten or use nuclear weapons is not foreign to the United States, the legally binding part of it. It's that we always seem to make them conditional. In the ones that are politically binding, the things that appear in nuclear posture reviews, there are conditions under which it wouldn't hold.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I mean, the nuclear posture review, we say we won't use or threaten to use nuclear weapons against a non-nuclear weapon state that is in compliance with its non-proliferation obligations. It's broader than NPT. But we leave open the possibility of using nuclear weapons in retaliation against a nuclear weapon state, even if it doesn't use nuclear weapons, i.e. Right. North Korea hit Seoul with artillery. So it's conditional. But in the Treaty of Tlatelolco, it's unconditional. No threats, no use against parties to that treaty. So the condition is on who gets to receive the security assurance. I don't think we could amend the NPT to do that for all countries, parties to the NPT, just because of the amendment process requiring all the states. But there are other mechanisms that you kind of start with. We have a conditional negative security assurance, and we start finding legal mechanisms to peel off some of the conditions instead of coming up with an unconditional one and trying to make it legal. I have no idea how that would work, but it's just a different pathway.
All right. Just real quickly, I would also mention that there is the Central Asia Nuclear Weapons Free Zone Treaty, which has been sitting in the Senate for quite some time. That would be something that should get bipartisan support now, especially given what we're seeing happening in that particular region. Rebecca, let me come back to the question you knew I was coming back to, which is, given the fissures between the states who are on different sides or neutral about the Russian war in Ukraine, and the fissures between states that depend on nuclear deterrence and those that don't, I mean, what can be done moving forward? And we saw some of this play out at the G7 in Hiroshima to bring together the opinion and consensus that we've seen in various forms I mean, what are your recommendations on that?
Okay, so first I'll start and say I think you're absolutely right. What we're seeing is a polarization. So if you are already prone to rely on, or if you relied on nuclear deterrence or extended nuclear deterrence, the war in Ukraine made countries or populations feel that deterrence is more important than ever. And I've heard a lot of people say that in the US too. But if you are already against nuclear weapons, then you look at what's happened in Ukraine, you look at Putin being able to use nuclear weapons as a shield to prosecute this war, to engage in war crimes, to kill civilians and combatants, including hundreds of thousands of his own citizens, then I think the message on that side, or the lesson there is no one should have these nuclear weapons, right? So we do see that polarization. I think what's happening with those relying on deterrence is a very understandable response to fear, right? We saw this with like the stockpiling of iodine pills after the war began in Europe. We've seen the increase in people creating bunkers again because they're fearful. I think that fear response is natural and understandable, but maybe in the long run, once we get beyond that, maybe we'll think back, or maybe some folks who think that will think, well, actually, maybe he shouldn't have had these nuclear weapons in the first place, and if we don't think Putin should have them, then maybe you get more of a consideration of disarmament, that no one should be in this position to be able to use their shield to be aggressive towards non-nuclear weapon states. And then in terms of reinforcing that the taboo, I mean, I think has been pointed out that I think Biden has been very responsible in his responses to Putin. I don't think we want to condemn kind of callous nuclear talk. We don't want any more nuclear threats on Twitter. I mean, I think just condemning any kind of like loose talk about nuclear weapons use, I think is important. My big issue is that I think that we need greater salience of this issue in the public. So you mentioned at the outset this morning that there was that poll of Americans of how they thought the world would end, right, in nuclear weapons.
Greatest threats to the end of the world.
Greatest threats to the end of the world. And I think it's one thing to put a survey before people and put those options, and they're like, oh yeah, nuclear weapons. But if you just asked an average person going through their lives anything about nuclear weapons, I don't think it comes to top of mind, right? And so I think that's a real problem that we have, is that, of course, in this room it is, but I mean, other people we speak with, my own students, I mean, this is just not an issue. When they think end of the world, they think climate change, maybe global pandemic. Now, so many people are worried about AI, but I don't think that they think of nuclear weapons as this existential threat. And I think if we are going to move in a way to really reduce the dangers of nuclear weapons, that salience is going to have to increase, that leaders should be talking about what it means. So, for example, when Putin says you're going to see consequences you've never seen before, well, let's pull that apart and talk about what does he actually mean there. It doesn't sound like that's a demonstration shot, right? That sounds like, Hiroshima, Nagasaki plus. And so I think really talking about the consequences, this is where the humanitarian effort, I think, was really important in teaching a new generation of diplomats about the consequences of nuclear weapons. I think it's unfortunate that the most recent humanitarian conference came along the day before the TPNW first meeting of states parties, because I think that meant countries that were against the treaty were not necessarily going to show up for the consequences part, and I think we can all agree on the devastating consequences of nuclear weapons. I think it's important that we're seeing more voices brought into the discussion. So Marshall Islanders, Kazakhs, downwinders in the US, all these people who have been affected both from mining and testing, bringing their voices in so people understand it's not just, nuclear weapons have had negative effects on the environment and populations and communities beyond just what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? And I think people need to understand that. And then lastly, this is a really an issue that's primed for intersectionality, but I don't think we're seeing the full capacity yet. There's issues of race and justice and environmentalism that form a nice nexus with nuclear weapons. And so advocates, there's health issues, right? There's advocates who want to teach people about nuclear weapons. I think there's a lot of room to be working not in just our silo of people who are concerned about the threats of nuclear weapons.
Yeah, definitely. And just on that last point, I would just add that as we look back at the history of the movement against the bomb, when different movements have come together on this subject and related subjects, we've seen a lot of success. And there's an excellent book by my friend and colleague Vincent Antandi about the June 12th, 1982 rally that represents that effect. So I'm being a bad moderator because we're behind time. I want to ask Amy an important question, but I want to ask you answer it briefly, and then we're going to get to a couple audience questions. We're obviously stuck for the indefinite future with tensions, with the dangers of deterrence, the benefits and the dangers of deterrence. So, I mean, what specific recommendations would you have for U.S. and Russian and at least maybe Chinese policymakers about specific risk reduction options that can reduce the risk of use and miscalculation based upon your study of this field for so long?
Well, the first one to reduce the risk of nuclear use or nuclear threats is agree not to invade your neighbors. I mean, I'm sorry, once you cross the first border, it gets harder. But in the absence of that, to avoid provocative engagements, don't fly your airplane so close that you hit the rudder on our drone. And if you do hit the rudder on our drone, please pick up the phone when we call. And don't fly your airplanes right across the bow of our ships, or if we're in Asia, don't put our surveillance plane in the wake of your fighter jet. I mean, there's a lot of risky behavior that's going on, risk-seeking behavior, that has the risk of escalating. So it's a rules of the road issue. We had the Incidents at Sea agreement. You know, we've tried to deal with those kinds of risky behaviors through guardrails in the past. And if we need to sit back down and put those guardrails back in and put communications channels back up, it's a place to start. Secure available communications and people who answer the phones. Yeah, that really would help. At the core, though, the answer to risk-accepting behavior, you know, these aren't accidents, these things that have been happening in the last 12 months, 18 months. Russia has chosen to be risk-accepting. China, last week, chose to be risk-accepting. And it's hard to do risk reduction with someone who believes the risk, the manipulation of risk, gives them an advantage. And then that takes you back to deterrence. There has to be some price to be paid or some risk of response to the risk-accepting behavior. And I know this sounds like jargon, but if there's no consequence, if Russia just keeps flying its planes by the bows of our ships or up close without its transponders on and we send out a little diplomatic notice, it's not going to stop. And I'm not sure what those responsive measures are, but they come in that category of the consequences you will face will exceed the benefits you get. Our risk will not be manipulated, yours will be. And if you think about risk reduction as something you do to avoid accidents, you forget that risk reduction often happens in a risk-seeking environment. So it gets back to the beginning. You need to avoid the risk-seeking environment. Make it a rule that you don't invade your neighbors. But there really are no good answers if a nation is seeking to manipulate the risk.
Mort, you wanted to weigh in?
So I agree with all of that. I would reinforce it with one other thing. Don't yawn when a nuclear power seizes the territory of another country. But I also want to say the reverse side of that, which is I think we should eliminate the policy of launch on warning. I think the risk of a surprise attack is far, far less than the risk of an accidental nuclear war. And we can reduce that risk by simply saying if we think there's an attack, we'll wait to be certain before we fire our own weapons.
I agree with that one. All right, we have, I think, an important question that maybe should have been asked at the very beginning of this that I want Mort to address first here, which I think goes to the question here is essentially, what is a nuclear threat? And the question is, every time the United States president or another president of a nuclear armed country says all options are on the table, isn't that a threat to use nuclear weapons? And so I think this goes back to, Amy, you were taking apart what Putin actually said and pointing out that he was reminding us he has nuclear weapons. And yet, that has been widely interpreted as a threat. And there are other forms, and Mort, you know about this very well, 1969 November, the secret nuclear alert, other forms of nuclear signaling that have actually been threats without saying, if you do this, I'm going to annihilate you with nuclear weapons. I mean, so what is a nuclear threat, and what forms does it come in? And are there good ones or are there bad ones?
Well, I think we maybe need some more differentiating terminology to talk about verbal nuclear threats and signals which imply the possibility that we'll use nuclear weapons. There are other people who object to calling them threats. They actually say they're actually using nuclear weapons. We're using the threat, and therefore that's an actual use. But I think they're all actions which raise in your opponent's mind the possibility that nuclear weapons will be used either deliberately or, as Tom Schelling put it, the threat that leaves something to chance, that somehow it will lead to the use of nuclear weapons.
All right. On that note, we're going to end this sobering discussion. I want to thank each of you for some really great contributions on one of the hardest topics that we all deal with in this field. Please join me with a round of applause. And once again, we're going to take a brief coffee break before the next panel comes up to begin on the hour. Thank you.
topic now in depth. We have a terrific panel, and I think you probably know everyone here, Kelsey Davenport from ACA, Ali Valles from International Crisis Group, and Dylan Weems from J Street. I don't know how many of you read the IAEA report, which was leaked on Wednesday. Probably a lot of you did, actually. And I have to say, I've been reading these reports on Iran for a long time, and this one was really bleak. Kelsey, you called it a mixed bag. I think that's being kind. So I will give you the unenviable task of telling us where Iran now is in terms of enriched uranium, safeguards, all of the rest, its disputes with the IAEA. Please, floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Barbara, for agreeing to moderate this panel. It's a real pleasure to have you, and to all of you for joining us and staying with us through the day. Also, I just feel like since we're here in the National Press Club, it's worth remembering that a lot of the countries that we've been talking about today, it's very challenging to be a journalist and just to express, appreciation for the journalists and their courage and the job that they're doing. It's much, much appreciated, and I think we all benefit from it. So now, kind of moving on to Iran and the nuclear program and where they are. When we talk about the Iranian nuclear threat, I think we really need to be thinking about sort of three different horizons: the proliferation risk in the short term, the proliferation risk in the long term, but also the implications that Iran's nuclear trajectory has for future diplomatic efforts. So first, if we look at the short term, the risk has increased substantially since former President Trump withdrew from the 2015 nuclear deal. When the deal was fully implemented, it would have taken Iran a full 12 months to produce enough nuclear material for a bomb. That period is that Iran could probably produce enough nuclear material for 5 bombs in less than a month. And that time period is going to continue to decrease as Iran builds up its stockpiles of 60% enriched uranium, which is near weapons grade, and 20% enriched uranium, which is also very concerning and continues to expand its uranium enrichment capacity. And I say that 5-bomb threshold is more concerning because one nuclear weapon doesn't really give Iran much of a deterrent. But if they can move quickly to the material for 3, 4, 5 bombs, the risk there increases. So significant short-term risk. Now, in the long term, I also think the proliferation risk has changed significantly, because particularly in the last 2 years, as Iran has accelerated its nuclear program, it's begun to embark on developing new capabilities, mastering new technologies, such as the enrichment to 60%, the operation of these more advanced centrifuges that it didn't have prior to the negotiations on the JCPOA. And as Iran has mastered these capabilities, it really changes our understanding of how Tehran would develop nuclear weapons if the political decision were made to do so. So they have more routes open to them today and down the road that we have to think about now as we're guarding against nuclear risk. And we can't undo that knowledge. No deal is going to sort of put that genie back in the bottle. So that's why I say the long-term risk has really changed as Iran has developed these new capabilities. And finally, when we think about risk, I think we have to discuss how Iran's changing nuclear trajectory poses a real challenge to future diplomatic efforts. And here, I want to talk about the implications of Iran's decision to really reduce access for IAEA inspections and to reduce monitoring at some of its facilities. Now, all of the locations where Iran has nuclear materials, its enrichment facilities, these are still inspected on a very regular basis. So if Iran made the decision to pursue nuclear weapons, I think we would know quite quickly if they were breaking out. But there's a whole nother subset of facilities, the areas where they're building centrifuges, the areas where the uranium ore concentrate is. Inspectors haven't been in these facilities since February of 2021, and there's no data recordings from these facilities since June of 2022. So as a result of these gaps, the IAEA has now said it's lost its continuity of knowledge on Iran's nuclear program, meaning that it isn't going to be able to recreate an accurate history of Iran's activities during this period, and it may not be able to establish really reliable baselines that we could verify a future deal against, that we could ensure, the number of centrifuges was at X, the level of the number of the amount of uranium, what was at Y. So this really can make negotiating a future deal more challenging because there's going to be that speculation, there's going to be that concern that Iran might have diverted material from this program. So really across the board, short term, long term, thinking about future diplomacy, all of that right now is quite concerning.
Yeah, I mean, if you read the report, it feels like rope-a-dope to me. I mean, basically, the Iranians are giving a little bit on a few issues, but this question of being able to recreate the history of the program, is it now absolutely impossible to do that, or would there still be various means to figure out what has happened between June of 2022 and now?
Well, I think that's, when we think about steps to take going forward, one thing that I think the IAEA has said it's focused on that I think the United States and others should really be encouraging is that Iran turn over the recordings from February 2021 to June of 2022 and to allow the IAEA regular access to the new recordings. There have been some cameras recently reinstalled at one of the centrifuge production facilities because that will help them start to recreate this baseline. Now, in terms of can it be done? I mean, the IAEA has pretty much said, even with Iranian cooperation, even if the data that when the IAEA has access to these recordings, even if that data is sound and reliable, it may not be possible to have sort of 100% certainty of that record of activity. So then what that comes down to is, well, what level of uncertainty are you willing to live with when it comes to verification? And in the case of Iran in particular, this is very challenging right now because of legislation passed in 2015, the Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act, which requires the administration, to certify to Congress the IAEA's ability to verify any future deal. So that's why, these monitoring gaps are such a concern, and that's why even though, the steps that that Iran has taken in this last month, reinstalling those cameras are very limited, really provide, no immediate benefit. I think we have to try to seize on this momentum and look at this as an opening to try to further enhance monitoring, to try to get access to some of that data so we can prevent these gaps from growing even bigger.
Okay. Ali, let's talk about the U.S. response. I mean, it's been interesting that we've heard almost nothing, really, for months and months and months. I think Rob Malley, the Iran envoy, was on NPR recently and did say, yes, we're still interested in a diplomatic resolution of this matter. But it's been radio silence, really, it seems, for months and months. What is the administration policy now? Is there any hope for even some sort of interim agreement, some sort of freeze in return for release of some assets, anything that could slow the momentum of the program and give Joe Biden some space as he goes into another election season?
Thank you, Barbara. Let me start by thanking Arms Control Association for this fantastic event and for this timely panel. You know better than anyone in this town, Barbara, that Iran and the US are rarely on the same wavelength. In 2022, when the US was ready to sign on the dotted line, in fact, several times in the course of that year to restore the JCPOA and a 27-page detailed agreement that was negotiated in Vienna, Iran was not ready. And now that Iran is ready to do so, the US is not ready. The administration's rhetoric has changed over the course of the past 9 months from saying that the JCPOA is not their focus right now, to saying that the text of August of 2022 is no longer fit for purpose. In the G7 statement, they referred to the JCPOA as a useful reference. What I have a hard time understanding is a useful reference for what, right? Because as Kelsey said, imagine that for political reasons, the administration believes that they cannot restore the JCPOA and sell it to Congress between now and elections. But in 2025, Iran would have 200% of the leverage it had in 2015, with which we got the JCPOA that 90% of people in this town believe was a lopsided agreement. I really have serious doubts that Iran would agree to a longer and stronger deal that is greatly tilted in the US interest in 2025. So the administration came to office with the objective of getting to more for more, because they admitted to some of the criticism that the opponents of the JCPOA had put on the table since 2015, including, for instance, the sunsets or some shortcomings on the inspection side. So they wanted more for more. Right now, what they want is less for less, which basically is a formula for keeping a lid on this situation until after the elections next November. But in practice, what they have ended up is nothing for nothing. And I would say there is a way out of this with the recognition that a lot has happened in the course of the past 9 months, almost none of it conducive to a diplomatic outcome. Of course, Iran's brutal repression at home, its complicity in Russia's brutal aggression in Ukraine, all of that has made a deal that much more difficult. And I do not believe that the two sides would be able to agree to an interim agreement, which by definition requires multiple steps on both sides. Yeah. As Kelsey said, it would require congressional intervention to review the agreement. And from discussions I've had with both sides, I really have a sense that the expectation gap between them is just unbridgeable. So if you can't get an interim agreement, you probably can't also get anything that amounts to a freeze and rollback. What I think is realistically achievable is some sort of a restraint for restraint agreement. That would allow both sides to basically keep the status quo of no deal, no crisis until after the elections. It is a strategy that would not resolve anything, but it would just defer the problem. It's a strategy to buy time, but if you buy time, you have to do something with that time. And I think if indeed the detainee negotiations that have been ongoing for a long time, unlike the JCPOA talks that have been frozen, come to fruition, and we get to bring American hostages back home, it's the first time the Biden administration has managed to have any kind of understanding with Iran. And hopefully that will be a gateway that would allow negotiations about a successor agreement that could take place between now and November of next year. And if indeed the president is reelected, it could be finalized immediately afterwards, rather than people starting negotiating about a successor agreement in 2024. And the fact that there will be diplomatic engagement, I think, is a formula for keeping the status quo. And I say this with the recognition of the fact that, I think we're in a situation that the parties are, they know what they don't want, while they're not sure exactly by what they want. And what they don't want is a crisis. We don't want a crisis because of the upcoming elections, because the focus is on Ukraine, because of concerns about Taiwan. Iranians don't want a crisis because the regime has been dealing with crumbling legitimacy at home, with struggling economy. And in that, I think in that there's overlap of common interest in trying to preserve the status quo, which could be possible if they are able to engage on top of a detainee deal and find a way forward.
Can I ask, what would it take for Iran to directly negotiate with the United States again? Because we've had this very awkward dance since Biden came in, using Europeans, others as intermediaries.
My sense is that it would be some sort of sanctions relief. Because from the beginning, the expectation was that the Biden administration that had condemned the Trump administration's maximum pressure strategy will come in and take practical steps, not just rhetorical pronouncements, to distinguish in its own policy with its predecessors. And they didn't. Even on humanitarian fronts, they did not provide any sanctions relief. As part of this detainee deal, there will be a humanitarian understanding as well, which would see some reprieve for the Iranians. And I'm hoping that that would be sufficient to allow direct engagement. Of course, with the Iranians, there's nothing that is guaranteed for sure. And of course, there's so much friction between Iran and the US and the respective allies in the region that a lot of black swans could emerge. We were very close to a detainee deal also back in March, and then there was a tit-for-tat between Iranian-backed militias in Syria and US forces, and 1 American was killed. And that derailed the completion of detainee negotiations. So that kind of tension could still emerge and derail the entire process.
There was a piece, I think, in the Washington Post just today about Iran bringing in new IEDs to try to kill Americans in Syria. So, yeah.
Just one quick point on that.
Yeah.
That leak is about information, intelligence that was basically presented to the government back in November. So it's not recent.
Okay.
It's at a time that there were, tensions were pretty high between the two sides. But again, as I said, there's no guarantee that we would not end up in a similar situation down the road.
I have one more domestic Iranian question. They recently replaced their national security advisor, Ali Shamkhani, with an IRGC admiral who is supposed to be more hardline, certainly not someone who has the kind of long record of service that Shamkhani had. Do you see that as relevant in any way to this, or just a domestic switch in Iran?
So this kind of agreement between Iran and the US requires really a political decision from the very top. I don't want to, overlook the fact that people matter, and who the national security advisor is or the negotiators are would certainly have an impact, and especially that the new national security advisor is someone who has never served outside of the military, has very little executive experience, has very little experience negotiating, especially at the international level. So all of that creates uncertainty. But I think at the very top of the system, there seems to be a decision to bring down the temperature in the aftermath of months of instability and unrest in the country. And that is, you see it as part of a pattern of reconciling with Saudi Arabia, now potential reconciliation with Egypt, bringing down the temperature at with some neighbors in the Gulf. And I think this kind of understanding with the US is probably something that the entire system is keen on. And so that particular change, I don't think would have that much of an impact on it.
All right, very good. Dylan, we talk about Syria. Of course, we know that the Israelis are frequently bombing Syria to kill Iranians, to stop weapons from going through to Lebanon. And when the Israelis bomb Syria, Iran-backed groups bomb Americans. So tell us a little bit about how you see Israeli strategy, not just on the nuclear front, because we know that Bibi Netanyahu is constantly threatening that he will do something to Iran to prevent it from getting a nuclear weapon, but also this complicated regional situation, which I think is somehow more of a threat in terms of things getting out of hand.
Yeah, absolutely. So I also want to thank ACA and Kelsey and Daryl for the opportunity to join with all of you today. I think when it comes to Israel, the first thing to remember is that there is not one Israeli viewpoint on this, even though for nearly a decade or more now, it has been presented, especially in this town, as, here is what the Israelis think. I think most people are familiar with what the Israeli government and the Israeli political echelon thinks. They tend to be more maximalist in their approach to Iran, and this extends not just from within the Bibi Netanyahu sphere and rightward, but it goes all the way to sort of even the right fringes of the Labor Party. This is the political view in Israel. And just in the last 24 hours, we've even seen some hijinks and drama in the press, where again you have Israeli officials speaking on background to U.S. press, trying to make it seem like there's this, massive division between where the Israeli security interests lie and what the American government is doing. But that's actually the minority viewpoint when you look at the Israeli security establishment writ large. The Israeli security establishment saw withdrawal from the deal, abandonment of the deal by the Trump administration, which was done at the urging, among others, of Benjamin Netanyahu, as just this massive error. Former Mossad head Tamir Pardo called it an unforgivable strategy and a strategic mistake for the Netanyahu government to be pushing Trump to abandon the deal as he did. Ehud Barak, Israel's former prime minister and its most decorated soldier in its history, called it a delusional decision to abandon the deal. And if you look at where the Israeli security establishment was, going as far back as 2013 and then in 2015 during the negotiating process and when there was actually a deal on the table for Congress to consider, the overwhelming consensus of that security establishment is that having the deal was better than not. And that is, by and large, still where the security establishment is. There's been some erosion over the years as more and more people aligned with the Netanyahu government become more and more senior in the existing officialdom of Israel's security infrastructure. But if you look at the formers, the really senior professionals in Israel, they still see diplomacy as meeting Israel's security interests better than military strikes. The reason I think they are wary of military strikes, and to some extent the reason Netanyahu himself is wary of military strikes, is because they know that, number one, it's very hard to get all of the sites you need to get in all of the program, especially now that we don't have eyes, thanks again to abandonment of the deal the way we did just a few years ago. But also there's a general aversion to massive military campaigns on the part of Netanyahu and those around him. He's obviously a very right-wing force in the world, but he happens to be one of the most militarily averse prime ministers in Israel's history. He doesn't like the costs associated with major military campaigns, and so he's actually gone out of his way to avoid them. That being said, he and those around him are doing almost everything they can to push the United States into a position where it's our security guarantees that are on the line. And you see that not just in terms of the kind of tit for tat that goes on where Israeli officials say, the United States doesn't quite get it, expresses concern about moving towards, we were just discussing before, being on the verge of concluding an interim agreement, which I don't think any of us actually believe they're on the verge of concluding. Not just, they're pushing back not just in that way, but I think the Israeli the Israeli government really is trying to refocus on the region in the sense of making the burden of countering Iran a regional duty as opposed to one that Israel's going to have to carry out itself. And I think the real front line in all this is you see all of this enthusiasm here in town for regional normalization efforts. And let's be clear about one thing. It is a good thing for neighbors of Israel that have either not had normal relations with it or were even hostile to it to normalize relations with Israel as a diplomatic matter. Those diplomatic achievements are important and can be used for good. But what the vision of that normalization and integration is for those on the right wing includes many in the Israeli government, includes many in the right wing and military adventurers here in the United States, is for that closer relationship to be a military one, to involve closer U.S. security ties, security guarantees, more and higher tech arms to essentially oil-rich Gulf autocracies. And that only increases, that only escalates the situation in the region. And what I find really difficult about that as well is it also eclipses the opportunity that normalization and regional integration has to actually do good things on the diplomatic front in terms of economics, civil society, human rights. Yeah. All of those potentials are being lost to the fact that because you have an Israeli government and conservative backers who are interested in pushing the United States into taking on ever more of a security guarantor role vis-a-vis those Gulf Arab autocracies and, or I should say vis-a-vis Iran, that's being eclipsed and that opportunity lost while tensions are being increased.
Yeah, the notion of an Arab NATO or, just the other day, the United Arab Emirates said that they weren't going to take part in our maritime security initiative because whatever the Israelis may think, these small Gulf states do not want to get into a situation where they're going to be threatened by the Iranians. because of their ties with Israel or the perception that they're part of this kind of alliance. So that seems a bit of a pipe dream, although Jake Sullivan is on his way to Saudi Arabia. Is it Jake or is it Tony Blinken? Tony Blinken.
Secretary Blinken, yeah.
Secretary Blinken is on his way to Saudi Arabia, so I'm sure he's going to press the Abraham Accords when he's there. How does the domestic turmoil in Israel affect all of this? And does it make Bibi more or less risk averse? And you didn't deal with the Syria question. I mean, this kind of billiards game that we play there, where the Israelis hit the Iranians and the Iranians hit us, and it ping pongs around. To mix my metaphors, how worrisome is that, or is this really sort of a game where everybody has this pretty much down to a science? And Ali, you're welcome to weigh in on that as well.
I think on Syria, as long as the activities that take place, aren't the type that can rapidly lead to miscalculation and escalation, I think they're not going to cause controversy. They're certainly not going to cause strain in the U.S.-Israel relationship. In fact, the United States has been careful, and I think to some extent rightly, to give some leeway with how Israel deals with the countries that essentially clear the way for it, overflight and whatever else in Syria. That being said, there's always the risk for miscalculation and escalation. I think it's less likely to result in Syria, where everybody's watching every inch of airspace very carefully, as opposed to something that happens, on the seas, which is, I think, much more likely a place where something can go terribly wrong and lead to an escalation. So I don't think, as worrisome as the Syria stuff is, as bad as it can be in terms of some of the retaliation that we see, as long as it doesn't get out of hand, I don't think it's going to be a major determinant of the overall strategy. In terms of the domestic situation in Israel, I mean, it is very difficult to overstate the degree to which the nature of Israel as the democratic state and the national homeland of the Jewish people seems very much a threat to both Israelis and to pro-Israel Friends of Israel, Friends of Israel overseas. That being said, that sense of that the Israeli government, that the Netanyahu government is really driving off a cliff, is limited to Israel's domestic issues, as serious as they are. You do not see that yet translating either among the Israeli population or among some of the more rightward-leaning groups here in the United States that have, for the first time, criticized the Netanyahu government for its approach to domestic issues, but have not yet criticized anything to do with its foreign policy, whether it's the occupation and its treatment of Palestinians, or whether its approach to Iran. So I don't think the domestic turmoil has opened up or created an opportunity yet for a second look by staunch supporters of Israel for Israel's foreign policies.
Okay. Ali, do you want to say anything about the regional situation and how threatening that might be? There was a case where the Palestinians attacked from Lebanon and from Gaza in the midst of all this turmoil, the Israeli police going into the Al-Aqsa Mosque and so on during Ramadan, and all these massive demonstrations in Israel against judicial changes. It seems to be contained for now. Should we be worried that it could cause a crisis?
Well, we should absolutely be worried, because in the case of Iran-Israel, this is a multi-dimensional confrontation, and there's just so much friction across the board that there's plenty of space for miscalculation, as Dylan alluded to. We have, of course, tensions in the cyber realm. There have been a lot of tit-for-tat between Iran and Israel on open seas, and in Iraq, in Syria. And both sides are trying to encircle one another. Israel is now much more present in Azerbaijan than was the case in the past. Of course, it has better relations with Iran's neighbors in the Gulf. It's present in Iraqi Kurdistan. Iran, during the recent confrontations, I think sensing some weakness in Israel because of internal problems, launched this multi-frontal attack by supporting groups in southern Lebanon, in Gaza, in the West Bank, and from the Golan Heights, basically all firing rockets into Israel, signaling to Israel what a potential confrontation between Iran and Israel could look like. The problem with Syria is that the Iranian argument is, in the same way that the US accuses Iran of being responsible for what Iranian-backed groups in Syria do, targeting US interests, the US is basically doing the same thing with Israel, providing financial assistance, military assistance, and so the US is not, cannot stay neutral because it is responsible for what Israel does in the same way that the US holds Iran responsible. But again, the problem in all of this is that we've been lucky, honestly, in some of the tit-for-tats that have happened in the course of the past few months, that there has only been one fatality. Because some of these attacks were really aimed at killing Americans. And if something like this happens, then it really overshadows the entire process, whether it's on detainees, on nuclear, or on anything else. And that's why I said restraint for restraint. It's not just nuclear restraint. I think it also has to include other elements, because otherwise there is no way of being able to make diplomatic progress.
Yeah. Kelsey, I want to come back to this lovely IAEA report. There was some information in it about some outstanding issues that have been around for a while, traces of uranium in 3 places. The IAEA appears to have accepted Iran's explanation for one of the sites. Again, what do you think the Iranians are doing in terms of their relationship with the IAEA? Is it just to stave off a motion of censure at the Board of Governors meeting that's coming up? What is their strategy, do you think, in terms of dealing with the IAEA?
So I think that there are sort of several layers in Iran's relationship with the IAEA. But before I get into that, I think it's just important to remind everybody what the Safeguards investigation is and what it isn't. Because particularly if you listen to how Iran characterizes it, I think it completely misconstrues what the IAEA is actually trying to do. And actually now what we're seeing is that there really are sort of 2 kind of safeguards-related issues. There are contemporary issues related to Iran's safeguards. That's the spike in Iran's enrichment to 83%, above declared levels, some questions about accountancy when Iran dissolved some natural uranium. And those are some contemporary safeguards issues that Iran needs to address with the agency. But what Barbara's referring to are activities from the pre-2003 period when Iran had an organized nuclear weapons program. And the IAEA is investigating uranium detected at 4 locations that were never declared to the agency. Now, last June, the IAEA said it had no questions about one of the locations and that Iran had indeed conducted activities related to uranium metal that should have been declared. And in this most recent report, the IAEA is now saying that it has no questions about a second location where uranium material was also found. And what the IAEA has said is that Iran provided additional information about a mine and a chem lab that were at this site, operated in the 70s and 80s, and that this was contamination from an organization that was operating these facilities, and this organization is not from Iran, it's from a foreign state. But what's interesting is that Iran floated this explanation last year, and the IAEA said, no, this isn't credible, this isn't plausible. The IAEA was provided with more information from Iran, and now Iran, and now the IAEA is saying, okay, maybe this is possible. But the member state that, where the organization that ran this mine in Kevlav is located, they denied any linkage. So I think there is some concern and speculation that the IAEA may be letting Iran off the hook a little bit in order to try to facilitate some progress on transparency and reinstalling some of these cameras at certain nuclear sites. And I think this is extremely concerning because this safeguards investigation into the pre-2003 activities, this is about accounting for Iran's nuclear material. I mean, this is really sort of and Iran is legally obligated to provide the IAEA with the answers that it needs to ensure that its nuclear materials remain in peaceful purposes. So I am concerned, like I said, that the IAEA may feel like it's under pressure to resolve this, or maybe trying to kind of do some horse trading here. And I think for Iran, they view this investigation through several different lenses. There are some who see this as an illegitimate attempt to reopen what's referred to as the possible military dimensions file, which was closed in 2015. And this was the investigation into Iran's activities related to weaponization that the IAEA concluded as part of the JCPOA. And they say, well, this is closed. The IAEA can't go back and revisit it without acknowledging that this is a separate issue about accountancy. So some see it as illegitimate. Some of the documentation that first raised IAEA concerns, came from archival material that Israel stole from Iran. So they also, point to this as, foreign sort of manufactured evidence, despite the fact that, like I said, the IAEA visited these sites and found, this uranium. So I'm very concerned that if this issue isn't resolved, it risks, further escalating, tensions and further driving Iran to advance its nuclear program. Because there are still 2 sites where the IAEA is not satisfied with Iran's explanations. And if Iran continues to stonewall the agency, the IAEA's board is going to have no choice but to censure Iran again. The board needs to support the agency. And at some point, again, if there's no cooperation, think about, referral to the Security Council. Iran is going to retaliate. I mean, it has said that. It has done so in the past. And if we get back into this escalatory spiral, then I think, given how advanced Iran's nuclear program is, the room to maneuver is so narrow. The risk of Iran, tripping a U.S. or Israeli red line, is really increasing. The risk of miscalculation is increasing. So I think we have to start thinking of, creative ways to, like I said, build on this very narrow, limited progress we've seen between Iran and the IAEA to not only increase transparency, but also try to address the rest of these safeguards issues. And I think we just need to acknowledge that, Iran is never going to publicly tell the truth about what it did prior to 2003. This government is not going to admit to illicit nuclear weapons related work. But what we have to hold them accountable for is, accounting for this nuclear material. And in my opinion, if they want to publicly, kind of lie essentially about, the activities that were involved with that material, if they want to say, publicly that they just forgot to declare it, maybe we can let that go as long as we have the answers and the access about the material to ensure that, the IAEA knows where it is.
Do you have confidence that Iran has not diverted materials to some secret location, in a mountain somewhere?
Well, I think we've seen, particularly in the last few months, the U.S. intelligence community say time and time again that there's no evidence of weaponization activity. I think that's critical. And I think given the continued IAEA presence at facilities where nuclear material is present, we can probably say quite confidently that nuclear material is not being diverted. And the IAEA...
Explain that, because we don't have the cameras functioning. We have a big gap in recordings, but we do have IAEA inspectors, right? In all of these facilities. Are they there 24/7, or are they only there at, certain intervals?
So the inspectors have access to any facility that contains nuclear material. And the scope of the IAEA's access, is determined by, the size of Iran's nuclear program and its enrichment levels. So the IAEA, I think, has fairly regular access to places like Natanz and Fordow, where Iran is actually enriching uranium. And the IAEA said in this most recent report that it just carried out, its physical inventory verification, an annual process that it does, for every member state. So I think, with the results of that and the regular IAEA access, we would know quite quickly if Iran, decided to dash to weapons grade levels, or if Iran was diverting nuclear material for a covert program. But what we have less confidence about is Iran diverting materials that are necessary for a nuclear program, like centrifuges, because there is no surveillance, of those facilities. And the IAEA has never had access to some of the new centrifuge facilities that Iran has constructed, since Trump, withdrew from the JCPOA. So it's challenging to say for sure. And even if the IAEA gets access later, to say that they can accurately reconstruct that history and ensure that there hasn't been diversion.
Okay. I'm going to ask a few more questions, but I believe you all have little cards. If you have questions, they will be collected by the nice people from ACA, and I see one is already coming from a good friend, so we'll look forward to that. Ali, you said we need a little bit more than restraint for restraint. Could you maybe amplify on that, and Dylan, also talk about some of your ideas for de-escalation?
Well, what I mean by that is that if we are to have any kind of constructive engagement with the Iranians in the course of the next year and a half, it cannot happen in parallel to Iran taking additional American hostages, Iran killing Americans in the region, Iran seizing tankers in the Persian Gulf. It's just not possible. You have to have an atmosphere that is conducive to, especially if we have direct contacts with the Iranians. So that's what I mean, that it has to be a de-escalatory step across the board. And by the way, applies to both sides.
So no more sanctions on?
So I imagine that it's hard not to do human rights-related sanctions, or if Iran continues supporting Russia by provision of drones, I'm sure the Europeans or the US will continue to take action. But if the Iranians don't escalate, for instance, by transferring ballistic missiles to Russia, then I think it also makes sense that the U.S. also does not necessarily escalate its sanctions. Or if there are no new executions of political prisoners or protesters in Iran, that too, I think, could result in restraint from the other side. But my concern is that, again, there's just plenty of room for black swans to emerge. We all remember the alleged Israeli sabotage assassinations against the Iranian nuclear program. The last time it happened, it was in June of 2021, and that was the last time Prime Minister Netanyahu was in office. It hasn't really happened since then. There have been attacks against Iran's military facilities and military personnel, but not against the nuclear program. Now, every time these kind of covert operations have happened, they have resulted in temporary setbacks for Iran's nuclear program, and in the medium to long term, acceleration of the program. Let me remind everyone that Iran started enriching to 20% after Israel allegedly assassinated Iran's top nuclear scientist, Fakhrizadeh, in November of 2020. Iran enriched to 60% after Israel allegedly sabotaged the Natanz facility in April of 2021. Now, there's very little headspace left for Iran to escalate in ways that it actually doesn't cross US or Israeli red lines. So in a scenario in which you have another sabotage of a nuclear facility, I'm afraid the Iranians might enrich to 90%. Now, that could result potentially in the Europeans snapping back the UN sanctions under Resolution 2231. They are still participants to the JCPOA, so unlike the Trump administration who tried and failed, they can restore the UN sanctions. But the Iranians have clearly threatened that if this happens, they will withdraw from the NPT. And of course, everybody in this room knows that the last time this happened was in 2003, and we know how that story ended with North Korea. And of course, as I said, this is the last thing that the West wants, given the preoccupation with Ukraine and other priorities. And so it really requires a concerted effort by both sides not to engage in any kind of activity that could destabilize the context, so that they could extend the no deal, no crisis until after the elections.
Yeah. Dylan, talk a little bit about some suggestions. You did a very good report recently. What do you think can be done given this situation?
So, I think that the de-escalatory framework that Ali lays out is really, the first and most important paradigm to go into this with. And it's, in fact, a number of suggestions that he made in the course of us putting that report together, are laid out in the first couple of recommendations. But to pick up on his idea of black swans, one important really player in all this, and it's sort of a black swan generating machine, is the United States Congress, right? And
it's a way to put it.
Heading in the wrong, things that make this head in the wrong direction can certainly come from many things on the ground or on the seas. They can also come from the United States Congress. And opponents of diplomacy are constantly trying. We see new sanctions bills come up almost every week. And not all of them are unjustified. A lot of them are couched in protecting Iranian human rights, and a number of those we support as well as addressing other concerning Iranian behavior. The key difference in how we look at these proposals in Congress and advise members of Congress on them is, are these the type of things that are genuinely geared towards enhancing U.S. security interests, or are they the type of things that are just meant purely to frustrate any diplomatic progress on the nuclear front or otherwise? And it's actually very easy to tell which is which when you look at this legislation, because it almost always boils down to whether the sanctions they're imposing are actually well thought through and targeted, that is, targeted at actual decision makers, or if they're just broad-based sanctions to just further tank the Iranian economy, and most importantly, whether they actually change the existing waiver authorities that the executive branch has to impose and suspend or otherwise lift sanctions. Because those are the tools, those are the mechanisms that any president will need to negotiate and implement an agreement of the type that the JCPOA was. And that's where you see largely Republican efforts targeting the existing sanctions architecture, the existing sanctions authority or the authority to lift sanctions that the executive branch enjoys. What we're recommending to Congress as part of this report is, yes, there is sanctionable activity in Iran, and there is a way that we can recalibrate the U.S. sanctions architecture so that it actually puts more pressure on the parties in Iran that are engaged in the malign activity, but actually empowers ordinary Iranians vis-a-vis their own government as well. And there's just some incredible writing and research that's been done on this, and a number of suggestions. Just a few of the ones we highlight in the report are, helping ordinary Iranians have access to a safe place to keep their money outside of Iran, right? We have all of these sanctions in place to make sure that no one in Iran can put a cent anywhere.
Yeah.
That's terrible, because the only people who are able to do it in Iran are the really senior people who are in charge of all this nefarious activity. They might manage a way to put their millions somewhere else, but ordinary Iranians can't. So we need to reverse that, and the U.S. sanctions architecture needs to actually encourage that. Same thing with access of ordinary Iranians to opportunities to do remote work, remote education,
Yes.
schooling, so that they have a financial lifeline that extends outside of Iran, preferably to the United States and to Europe, so they are not dependent on the regime. Something like 80% of Iranian households are in some way financially dependent on the Iranian regime or receive benefits. We need to change that, and U.S. sanctions, recalibrating them can go a long way to doing that. But none of that discussion is happening if you look at what some of the groups to our right are recommending. They're just recommending blanket sanctions and tying the hands of the administration and its ability to lift and adjust those sanctions. And lastly, the last suggestion we have is really get back to that regional piece. The next big fight on this, and it really does intersect with a lot of the Israel-Palestine work that J Street does, is which direction are we going to take regional integration? Is it going to be towards a purely military alliance or a mainly military alliance, or is it going to be a force for good where we actually engage in a diplomatic process that leads to regionally led diplomacy that actually lowers the temperature, lowers the need for the United States to actually have a military presence and engagement in the region? And by the way, this isn't some progressive left-wing fantasy. This was the vision that Jake Sullivan and Daniel Benaim laid out in a piece before the Biden administration, where they actually were continuing the thread from the Obama administration of how do we better achieve U.S. national interests vis-a-vis the Middle East with a lower or smaller military footprint and more diplomacy.
Yeah. Just, as somebody who publishes a blog called Middle East Voices at the Stimson Center, I can't pay my Iranian writers. I have many Iranians who want to write for me, and I cannot pay them. And they write very well, and they have interesting perspectives. And so if there's anyone with connections to the Treasury Department, we need to do something about this. It's wrong. I have a few people who write for me just to have their name out there, but, they could use the hard currency. That is certainly true. We have a bunch of questions. So, Kelsey, I think this one's for you. The intelligence community has said there is no evidence of weaponization activities. But how much evidence or activities would be required for a basic uranium bomb?
Sure. So Iran has the technical capabilities to build a nuclear weapon. Now, the US intelligence community, the Israeli intelligence community do not often publicly talk about the processes and the time frames. But we have seen some comments recently from General Milley, from some Israeli officials that suggest that in as short as 6 months, Iran might be able to build, a crude uranium bomb. Other estimates put that at 2 years. I mean, I think given Iran's past experience, given their technical capacities, 6 months to a year is a reasonable estimate. But to a certain extent, if Iran gets to the weaponization process, we've really lost the ability to try to disrupt or to negotiate with Iran, to prevent them from going down that road. Because after it produces the weapons-grade uranium, it can divert that material and do things like the uranium metal, elsewhere, outside of these declared facilities. And it's not clear that we would be able to detect and deter that, particularly if they move several, quantities of weapons-grade uranium. And that's why I think the steps we've seen Iran take to ratchet up its nuclear program are so concerning, because some of them are getting into these sort of dual-use activities, like producing uranium metal. This is a capability that Iran, in my opinion, did not sort of fully master in the pre-2003 program. They started experimenting with it again. They're not doing much right now, but again, this is an area where Iran could ratchet up, could risk crossing, one of these red lines. And then that's why, again, I just think we have to cool the temperatures now, to prevent this escalatory spiral from continuing.
This is a follow-on question for you. If Iran does decide to break out, how long would it take us to detect that?
Well, I think right now that's a very challenging question. I mean, I think that because IAEA inspectors are present at enrichment facilities on a very regular basis, it is likely that they would detect changes to centrifuge cascade designs. But we saw in January, the IAEA noticed some changes at the Fordow enrichment facility. They confronted Iran about that. They took some samples. But it seems like several weeks may have passed before the IAEA knew for sure that Iran had that there was a presence of uranium particles enriched to 83%. And one of the advantages of the JCPOA was that it monitored Iran's enrichment levels in real time, using online enrichment monitors, or OLEMs. Now, the most recent IAEA report said that Iran has agreed and has actually allowed the IAEA to reconnect enrichment monitoring devices. But it does not appear that these are going to be monitoring enrichment levels and transmitting data to the IAEA in real time. So I'm still concerned that the IAEA might detect a change, but before we know for sure that that change was actually a spike in enrichment to weapons grade, and that the material was being accumulated at weapons grade, that again, we may have missed the opportunity to try to, prevent Iran from accumulating that material and, moving it off-site. And that just really increases the risk of conflict, of military activity, which is so counterproductive in the long run, as Ali explained.
Yeah. Ali, this program began under the Eisenhower administration, and the U.S. gave Iran its first nuclear reactor. I always say it's the slowest moving proliferation program we have seen, because in the last 50, 60, whatever years, we've seen Israel develop nuclear weapons, not declare them, India, Pakistan, North Korea, Iran, no. So this is a question about, almost institutional inertia in a way. If there's regime change in Iran, if by some miracle Ayatollah Khamenei dies and there is a constitutional referendum and the Islamic Republic is no more and Velayat Faqih is no more, do you think a successor Iranian government would continue this nuclear program? Or would finally say, you know, I mean, the sunk costs, the billions and billions in lost revenues because of sanctions and the diversion into this program. Do you think Iran will ever give up this nuclear program?
It's hard to predict, of course, but you know, I can maybe make a forward projection by looking back. I once interviewed the Shah's chief nuclear scientist, and he said to me that he used to do tutorials for the Shah. Every Wednesday he would go to the palace and he would teach him the basics, the one-on-one of nuclear physics. And he always suspected that the Shah might be interested in nuclear weapons. So he would always put little tips here and there that, Your Majesty, this technology could be dual use to see if the Shah says anything. And he doesn't until the course finishes. And so at the end, he just puts the question to him because he's afraid that one day the Shah will decide that he wants a nuclear weapon, and it's not an overnight thing. You know, he needs to put some pieces of the puzzle together, at least lay the foundation. And he said the Shah sat me down and gave me a lecture on why Iran doesn't need a nuclear weapon now. It's the strongest military power in the region. It has US protection. But in case a smaller country in the region has that capability, he also wants to be able to hedge his bets. And I think this hedging strategy is also what dictated the Islamic Republic's approach towards
well, the Iran-Iraq war, when they were worried that Iraq was going to use nuclear weapons.
Of course. But the weaponization part, according to IAEA, according to US intelligence community, stopped in 2003 when Saddam disappeared, and so the threat disappeared. But some of the elements, including, for instance, keeping the nuclear archive after the JCPOA, I think is part of that hedging strategy. So it is possible that a future Iranian government, if it's not part of a regional security architecture in which it feels better protected, because at the end of the day, Iran is a sui generis nation. It's a Persian nation among Arabs and Turks. It's a Shia nation among Sunnis. And so by definition, it always will have security concerns, unless, again, it is part of a regional security arrangement that it feels it could be protected. I think it would continue to look at nuclear weapons as a potential hedging strategy.
It's a question from Mark Fitzpatrick, noting that the protests have subsided to some extent in Iran. Does that give the Biden administration more scope to make concessions?
Let me make 2 points. One, you know, the regime has suppressed the protest. It has not addressed the underlying grievances that led to the protest. So it's quite possible that it is at the mercy of another incident that could trigger a protest again. But let's also be honest about the nature of this regime. Yeah. When the Obama administration signed this agreement with Iran in 2015, this was a murderous regime. In 2009, it had killed you know, tens of people during the Green Movement. In 2021, when the Biden administration came to office, it was also a murderous regime. In 2019, it had killed, in fact, upward of 300 at least people during protests. So the nature of the regime has not changed in all these years. And by the way, President Trump today just said if he had been reelected, he could get a deal with Iran in 1 week. So even for the Republicans, it seems like dealing with this regime is, as long as it's done by them, is not, you know, is not blasphemy. So the nature of the regime is always the same. And this is why you don't want this regime to have access to weapons of mass destruction. Yeah. A regime that has killed upward of 500 people in recent protests, has blinded tens of people with pellet guns, should not have access to nuclear weapons. And we have done this throughout the arms control history of this country, of negotiating with evil empires, calling them evil empires, and yet getting deals with them that would curb the biggest threats that they would pose to US interests and that of international peace and security, and we should be able to do the same with the Iranians. So in that sense, I think whether there are protests or no protests, I think the non-proliferation priorities should remain in place. But there's also the political reality that we live with, and as Kelsey said, because of INARA, because of congressional, the need for Congress to review a deal, we have to be realistic, and that's what I said. I don't think even an interim agreement, even a gesture for gesture at this moment, anything that would require Congress to come into this debate at this point is possible. But again, kicking the can down the road is not sufficient unless it comes with a plan of what should follow the JCPOA. Let me just add one more thing in the regional context that, you know, when we talk about alternatives, I think another thing that we should start thinking about is the fact that unlike in 2015, when Iran had good relations with the West, it was on speaking terms with the United States, and very bad relations with the Gulf countries. Now it's the other way around. Yeah. And maybe in that there's also an opportunity of thinking about this deal in an entirely different way. Maybe we should try to get a sub-regional agreement that countries in the sub-region agree to never enrich above 5%, never enrich above, never engage in uranium and plutonium reprocessing, all ratify the additional protocols. There are concerns about Saudi nuclear program, and get not short-term temporary restrictions, but longer-term restrictions as part of initial steps towards a Persian Gulf free of.
U.S. would have to lift sanctions and allow those countries to trade and invest in each other.
Sure,
Otherwise
sure.
This is not going to work.
And that,
That's
I think, has a better chance of being sustained than deals that would allow Iran to do free trade with Europe or Asia. Because if you look, for instance, at Iran's relations, trade relations with Dubai, they have survived the test of time, regardless of which administration has been in office in this country, whether we've been on a confrontational or cooperational approach towards Iran. And I think the kind of trade ties at the regional level are much more immune to external pressure, and therefore much more sustainable. And plus, unlike the Europeans, U.S. partners in the region can actually do lobbying work in this town, which is necessary if you want to preserve any kind of political understanding.
One more quick question for you, and that is about Iran's missiles. They have now developed missiles with a range of 2,000 kilometers, is that correct? Is there any indication they've gone beyond that, or
well, it
where
is,
they are now?
Even currently, with a lighter payload, the range can be longer than 2,000. Remember that the Iranians voluntarily put this limit of 2,000 kilometers on their missile program because already with 2,000 kilometers they cover all of their adversaries in the region, including all the U.S. bases in the region. They did not want to pose a security threat to Europe because they were not on hostile terms with Europe. That has changed in the past few months. In the past few months, with Europeans being very proactive on supporting some Iranian opposition groups in Europe, the Iranians believe that the Europeans are even ahead of the curve compared to the U.S. in terms of advocating for regime change. It's no longer about behavior change, it's about regime change. And so I see this kind of missile technology development as signaling to the Europeans that, you know, if they want to move towards more hostility with Iran, Iran has its options of its own to retaliate.
Right. We're almost out of time, but this is a final question for each speaker, and we'll start with Dylan. What are the main things both sides need to do to avoid military conflict? And I'll add Israel as the third wheel here.
Right, but so look, for the United States, it is the administration absolutely needs to shut out the noise from special interest groups that are claiming to be able to impact their prospects in the next election but can't.
Sounds like APEC.
There's an alphabet soup of groups that this could apply to.
Okay.
But I think for the U.S., the administration needs to realize the room it does have to actually as Ali has laid out, not escalate and maybe even start to take de-escalatory steps. I'm not in the business of prescribing what Iran needs to do other than stop its threatening activities. But I think what I'll say is I think some of the almost desperation you see right now coming from Iran to show that it's doing an occasional thing in a non-escalatory direction here and there shows more willingness on their part to play ball than at any point since early September of 2022 when the wheels came off a re-entry to the JCPOA.
Kelsey, what would you like to see the Iranians do specifically on the nuclear front? You talked about transparency, about allowing real-time monitoring, yes,
Yeah.
of enrichment. Anything else that would be on your wish list to tamp down the tensions?
Sure. So I think I said, I mean, real-time monitoring of enrichment to ensure like immediate detection of breakout. I think reinstalling cameras at facilities and ensuring the IAEA has regular access. That's key to deterring diversion and ensuring that we would know about diversion. I would also say if Iran could be encouraged to take steps that prevent that breakout time period to multiple nuclear weapons from decreasing further, that could be really advantageous in kind of buying time through the next election cycle when we can pursue, a new negotiation based on
freezing
the paradigm.
enrichment?
I think I don't see Iran freezing enrichment, but I think there are other options. They could slow their accumulation of 60% and 20%. They could convert some of that material to powder. Then they still have it, but they can't enrich it quickly, or that conversion process would take time. So anything that I think decreases the likelihood of that breakout window to multiple weapons narrowing further is important. I also think it's really critical that the United States continue to signal to the Israelis that we cannot afford more sabotage, we cannot afford more assassinations, because that is just going to ignite another escalatory spiral. And as my colleagues have pointed to, in the long term, that just drives Iran's nuclear facilities further underground and causes them to ratchet up their activities in the long run.
Yeah. Ali, anything else you would add in terms of what both sides can do?
No, I think I covered that already. Let me just say, I think with the brain trust we have in this room, it's important to think about what failure in this case means in general for nonproliferation, because the core bargain of the JCPOA for the past 20 years, it has taken different forms, but the core bargain has been nuclear restrictions and transparency measures in return for economic incentives. Iran's nuclear program is now so advanced that I don't think a long-term deal, a sustainable agreement that has only short-term temporary restrictions and transparency measures would really satisfy those who are really concerned about Iran's intentions and capabilities. And the other side of this coin, which is more important and almost no one in this town pays attention to, is the fact that for 20 years, the West has failed to deliver on the economic incentives it has promised to Iran. The Europeans, when they were negotiating a loan in 2003 to 2005, couldn't do it without the US. They also couldn't do it post-2018 when the US withdrew from the agreement. And the US has proven unreliable. That with every administration, this happened, of course, with North Korea, but it also happened again with Iran, that we are unable to provide effective and sustainable sanctions relief. And this really undermines the utility of this very powerful tool of economic coercion if we are unable to demonstrate to countries that are subject of US sanctions that change of behavior will result in the removal of sanctions. And I think North Koreans have looked at Iran experience and have learned a few lessons. And
vice
if we
versa,
don't,
unfortunately.
and if we don't get some sort of a diplomatic settlement with Iran soon, this whole entire formula will no longer be viable, and then we have to start from scratch.
Wow, well, that's a kind of depressing note to end on, but I want to thank our speakers who have all been absolutely fantastic. I want to thank you for sticking with the program. I know it's been a long day, and look forward to talking to all of you again very soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara.
Friends, colleagues, before you get too relaxed, we have one more challenging topic to cover, so please grab your coffee, your water, your dessert, return to your seats. We'll get started in about 3 minutes.
Interesting topic that's going to keep you all awake before we set you free. So my name is Shannon Bugis. I'm a senior policy analyst at the Arms Control Association. The topic of this panel is the risk and regulation of artificial intelligence and nuclear command and control. So as I'm sure you've all been aware, the topic of AI has been dominating the airwaves, both in terms of the broader public sense and in terms of AI at the intersection of the AI and national security realms. So just to give a bit of the flavor for what you've probably been seeing in the news when it comes to AI, I looked for just the events in May alone. So it's been a number of things, and this is a non-exhaustive list for anyone who tells me I forgot something. I didn't try to get everything. But first of all, dozens of academics, experts, and industry leaders, plus a few celebrities, signed a very straightforward, simple, one-sentence statement published by the Center for AI Safety that states that mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other risks such as nuclear war. Also in May, the Biden administration announced a $140 million investment to set up 7 new AI research institutions. And this announcement followed, I lied a little bit, I'm covering events that happened before May. But this announcement followed the administration's release of an AI Bill of Rights, the AI Risk Management Framework, and the updated Defense Department Autonomy and Weapons Systems Directive. So now we're veering more into the AI defense and national security space. And so we've seen this month Representative Seth Moulton write a piece for the Boston Globe talking about the need for treaties and regulatory frameworks for AI. And Representative Ted Lieu introduced legislation to ensure that there is always a human in the loop for all actions related to informing and executing decisions by the president to employ nuclear weapons. I'm going to end on a quote that I think came from a very good article earlier in May in The Atlantic by Ross Anderson. He succinctly, I think, described the tensions where AI and the military meet. So, quote, "The world's major military powers have begun a race to wire AI into warfare. For the moment, that mostly means giving algorithms control over individual weapons or drone swarms. No one is inviting AI to formulate grand strategy or join a meeting of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But the same seductive logic that accelerated the nuclear arms race could, over a period of years, propel AI up the chain of command," end quote. Concerns such as these are not particularly new, and in a panel on AI, I would be amiss not to mention the oft-quoted statement from Lieutenant General Jack Shanahan in 2019. Then he was the director of the Pentagon's Artificial Intelligence Center, and he directly said that there is one area where he pauses when it comes to AI integration, and that's nuclear command and control. So, as the panel's title suggests, the major thing we will dive into today, I tried to wrap this up into 2 simple questions, which was very hard, but what kind of risks might be present if AI finds its way into the chain of nuclear command and control, particularly at the highest levels that hold decision-making authority? What might regulation of AI and nuclear command and control, or we'll start probably saying NC2, what would that look like? So 2 brief notes that I want to just get to before I pose some questions to our panelists and we start rolling. So first of all, I asked our panelists to keep in mind that this is going to be more of a conversational discussion as well as an introductory panel regarding AI. So I will be falling on the sword for all of us who are not super familiar with AI and asking, please talk to me like I'm 5 years old. Try and keep it simple. As much as we all want to dive into the weeds on these things, we unfortunately don't have the time. And then second, while this panel is looking at the risks, there are also benefits to what AI can do. And so the intention here is not to be fear-mongering or alarmist, but try and scoping our conversations to talk specifically about the risks and to be clear-eyed about what may happen when AI and NC2 meet. So speaking first today will be Helen Toner, who is the Director of Strategy and Foundational Research Grants at Georgetown Center for Security and Emerging Technology. Helen is also a member of the Board of Directors for OpenAI. Next up will be Chris Messeril, who is the Director of Brookings Artificial Intelligence and Emerging Technology Initiative, as well as a Fellow in Foreign Policy at Brookings. And then we will welcome Paul Dean, who is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau of Arms Control, Verification, and Compliance. At the same time, he serves as the U.S. Commissioner to New START's U.S.-Russia Bilateral Consultative Commission. So in a similar format to our previous panels today, we'll have around 2 rounds of questions for the panelists. For each round, the panelists will have about 5 minutes to respond to the questions I've posed. So round 1 is essentially the opening remarks, setting the groundwork for probably the more intense round 2. After the 2 rounds, we're going to turn to questions from the audience. So same system, write the question on the piece of paper. We'll have ACA staff come around to gather those. All right, so that's it for logistics. Actually, I lied, one more thing. I had told our panelists beforehand that I really do want this discussion to be conversational. So you are more than welcome to jump in when you have comments on what the others are saying. Maybe just give me a signal so I don't just storm ahead. But if you have anything to say, please do. And then we will be getting to your questions and making it open to the entire room. All right, so starting off with Helen. The term artificial intelligence gets thrown around a lot, but it can refer to a wide range of applications and capabilities. Can you set the stage for us by outlining what AI specifically means in the military context? What do the AI capabilities and the AI applications that are being talked about and being warned about in the press often these days, what do they really look like and do? And given your vast experience with China's AI ecosystem, please feel free, and I think it would be useful to have more of those concrete examples of when describing what AI actually looks like and means.
For sure, great. Thank you so much for having me. It's wonderful to be here on this incredibly important topic. And so yeah, I'm gonna take that as an invitation to zoom way out and start with, when we say AI, what do we mean? What is artificial intelligence? And the definition I like to give here is computers doing smart stuff. And the reason I like that definition is because it's very vague, and the term AI is very vague. So that's one important thing to know. When it comes to the use of artificial intelligence in a military context, especially, it's really important to recognize that AI can refer to many different generations of technology, many different generations of computers doing smart stuff. So some things that we might call AI, these kind of rule-based automation procedures, have been in use in military settings and other safety-critical settings for decades. So if we're talking in aviation, the autopilot algorithms that we're using, those are rule-based. It's very clear how they work. We have decades of experience with them. We know how to use them safely. Similar for something like the Aegis ship defense system, which is defending against kind of incoming missile fire. You could call it AI. It certainly has automated capability. But both of those examples are very different from what has us all talking about AI so much over the past, certainly 6 months, but even 5 years, 10 years, which is a different category of AI called machine learning. And so machine learning is about taking problems where we can't figure out how to write down a set of rules, but instead we can give the computer lots of examples of what we're looking for, and it can find essentially statistical patterns. People say it learns statistical patterns in the data that it's given. And so this is very helpful for something like image processing. It turns out, AI scientists tried for many years, but it turns out it's very difficult to write down rules for, okay, this is how you identify that this image, this set of pixels, contains a cat, or that this set of pixels from a satellite contains, say, an enemy ship. That's very hard. But it turns out that this machine learning approach, where you're finding statistical patterns in large data sets, that is able to do that. So it's important to note, though, because it is a statistical process identifying patterns as opposed to following set rules, that means 2 important things. One is that it's much harder to understand how the systems work. So with an autopilot system, if something goes wrong with the plane, we can go back, and I'm sort of simplifying, but essentially you can see there's these sets of rules of if this thing happens, if your sensor tells you this, then do that. If this other thing happens, then do another thing. But with machine learning systems, that's really not how they work at all. You can sort of look inside them. There's nothing mystical about it. But when you look inside a machine learning system, what you get is millions, or at this point even billions, of numbers, which are getting multiplied together in order to convert your question into your answer. And so what that means is it's very, very challenging to understand exactly how they're processing the data that they're processing and to be confident kind of what they're going to do well and poorly. And that has an important corollary, which is that these systems often tend to be brittle or tend to break in kind of unexpected ways. So the classic examples of this come from image processing, where it turns out you can take a system that seems to be good at looking at an image and classifying, does this contain, or what is in this image? Is it a school bus? Is it a tomato? Is it a tank? And you can take a system that seems to be performing very well at that task. When you test it, you give it some examples. Maybe it gets 99% accuracy. But if you then go in and you tweak one of the images a little bit, you can throw the system off completely in a way that is very different from how humans work. So you can tweak some pixels, the picture looks exactly the same to the human, but the AI will tell you that a school bus is instead a tomato. Or you can go in and in the physical world, you can take a stop sign and put some little stickers on the stop sign, little ones, so a human can still very clearly see this as a stop sign, but the AI suddenly says, oh, that's a speed limit sign, I should accelerate. So these problems are absolutely universal throughout the machine learning systems we have so far. And they are really important to have in mind sort of through this whole discussion. And then another important thing to know is that AI is not one thing. It's not kind of a Terminator robot running around on the battlefield. Instead, it's essentially, I think, kind of the next generation of software. So it's a way of designing software to do things that we haven't really been able to get software to do before. So if we're talking about, to get to your actual question of how AI is starting to be integrated into military systems, it's all kinds of ways. Pretty much anywhere where you could imagine using software to perform a function, you might start getting, or militaries are beginning to try to implement AI there. So some of the obvious examples would be autonomous vehicles or autonomous platforms, so ground vehicles, aerial vehicles, drones, undersea vehicles. But you're also seeing it for sure in logistics. So predictive maintenance is an application that the US government has experimented with a lot. Can you look at data on how this helicopter is being used, how its engine is functioning, how long it's been in use, and can you predict, oh, okay, there's a higher chance that this particular helicopter might break down soon, we should go and do maintenance on that in order to increase the uptime, essentially, of your fleet. It's also being used, AI, for ISR applications, so satellite imagery for sure is a huge potential source of use because we have basically far more data than we can allow our human analysts to look at. So not just satellite imagery, obviously all kinds of ISR imagery and incoming data. And so if you can have computers recognize patterns, and ideally then flag those things for a human to come and review, you can process much, much larger amounts of information. And it's also useful, AI is also useful for lots of back office functions as well. So lots of corporations around the country and the world are starting to use AI for things like HR management or finances or at this point drafting emails, what have you. So there's also plenty of, obviously, in the US case, the DoD is a ginormous bureaucracy, as I think we all know. And so there's lots of these kind of day-to-day back office functions where AI can be really useful as well. So I guess on that note, I guess it's one thing I really want to emphasize in the context of this panel is that when we hear AI, we shouldn't always think of something that is fully autonomous and it is entirely operating on its own. Even if you think of kind of AI that's built onto a drone, for instance, you certainly could build a drone that autonomously performs a mission. It autonomously flies out to a certain location, seeks out a target. I'm talking technically you could, not that it would be a good idea. Seeks out a target, identifies the target, engages the target, flies home. You could have a fully autonomous system. But you could just as easily have a system that goes out, maybe it finds the location by itself, maybe it identifies a potential target, but then it phones home and says, here's a target, should I engage? You could also have a system that is mostly being piloted by a human, and the human is almost always telling it what to do. But if it happens to lose connection, maybe there's some unexpected weather patterns, maybe it's being jammed by an adversary, the AI might have autonomous functionality that lets it come home, just return back to base. So those are just some examples. You could be using AI to stabilize the drone in the air, things like that. So there's a really wide spectrum of, even within a single application, like an AI-enabled drone, a really wide spectrum of what that can look like. And then there's also a really wide range of potential applications for what you would be using the AI to do. So I'll leave it there for now, but that's a beginning.
Yeah, great. That's a great, hopefully giving everyone a strong foundation for what we'll actually be talking about. And to pull on one theme, I think, from your remarks is the importance of the training data, right? So it's thinking about the humans have to think of, I say the humans as if we aren't them, but humans have to think of every possibility, right? And that's what's informing the training data for the AI system. And if we don't think of an option, then that's where things go haywire. And so I think that's one way that I tend to kind of highlight how we have to think of everything, right?
And that's especially tricky in a military context where we have an adversary who's actively trying to think of things we didn't think of.
Yes.
Even if that's not the case, it's already hard to think of everything. But when they're actively trying to mess with you, that makes it even harder.
Exactly. That makes a lot of sense. Was there any follow-up? I saw a lot of head nodding, so I wasn't sure. Chris?
Well, the only thing I would add is just I hope everyone in the audience appreciates what a masterclass they just got in AI in 5 minutes.
Yes.
That was extraordinary, and hopefully it'll make the rest of the conversation a lot easier. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, we're all all in awe of you right now, Helen. All right, so Chris, now you're fully on the hot seat. So we have the great context from Helen. And so we're coming to you because what you're specifically looking at in your work is a lot of risk mitigation and arms control strategies. So let's first start, though, with talking about what are those risks that these types of systems present to the battle space. In addition, will the military employment of AI destabilize the nuclear realm, particularly with respect to NC2? Or is there actually a stabilizing effect? Both, how concerned should we be, should we not be? What is our main focus here?
I guess I would start by saying, try and answer your last question first, which is to say we should be very concerned. I don't think we should be hysterical. I don't think the sky is falling, but we should be very concerned. Like, I was asked to sign the letter earlier. The reason I just did not sign the letter was not because I disagreed with it. It had to do with kind of political and signaling mechanisms. I actually am worried that we're sending the wrong message to China about the capabilities we currently have. But all of that is to say, I take the risks of AI and the intersection in particular of AI and nuclear extremely seriously. It is, of the ways in which AI could lead to kind of global catastrophe, that is by far, I think, the leading and easiest way that might actually happen. And it really behooves all of us, both working on AI. I come primarily out of the AI space, working on AI and international security issues, and have come into the nuclear space by virtue of that route. But I think both on the AI side and those working on arms control and who have like the expertise on nuclear nonproliferation, et cetera, hopefully this is the start of many conversations in the years to come, because it's an extremely important risk that we're going to have to challenge, or that we're going to have to manage. The risks in particular, though, that I want to be very specific about the kinds of risks that I am worried about. There's one set of risks that there have been a number of articles written about this that I'm not as worried about as some others, which would be the impact of AI on what we typically think of as strategic deterrence and like first strike and second strike capabilities, et cetera, right? There's some thought that I've seen that if we put enough sensors and remote sensing capabilities undersea, for example, we might be able to use AI based on the data that it's gathering to effectively make the oceans transparent and therefore kind of deny the second strike capabilities of some states. I don't think that we will get AI that is that good, and I'm not worried about kind of its impact on second strike capabilities. If anything, in the kind of classical strategic deterrence domain, I would say it's probably a bit of a net positive in the sense that it's going to open up a lot of new verification mechanisms for existing arms control arrangements or potentially future ones. Where I am exceedingly worried, though, has everything to do with what Helen just so kind of eloquently and concisely described, which is the way that modern AI works. It's forms based on statistical learning. My background originally was in, statistical learning has been rebranded as AI, basically. And the problem with that form of AI is that it fails in ways we don't understand. There's a massive probability space that it's trying to sort through. We cannot sort through that entire probability space ourselves. And so there's probably errors in there that we don't really have an ability to test for. We have no formal verification mechanisms right now for many of these systems. That means I'll kind of highlight two risks that I see in particular, and that could be destabilizing with respect to nuclear weapons. One is the risk of accidental use in the kind of navigation capabilities or engagement capabilities of, frankly, a fully autonomous nuclear weapon, right? We know that Russia's got Poseidon. We know that these things are being actively considered. If that weapon were deployed and it was not properly tested and evaluated and verified, that could be catastrophic. I think we are going to have to think very hard about the issue of AI safety, what global standards need to be for testing and verifying these things, what states are going to do, nuclear armed states are going to do in response to other states whose nuclear weapons we are not convinced have been tested and evaluated to use safety, or to a sufficient standard of safety that we're comfortable with. This is going to be an enormous diplomatic challenge, and I think we need to really begin thinking seriously about it. And the reason it's so destabilizing is, let's say the United States or just any country thinks that another nuclear armed power is going to deploy a fully autonomous or some kind of weapon with an autonomous capability that is also nuclear armed. and we are not 100% sure that they have tested and verified it. Maybe we think it's 95% safe. What do we do to prevent them from actually deploying that technology? There are going to be some states that think we should actually do a first strike to take it out, depending on the level of safety that we think is baked into that system. So that's one risk that I think we just really need to address. A second risk would be the risk of accidental information in nuclear command and control systems that is inaccurate, or that lead, decision support systems that lead the users of those systems, to either believe false information or make a poorly informed choice. I'm very worried about, many of you may have seen, for example, Palantir has its AI system called PAI that they're developing. This is where, in contrast to prior kind of, to build on Helen's point earlier, there's some forms of AI and machine learning that are used in weapon systems that are very specific to a particular domain. So in the case of an autonomous weapon, for example, or a loitering munition, they are trained on data that allows them to identify a very particular electromagnetic signature or a very particular kind of computer vision signature related just, entirely to one particular form of target, and then it engages that fairly reliably. Frankly, one of the reasons I'm so worried about the example I just raised was, the image from the Ukraine war that I can't get out of my head is the Russian Lancet that destroyed a Russian radar because it wasn't properly verified, and it didn't pick up the right signature. It did the right thing, but it shouldn't have. From a machine learning perspective, the machine itself thinks it did the right thing, but it wasn't properly tested and verified. If they do anything in the nuclear domain that is that sloppy and that risk averse or risk acceptant, it's deeply disturbing. That's one form of machine learning, though. It's very narrow, and it's focused on a particular kind of signature that they're trying to train for. In the kind of command and control systems of whether it's nuclear or non-nuclear, we're going to see more and more things like ChatGPT and GPT-4, multimodal models that are trained on vast arrays of language and text, and that can in real time suggest courses of action to the people who are overseeing those systems. If the data that those systems are trained on is not appropriately tested and verified, that is deeply problematic because we are going to have situations where commanders are going to have suggestions made to them about things to strike that may not, I think many of you who have used ChatGPT may have discovered that, it hallucinates occasionally. I asked it for I had to write an op-ed on deepfakes a couple of months ago, and I asked it what I'd already written on the subject, and it came back with 5 extraordinary articles, none of which I'd never heard of before, but they sounded amazing. And if we have that kind of thing in our nuclear command and control system or any command and control system, suggesting hallucinations to commanders in the field, it's an extraordinary problem, and it does destabilize nuclear deterrence architectures if countries think that nuclear armed states are integrating those kinds of systems into their nuclear command and control. So preventing that kind of thing is going to be absolutely vital going forward. I think I'll pause there. Hopefully I haven't. Again, I want to be clear and walk this line of we should be worried and we should be concerned. I don't think the sky is necessarily falling in the sense that all of this is inevitable and we just throw our hands up and accept that this is going to happen. But I think we need to take it with, you mentioned the NIST kind of responsible risk management framework, rather. In my view, this is the highest risk application of AI, and we need to kind of mount policy and diplomatic response that is proportionate to that risk. And hopefully that's something that we can talk further about later on.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that overview. And it seems 2 things kind of stuck out to me of just, we've come to this idea of the training data, the testing, the evaluation, the verification. I know in ACA we did a project looking at risks of emerging technologies, AI being one of them. And one of the main ideas coming from that workshop on AI was the need for technical experts to talk to each other, especially at that testing, evaluation, verification stage. Mm-hmm. And then the second theme being transparency, right? Which is a word that all of us nuclear folks will know real well. And it's applicable here as well. Mm-hmm. All right, Paul, now it's time to bring you into this conversation. So I'll ask you to respond a bit to Helen and Chris to give us the official US government perspective. So including state, defense departments, I know they work hand in hand, but how are they thinking about AI-enabled capabilities and applications in the military? we're given the number of documents we've seen coming out of the Biden administration, there is an awareness there, but can you speak a little bit more of just how they're thinking about it, how they are aware and what they are, or not how, kind of what they're most concerned about, right, from that perspective? And does the government have an extra dose of caution when it comes to AI and NC2?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And I should open by saying, if you're looking for someone to give you sort of a fifth grade perspective on AI, you've come to the right place. So unlike my eminent co-panelists, I do not have deep technical expertise in AI, and so I really did appreciate that really helpful conversation. And I do think, of course, as in all areas, our policy, if it's going to be intelligent, has to be informed by sort of the thoughtful expertise of people who sort of understand the technology, the ins and outs. I do think, from what I've heard today, that framing this in terms of risks and benefits is a right way to start getting at the problem. I think that a lot of the risks that we've heard about today, we are very cited on, and we very much see this, and we very much agree that these are risks that we need to manage. And I would highlight that our Defense Department has done a huge amount of excellent work in articulating how they will incorporate AI into their military applications in a responsible way. And there's paper on this, but I think there's a lot of smart experts, both in the technical and in the policy area, working on this issue. And as we've heard today, this issue, it's much broader than just sort of lethal autonomous weapons or nuclear AI. Militaries will incorporate AI in a huge spectrum of ways, from logistics to communications and planning. And so there will be AI, it's not an emerging technology, it's an emerged technology and will be used by militaries in a wide range of applications. And so I do think it's right to talk about the risks and how we have managed the risks. From my perspective at the State Department, I think our role and where we can be helpful in this is projecting U.S. leadership and ensuring that we're building an international consensus around a normative framework of responsible use of military applications of AI. This is predicated, of course, on all the work that we have done on a domestic basis, but taking that and making sure that we are explaining this, we're having exchanges with our foreign interlocutors, and we're bringing people coalescing around a vision of how states can use this responsibly. And I would say that we have a real opportunity as leaders in this area to forge this consensus now, because this is an area that there isn't sort of existing consensus on. And so I think we have a real opportunity as a foreign policy matter to make sure that our vision of how to use this responsibility can be a shared vision and shared broadly, I think. And so that's one thing we're quite cited on. Sort of returning to the theme of risks and benefits, I mean, I do think I think we shouldn't lose sight of the benefits as well, that this technology can help militaries deliver on their obligations under IHL on distinction and proportionality. It can help militaries develop technologies that can sort of increase or decrease the odds of sort of unintentional accidents. And so I think there are a lot of very positive applications as well. We shouldn't lose sight on that. And when we're articulating what can be a shared normative framework on the international level, it should be designed to maximize the benefits and minimize the risks. And that, I think, would be sort of the cornerstone of what responsibility in military AI could look like. In terms of risks and benefits, again, we have taken a first step in this area, and we have released a political declaration on the responsible use of military AI. This is a flexible document. It's intended to be a flexible, non-legally binding document. We don't want to stifle innovation. We don't want to sort of move before the technology becomes clear, but we do think we're at the stage now where we can adopt a shared baseline of responsibility in these sort of enumerated principles. This is something that can be mutually advantageous to us and all of our interlocutors in guiding how militaries are going to incorporate this technology. And so we think that this is a step forward. We really invite broad discussion of this, both on the domestic level with informed experts and with our foreign interlocutors. And we really we invite a wide conversation on this issue because we want to make this document stronger, and we want to make sure it does work for the international community, and that we can bring states together in a shared commitment to use these technologies in a responsible way. I did want to give a few concrete examples of how we do envision these principles working. And I think a lot of these actually are sort of, I think, flow from the conversation that we've heard today. And I think it does, and this in my mind at least, confirms why this framework of responsibility is a real major step forward in this area. I think sort of based on your comments on design capabilities, I think that one of our principles is that states should have design capabilities with auditable methodologies. This would ensure that states can trace back through chains of events, they can connect cause and effect, and they can enable corrective actions where corrective actions are needed. This does require some technical sophistication to implement, and so, in addition to just having a framework of principles, we also envision this as being something that's a forum in which states can have productive exchanges on an expert level to make sure that states are implementing the commitments that they've undertaken. Another one is on rigorous testing, and we very much agree on this, and we're cited on this as a major area that I think it's in our strong interest to have a coalescing of view around a commitment to ensure rigorous testing. I think there are sort of unique features of AI that you all understand that I don't understand, but that at least I understand enough to know that it's a different, it sort of changes or sort of re-emphasizes the need for rigorous testing and evaluation, and the kinds of systems that you're testing require a different testing methodology. We need to make sure that the tests can check for kinds of behaviors that self-learning might exhibit, and so we have to design a testing regime that is mapped on to the capability in an intelligent way. And so in addition to these are just examples, I really do encourage everyone to study the document. It's on our website, and there are several other principles as well, which I think are an important step forward. But I do think that, taken together, it's a way to take the amount of deep expertise and commitment to responsibility that the U.S. as a domestic matter has shown on this issue, and export that on the international plane and start building a consensus that this is how responsible states are going to use this technology in their military applications.
Great, thank you. You're setting up part 2 of this conversation really well when we're talking about strategies of risk mitigation. Before we dive in, I want to give a reminder that after this, we're going to be turning to questions from you all. So please feel free to start writing down questions and holding them up for staff to come around and collect. So before we go a little bit further into the risk mitigation strategies, I want to turn to you, Helen, because I'm going to steal a phrase that Paul used because I liked it, where we're at the stage to adapt the shared baseline of responsibility. And so I'm curious, Helen, getting your perspective on, is now the time, right? Is this the appropriate time to be talking about risk mitigation? And I know in the questions I gave you for this round, I was talking specifically and trying to pull on your experience of your knowledge of China's AI ecosystem, but what is the status right now? So I guess this is a two-parter. What's the status right now of research, development, employment of AI systems? And second, is this the time to be really digging into how do we address these risks and how do we do so effectively before we go into the full, if we're not already there, right, the competition among, in this, given our topic today, among specifically nuclear armed countries. So I guess, what's the status report?
Yeah, great. So talking about kind of R&D and then employment of AI in the US and China, I would say both countries are kind of full steam ahead on trying to do the best research, build the best products, find the best military applications that they can, putting a lot of money and effort into that. And as we've talked about, they're doing that throughout their military. So not just in weaponry, but autonomous platforms, targeting, logistics, decision support, image analysis, all kinds of different use cases. This is all very subject to what we've been talking about, these kind of test and evaluation. Can you actually build a system that not only looks great in a demo from the company, but actually works operationally really, really well and well enough for what you need? And for some use cases, that's turning out to be doable, and for others, I think it's difficult. I don't know if any folks here saw coverage this week of, for instance, not military related, but there was a helpline, an eating disorder helpline, that decided they were going to fire all of their staff who were unionizing and replace them with ChatGPT, because they had done some tests and thought that ChatGPT was going to do a decent job at this pretty basic, surely, anyway, surprise, surprise, pretty quickly ChatGPT started on this eating disorder helpline giving someone advice on dieting and calorie restriction, and they shut down the program and decided they need humans instead. So that's a sort of, you don't usually get that level of detail from the kinds of testing that are done in military settings, but I think that's pretty illustrative of the kinds of challenges that we might see. So both the US and China would really love and talk big game about wanting sort of AI superiority and wanting to really win this race, whatever that means. China uses the phrase to, they want to overtake on the curve, which is a sort of Chinese idiom of seizing your moment. I think my expectation for what we'll see there is less that one side or the other is going to get some key advantage through AI, the way that maybe we saw with stealth or with precision targeting. My expectation is that it's going to be something a little more like the technology around tanks in the interwar period, where lots of different countries were building this new technology, trying to figure out, should they be faster, should they be more heavily armed, what do we need here? And it turned out that in the end, it didn't really matter who had sort of the very best tanks. What mattered much more was how you employed them. So you have the French Maginot Line against Blitzkrieg, and the difference is not the quality of the tanks, the difference is your operational concepts. Anyway, that's a whole other conversation, but just in terms of both countries are trying very hard to move quickly. I don't expect that we will see one get sort of a really significant edge. On the nuclear side, I would defer to Chris and Paul. I'm not aware of a ton of unclassified information on actual employment of AI in nuclear systems. I do think that the political declaration from the US is a really great first step in making official what you mentioned, the 2019 statement from Jack Shanahan was kind of a very early expression of US reticence to employ AI in NC2, and I think the political declaration really making that official is wonderful, and pushing that out and trying to get more consensus on that will be really important. I also think we need to be really cognizant of the fact that this is not just about is the final, push the red button decision being made by an AI system, but that there are a lot of peripheral systems, a lot of contributing factors that could also be automated, could also have AI built into them. So if you're using AI, for instance, to do situational awareness based on social media data, is that something that you could see an adversary come in and try and disrupt, or that could get disrupted just by some, totally innocent but unusual factor that hasn't been seen before in the data the system was trained on, that kind of thing. There are certainly, I'm not enough in the nuclear space to have my own take on this, but there certainly are also people who are concerned about the point that Chris raised that he's less concerned about, glad to hear it, of how does this affect second strike capability and stability if you have, for instance, much better ability to understand where your adversary's nuclear assets are. So I think there's a lot of tricky things to still be navigated. In terms of the second part of your question, is this the time? I mean, I feel like the best time was 10 years ago, and if not 10 years ago, then now, sure. I think some things making it, I think the main thing making it not the best time is essentially, obviously the tensions that we're seeing in the US-China relationship. We've seen, more of that this week. I think it's good to see the US continuing to sort of do what it can on a unilateral basis or on, with allies basis in this space. I think continuing to express interest and willingness to competitors and adversaries to have discussions on this will be important. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's the best time we have.
Gotcha. No, thank you. That makes sense. And Chris, I'm curious as to your perspective too, since you're thinking about these risk mitigation strategies and how you're thinking about actually executing them, right? When, and I want to now go back also to what Paul had been saying, and I think this is going to be, again, very familiar to us nuclear folks, of norms building. That seems to be generally the stage that we're at. That's some of what we've seen from the US government. I know that there are a lot of norm skeptics out there when talking about anything, any type of technology. So I'm interested in your perspective on norms, and as well as where we might go from there. So Paul has started to talk a little bit about that, but curious as to what your work has been showing you on that front.
I would say, norms are going to be enormously important here, because I'm not convinced that we're going to be able to bring certain actors like Russia and China to the table to really engage these meaningfully in some of the prior types of arms control agreements that we've seen in the past. One of the reasons I say that is actually it's very hard to come to arms control agreements for things if you don't ex ante have the ability to verify violations of any potential agreement. And with AI, it's almost impossible to verify this stuff. We haven't really figured out what a verification regime would even look like for some of these technologies, because you can't just put a satellite over a country. You can't really even just monitor compute power, et cetera. It's going to be very difficult there. That said, on the norm side, and one of the things that I am, or does give me some optimism, is that for the most part in the past, like you look at the development of new norms and agreements around nuclear issues, it wasn't until the technology itself was fairly mature in terms of understanding the kind of performance envelope of the missiles that were delivering them, the kind of number of warheads, the capabilities that these systems had. It wasn't really until those pieces of the puzzle were kind of fairly clear to everyone before you had the norms discussion really, and arms control agreements really start to kick in earnest, which was basically a 20-year gap, right, between the early 1940s and early 1960s. One of the things that I am, again, a little bit optimistic about is that we are having these conversations somewhat early. I know a lot of people were kind of taken aback by how surprised they were by how good ChatGPT is, et cetera. I want to just kind of, again, walk this fine line of, not being too hyperbolic, but also not underrating what's about to happen. ChatGPT is going to look a bit like Child's Play compared to what's coming over the next decade. We need to be thinking now about what kind of norms and agreements we're going to need, because once those kind of more advanced general purpose AI systems come out, 5 years from now, 8 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, if we start the conversation then, it's going to be very hard to catch up. And so I'm really glad that we're actually starting to have these conversations in tandem with the technology's development. And in particular, I want to just highlight the extraordinary work, in my view, of I hesitate to say this a little bit because I'm an American. It comes off as like, I don't want to necessarily just come off as like patriotic fervor or something like that. But the work that the United States government, the DoD and the State Department have done, and how out far ahead of the curve they are in kind of pushing for greater transparency, in particular on responsible, whether it's the responsible AI pathways and related work that the Pentagon has done for years now, going all the way back to 2009, whether it's the political statement, which I encourage all of you to read. I mean, I was extremely glad to see that come out earlier this year. It's the kind of document that is going to be very helpful. Again, I'm a little bit skeptical that some of this we're going to get arms control agreements. That kind of document, and the more states that we can get aligned around some of the low-hanging fruit for what the norms should be, whether even if it's something as straightforward as unilateral declarations of nuclear armed states, that they are not going to put AI fully in control of nuclear command and control systems. It sounds like low-hanging fruit, but just getting that kind of statement from as many countries as possible, and then get in nuclear-armed countries as possible, and then getting the rest of the world to kind of pressure other nuclear-armed countries that aren't as eager to sign it. Like that kind of thing really will, I think, make a difference, and is one of the leading points of leverage we have. A couple of other kind of areas, in addition to just unilateral statements like that, are some of the things that are happening that the U.S. is spearheading. I would say two really important things that we need to work on are, one, just communications channels with some of our biggest rivals around AI and nuclear command and control issues. I cannot understate how important this is, precisely because of something that I'm about to say related to AI safety, which is we need to simultaneously really improve our understanding and the kind of shared consensus around what AI safety means and what an acceptable level of performance is for these systems before they can be deployed. Not developed. I think some of these states are going to develop this no matter what, but we need to, I think, have much stronger global norms around exactly how performant these systems need to be before they can be deployed. As those systems come into place, we're going to reach a kind of paradox where these two things are going to have to happen in tandem. We're going to need new kind of communications channels. We're also going to need to kind of create robust AI safety standards for all the reasons that we've talked about earlier. The one thing that I want to put on the plate about how important communications channels is that there's a paradox with AI safety where the safer we get and the more we talk about how responsibly we are and the more we talk about how safe we are, when some form of accident happens or some kind of unintended use happens, it makes it exceedingly difficult to de-escalate because the other side will not view it as an accident. They won't take your face value, your word at face value. To give you an example of what I have in mind by this, in 20 some odd years ago now, in May of 1999, I think a lot of folks in this room probably remember the bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade. What you probably forget is that around exactly the same time in the war, the Dutch Royal Air Force also released some munitions. They were cluster munitions. They went off course and they destroyed residential property. One even landed on a hospital. It was a huge mistake. It was a terrible accident. We only remember one. And the reason we only remember one is that the perception was because we used precision-guided missiles, and in this case it was not a technical failure, the precision-guided missiles hit exactly where we wanted them to hit, or that they were programmed to hit. What that meant was it was almost impossible to convince China that this was an accident. Even to this day, I'm involved with a U.S.-China Track 2 dialogue. It's the only kind of line of communication we have on AI and international security right now. I don't want to speak too much about that here, but one point I will say is that incident has not been forgotten. And we are going to have communications channels that we can rely on, even as, we're going to get much better at AI safety, I have no doubt about that, but you're never going to get the error rate all the way down to zero. Mistakes will happen, even if it's on the human side or the technical side, mistakes are going to happen. And in those moments of crisis, we are really, really going to need strong communication channels, particularly in low-trust environments. Otherwise, it's hard for me to feel kind of particularly optimistic going forward because it feels inevitable that there's going to be some of these crises that happen, and without clear communication channels to de-escalate, I think we're headed towards something of a bad place. And I'm trying not to end on like doom and gloom, but it's something that I think part of the reason I am concerned about it is I'm not seeing a lot of responsiveness right now among some other kind of nuclear armed powers to the idea of needing to reinvest in our crisis communications channels. And I think, whether it's during the course of the Ukraine war or maybe a little bit after when there's a little bit more daylight, I think we need to really invest in trying to get those norms and agreements stood up.
Well, you apparently were reading the questions that some of the audience put in because you touched on some of these themes and you're setting it up really nicely for Paul. So Paul, I'm kind of changing the questions I had given you initially because I like the ones the audience are giving better. And so we're officially going into our Q&A session, and I'm going to bundle a few of these together. So if you can first speak to how states are expressing interest in the U.S. proposal on norms for responsible military use of AI, specifically, as Chris said, was ending on the note of nuclear powers. Are Russia and China interested? Have they signaled interest? And then can you also discuss U.S. leadership in AI standards and responsible application, where China and Russia are not interested in AI capability development restraint? And then lastly, and this is a question that the audience member had posed to each of you, so truly feel free to weigh in, but to begin with Paul, are voluntary guidelines for responsible use of AI in military systems, especially NC2, enough, or are agreed legal restrictions going to be necessary to prevent some of the risks that that Chris had highlighted in catastrophe with AI systems. So just
Well,
a few light ones for
okay,
you.
a couple easy softball questions there. I appreciate those questions. I think I'll start with the question on sort of interest in norms, because I really want to make it clear that this is the beginning of a wide-ranging, multi-stakeholder conversation, and we're ready to talk to anyone who wants to be meaningful and constructive about it. China has done work on this area. China has put out their own view of responsible uses of AI. We studied that document. It's an interesting document. We're open to a meaningful conversation with China on how we can work together to articulate a shared normative framework for responsible military AI. I think that the document in general is getting quite good traction, and I think it's not simply an exercise of the U.S. or the U.S. and NATO. We have taken our diplomatic outreach on this very, very broadly, and I think that's the right move, because this is an issue that all states have a say in. They have a stake in this issue. We've had some conversations with some countries who don't have sort of active AI sort of plans to incorporate AI into their militaries, and our point to them has been, you may not be interested in military AI, but military AI is interested in you. And so everybody has a view, everyone gets a vote on this one, and everyone has a stake in working together to articulate what a framework of responsibility looks like that works for the international community. And I think that's maybe a good segue into the norms question. And I think you probably said it better than I could. And I think that we're looking for the right tool for the job. And right now, at this stage of the development of these technologies, what we think is the most effective way forward is to secure consensus on a broad responsibility framework, a baseline of responsibility, that some of these technologies will evolve, they will change. We want to build in flexibility to account for that. There are, of course, enormous verification sort of concerns with over-regulation in this area. We don't want to stifle innovation. We think, sort of hearkening back to the conversation I think everyone has touched on, there are upsides to this technology in the military as well. We don't want to stifle upsides. So we've approached this as, on balance, where do we strike it? When we think that the place to sort of land now is to secure agreement on a broad framework about how states will test, how states will communicate with each other, how states will publish their approaches, and so furthering some transparency, creation of a dialogue. I mean, I think one important part of this is the mechanism, and so we envision a forum where states can stay in touch on this issue and communicate best practices, and that states can help build capacity to implement on these best practices. It's not good enough just to have rules if they're not being implemented, and so we think that there's a large capacity building work stream that could also be a part of this, and so I think that both the broad geographical reach of this and I think the normative sort of rule-based sort of emphasis on the baseline of responsibility has gotten very wide support, and we think that this is a document. We want to improve it. We're open to constructive feedback, but we think this is the document that could form the basis of a real emerging international consensus on this issue. If I can say one other thing on nuclear, I mean, it's sort of similar to the risks and sort of benefits conversation. We also see huge benefits in the nuclear space to AI on nuclear arms control verification. I mean, if we have a new emerging technology coming online that can increase confidence in verifying the other side's data declarations, for example, that could be an incredibly useful, stabilizing example of how militaries and foreign ministries can use AI in sort of furtherance of arms control objectives. But we're highly attuned in the nuclear space to the risks of misimpression, of sort of unintentional escalation that AI brings. We think these need to be studied further. I mean, I really welcome expert input on this, because I think this is something that we have to get right. We have to understand, we can't rush to regulate in this area without a very thorough, particularized understanding of what the risks are. And I think further understanding on the risks of misperception and misinterpretation on states. And it's not just a fact, but how subjective it is. That is, if a state perceives the other state as possibly incorrectly incorporating AI into some nuclear command and control system, that drives risks of escalation. And so understanding that, I think, is of course a first step, precedent to our sort of thinking about how to solve it. But this is where our head is right now.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to put a somewhat pause on that conversation because I have a follow-up question for Helen, asking if you can explain for us 5-year-olds, by the way, how AI would actually end up in NC2, because the system is closed, right? And this would be, to incorporate it into NC2 would be more of a national choice.
Right, yeah. So I want, Chris should jump in here as well, because I'm more on the AI military, less on the nuclear side.
So for
but
both of you.
My understanding of the basic idea for that would be, it would end up in NC2 because the country in question decides that they want software making their decisions, essentially. And so I think there's been, maybe in 2015, there was reporting of the Russian undersea system that would be fully autonomous, essentially.
Yeah,
and so,
Poseidon weapon.
right, exactly. So if you have a submarine that is able to fully autonomously decide to deploy a nuclear weapon, then you have AI in your NC2, essentially. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the comment is right insofar as, there are going to be some states that aren't going to upgrade their their kind of nuclear NC2 or kind of open them up to have AI fully baked in. I would say that said, there is going to be AI used in certain kinds of early warning detection systems, launch detection, things like that. To say AI is never going to be used anywhere in the full pipeline of information that comes into a nuclear launch decision, I'm not sure we'll be able to really ban that, right? Or kind of expect that states would not do that at all. What I'm much more worried about is something like the Poseidon weapon system, where, in the kind of abstract case, again, you might have like a nuclear-powered autonomous submarine that is nuclear weapons and is capable of selecting and detecting and engaging targets autonomously, or it might have a mode that will allow it to do that. And I think that if we do not have good insight and visibility into how that system has been tested and evaluated, and part of the challenge here too, I think in the long term, I don't want to kind of get too far ahead, but one of the other challenges we're going to have in the coming decades is that some of these systems are going to rely on something called online learning, where they are updating their models in real time as they're acting in the environment, and so that they're not kind of given a model that's been trained and then that model is fixed until somebody decides to update it. They are kind of, online learning systems are ones where you're going to be, these systems are going to be interacting in an environment, learning learning along the way as they're interacting. For a system that's like undersea, that we don't actually have kind of visibility into where it is, what it's doing, reliably understanding what the safety parameters are of that system is going to be exceedingly difficult, and it's going to, I think, really create just an enormous challenge that we haven't really seen before with some of the existing nuclear challenges that we dealt with in the past. And so I appreciate to bring it back to the original question, I do, I think in the US, for example, I know some of our systems are fairly antiquated, and I think that's actually a great thing, because it's there aren't many hackers who know how to hack something that was built in the 60s and 70s, right? And it's offline, and it's kind of a very strange way, defensive strategy.
We want the floppy disk.
Yeah, like floppy disks are not bad compared to some other alternatives.
Have we moved on from floppy disks?
I think
no,
no
for some
in some cases.
No in some cases. So anyway, so I appreciate the question, but I do think that there are still things that we need to worry about with
and can I just add on briefly to that as well? Just to pick up on the point about early warning, I think sometimes we think that the solution to any kind of risks from AI in a military context is to have a human in the loop. So if there's a human making the decision, if a human has to press the button, everything will be fine. And I think that's really a misleading way to think about it. So, already in the Cold War, I think there were multiple instances of early warning systems triggering, right? And the humans, in each case, thankfully, the human said, oh, my computer thinks that we're being fired on. I think that's not right. And so you could imagine something that I'm very concerned about in general with AI is this problem of over-reliance or of sort of over-trust, where human operators get used to their AI systems being correct all the time, being super helpful, having the answers faster so they don't have to spend as much time figuring it out. And if we have similar, early, false positive early warning systems saying there's an incoming missile and the humans are, even if there's a human in the loop, if that trust relationship, trust calibration, the human machine, connection, the interface that they're using is not all exactly right, we could still have really terrible outcomes, even if the human is sort of making the decision in a legal sense.
Thank you, and that's going to set up nicely the last question, because we're even a minute or two over time. But if each of you can weigh, and well, first of all, I'm going to give each of you a question based off of the legislation from Representative Ted Lieu about keeping a human in the loop, because you brought up that, and I think this might be a good spot to end on. So Helen, for you, can you elaborate a little bit more on why the human, you already did, but to give us a better sense for why the human in the loop concept is a bit misleading, and so tying that directly to the legislation, is that proposed legislation a good step? Is it somewhat in the right direction? If not, what would you propose? Chris, my question for you will be, is this an effective risk mitigation tool? Is this legislation something that you would also recommend given the work on the subject? And then lastly, for Paul, is this legislation something that the Biden administration would get behind? And if not, similar to Helen, what kind of would be the thing that you're thinking of next to follow the norms, the responsible behavior ideas? So if you can keep your answers brief, that would be great, and we can release everyone into the rest of their evening. Helen, let's start with you.
Great. Yeah, so very briefly, I think having a human in the loop for those critical decisions is a great baseline, but we shouldn't treat it as meaning that then we're set. So human in the loop, yes, and then lots of attention to the test and evaluation, to the interface, the human-machine interaction, and making sure that all of those elements are working really, really well, not just thinking, oh, there's a person, so we're fine.
Cool. Thank you.
I would say, I would just echo everything that Helen just said. I would also say, as far as the legislation itself, I view that as a signaling mechanism of signaling popular support because it's coming from Congress. I think I would think it's even more important if the Pentagon and state hadn't already been as far leaning as they are. But the fact that they are, I don't see this kind of happening anyway. So I don't know that it's going to curtail, the Pentagon from something it was planning on doing or something. I think it's much more about signaling broad public support for this issue, and hopefully, in turn, will also kind of begin to set the stage for those global norms that I was talking about, where we really do need, I think, as many countries as possible, kind of publicly affirming that we need to have human oversight over AI, especially on the decision-making pieces of AI, or human oversight over nuclear command and control. And launch decisions. And I think we can get there, but it's going to take a lot of measures like that to do it.
Great, thank you. Paul, bring it home.
Human in the loop, this is U.S. policy, full stop. It's been policy for a while. You will also see this as reflected in our principles on responsible AI use as Principle B. We think it's important. It's an important thing to have an international consensus around as well. It's important for states, especially the P5, to have a sort of a mutually agreed baseline that there will be a human in the loop making employment decisions. And so that, I think, is an important stability and sort of a stability measure and a sort of a measure that pushes against potential misinterpretation or misperception. So strong agreement from us that this is something that, it is a feature of our domestic policy, and we would also like to see it as a feature for those reasons of an international normative framework.
Great, thank you. Thank you to all three of you. I really appreciate this conversation. I know I learned a whole lot. So if you can join me giving our stellar panelists. Thank you. And then if you guys don't mind staying seated, Daryl will close out the conference for us and we'll be set to go.
Thank you so much, Shannon. That was a fabulous discussion. Thanks to Shannon and all of you for that exploration of a topic that's new to many of us, but bears our attention. So we are closing in on home stretch. What a very fascinating day. I hope all of you learned a lot, have been inspired a bit. It was a great honor for us to have the President's National Security Advisor here for a major address, along with Ambassador Alice Clement and some other fantastic panelists through the day. I just want to close out today's event by saying a few quick words of thanks to those who helped make all of this possible, and to make a couple of quick reflections on what we heard from Jake Sullivan and Alex Kement. And so, first of all the panelists today I thought were particularly exceptional. We covered a lot of issues that are very difficult. And so let's give everybody who was here today, many of whom are still here on the panels, a round of applause, please. And as many of you know, a meeting like this takes weeks and months of preparation, careful planning, and labor from our small but professional and hardworking dedicated team. I want to give particular shout out to our COO, Kathy Randall Robinson, and our Director of Communications and Operations, Tony Fleming, and to our Board Chair, Tom Countryman, who's taking a nap in the corner. All did a fantastic job. We could not have done this without them or the rest of the Arms Control Association team you've seen throughout the course of the day. And I also want to thank our friends from Center for Arms Control and Nonproliferation and Rethink Media who helped us out today. This was a bigger event than we usually have, so we had to call in for some outside help, so we thank them. And I also want to thank everybody online for tuning in, and a special thanks to our videographer, Brendan Kawanowski. He's for hire if you need him. He's very good. So thanks also, and most of all, to all of our sponsors for today's event, and all of you who have registered. Your financial support, your interest, your engagement is essential to our ability to pull this off. And just a couple reminders about some of the important words we heard from Jake Sullivan and on behalf of President Biden, as I interpret them today, and from Alex Kement about how the non-nuclear weapons world sees the nuclear problem and the path ahead. And there are a lot of details, but beyond the details of Mr. Sullivan's speech, I think it's fair to say that President Biden clearly agrees with many of us here that more nuclear weapons make us less secure, that the United States will and should exercise prudent nuclear restraint. It will pursue nuclear disarmament diplomacy, believes it is time to engage with other major nuclear armed states to achieve their collective nuclear disarmament responsibilities, and in the meantime to reduce risks on all sorts of issues, including AI's intersection with nuclear weapons. So I hope you'll help us encourage the administration and those in Congress to move that agenda forward and hold them accountable to those objectives. And I think it's also important, we heard from Ambassador Kement about the view from the world outside of the Washington bubble, the Western world that depends, it thinks, on nuclear weapons for our defense, that nuclear deterrence is inherently risky, that it's unsustainable, that much of the rest of the world sees nuclear weapons as illegal, immoral instruments of power and coercion that must be abolished as soon as possible, and that we're living on borrowed time. So we're all going to have to work together to deal with these enormous challenges ahead at this ridiculously difficult time. And ACA and indeed the rest of the arms control and nonproliferation disarmament community, which is smaller than you might imagine it really is going to have to pull together and move ahead and bring others into this effort so that we can move faster towards our common goal of a world without nuclear weapons. So it's going to take persistence, passion, some considered risks, some luck, a more engaged, informed public, new ideas and voices, and I learned a lot of new things just in this last session, and it's going to take all of us working together. So thanks for joining us today, and in working the challenges that lie ahead. We are adjourned.